Chapter 551-390, Martial Ancestor. In that case, I will no longer ask. The Immortal Ancestor sighed softly. I still haven't found the slightest clue about the person who helped the Dao Ancestor back then. Martial Ancestor, can you confirm that the path that person took was truly the immortal path? There is no mistake. The Martial Ancestor nodded, his tone firm. When that person acted, there was an aura of immortal path laws, and their strength was formidable. Just a single incarnation traversed the river of time and space to arrive, carrying no protective immortal artifacts. The ancient Martial Ancestor at that time gathered 30% of heavenly fate to protect himself, yet was still severely injured by this person, nearly dying. In that battle, 16 Ancestor realm beings besieged Xingqiu, 9 died and 7 were wounded, not a single one retreated unscathed. Speaking of this matter, the Martial Ancestor couldn't help but show some emotion. If it weren't for this, with the heavenly fate completely reshuffling, how would there be a day for you and me to rise? It's truly unimaginable. The Immortal Ancestor shook his head, a hint of hesitation in his voice. To severely wound Martial Ancestor without using any immortal artifact, the heavenly fate occupied by this person must have been at least 40% or more. Given the current situation, whether in the past or the future, I find it hard to imagine the immortal path producing such a figure. Before Xingqiu appeared, who would have imagined someone could monopolize so much of the heavenly fate? The Martial Ancestor turned to gaze at the vast universe before him, his eyes slightly narrowed. To possess a full 10 parts of heavenly fate would allow one to become the new master of heavenly fortune. How likely do you think this is? Hard to say. The Immortal Ancestor's expression was solemn. Even if one had 10 parts of heavenly fate, it is merely for the great universe. With the vast universe beside it, ultimately, it is only half. Whether one can become the new master of heavenly fortune still depends on the vast universe. Speaking of this, the Immortal Ancestor's tone became somewhat uncertain. I heard that back in the day, the reason the founders of the various paths took action against the Dao Ancestor was that the spirits of the heavenly fate of all paths issued warnings, saying the Dao Ancestor was the one to trigger Calamity, who would slaughter the powerful of the era and reboot the universe. Is this true? This indeed happened. The Martial Ancestor nodded. Shortly after Xingqiu entered the Ancestor realm, the true spirits of the heavenly fate of all paths reacted simultaneously. Since the Dao Ancestor is dead, it seems that such a prophecy cannot be taken seriously now. The Immortal Ancestor instinctively replied, then suddenly realized something, his expression slightly changing. Simultaneously? Simultaneously, the Martial Ancestor's gaze turned slightly cold as he asked, do you truly believe that the original master of heavenly fortune, who disrupted yin and yang and divided the two realms, is genuinely dead? Upon hearing this, the Immortal Ancestor's face appeared somewhat troubled. I do not know. The implication of those words was all too clear. If that master of heavenly fortune is not dead, then all the heavenly fate now remains in his grasp. The so-called Dao War, the endless living beings who died in the struggle for the heavenly fate, all seemed like mere games to this person. The one who desires Xingqiu's death may still live today. The Martial Ancestor let out a cold laugh. The prophecy may not be wrong either, as this world still does not tolerate the Qi cultivators, cursed with a fate full of misfortunes and relentless calamities, clearly with intentional rejection. Please speak plainly, Senior. The Immortal Ancestor's expression was stern. Xingqiu did not truly die. The Martial Ancestor withdrew his gaze from the vast universe, his expression forlorn. The Ancestor realm is the end for all beings, but I can confirm there is a path above the Ancestor realm. Xingqiu may very well be on that path now. The Dao Ancestor is not dead? There is still a road ahead? The Immortal Ancestor was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Time and space can only limit living creatures and cannot restrain those above the Ancestor realm. The past and the future can be completely overturned, with another path to take above the river of time and space. Before he could contemplate further, the Martial Ancestor spoke gently, I have spoken all I have to say, the time has come. As his words fell, the overwhelming blood flame gradually receded, merging into the Martial Ancestor's body. In the next instant, his physical form shattered, transforming into intricate blood patterns. flowing towards the gap in the boundary gate. The immortal ancestor's expression was grave, bowing slightly, he spoke softly, Zheng bows to the senior who departs. Nourished by the blood patterns, the boundary gate seemingly came to life instantly, with the fractured gap beginning to tremble. After a moment, like flesh and blood reviving, it began to grow and heal. After half a day, the gap, akin to a heavenly trench, fully healed, restored to its original state. Buzz, a clear bell chime resounded, exploding in the minds of all Ancestor realm beings across the great universe, with the echoes lingering for a long time. When the Ancestor bell tolls, the heavenly fate disperses on its own. An Ancestor realm has fallen. The heavenly fate that scattered due to the demise of the martial Ancestor did not return to the martial path but lingered near the boundary gate for a long time. Finally, the immortal Ancestor froze, as if realizing something, his expression dawning. So that's it. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. This half of heaven's fortune, the junior accepts with regret. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the starlight near the boundary gate was instantly cleaved by the yin and yang dual colors. A celestial sundial emerged from behind the immortal Ancestor, spanning across the star river. Brilliant white flowing fire and pitch black profound ice alternated in fusion, as the black and white gnomons slowly rotated above, gradually converging. The instant the gnomons merged, the time and space nearby was severed in an instant, the dispersing heavenly fate rapidly converged, merging into the celestial sundial. After a moment, the celestial sundial absorbed all the heavenly fate. The repair of the boundary gate signifies the elimination of external troubles, and the Tao War will be given impending consideration. If the martial hall still held 30% of the heavenly fate, it would signify 6 Ancestor realm beings, and with the martial path's habitual belligerence, the Tao War would undoubtedly be advanced greatly. Now, with this half of the heavenly fate, both the Immortal Alliance and Martial Hall hold 25% each, plus the myriad realms close by, maintaining a delicate balance. This way, the arrival time of the Tao War can be significantly delayed, and some respite given to the living creatures in the great universe. Looking at the fully repaired boundary gate, the immortal Ancestor furrowed his brow slightly, muttering to himself, the Tao Ancestor is not yet dead. The past and the future can be overturned. What does this truly mean? After pondering for a while, the immortal Ancestor raised his hand and issued an edict. The martial Ancestor filled the gap with his body, his celestial for all paths, all under the immortal path are to mourn for 3 years, to honor the ancestral spirit, violators will be executed immediately. Martial Hall. Numerous martial cultivators, all clad in white garments, holding their weapons, with black flags fluttering behind them. On the flags, the totem of the word martial woven in silver thread tore through the void, each stroke dense with the killing intent accumulated over billions of years. In the vast starry sky, cultivators gathered like a river, sad winds sweeping the banners, white tides engulfing the sun and moon, shadows of blades congealing cold tides. The several Ancestor realms long unobserved in the world were all present. Ji Zhouyin, the hall master of the martial hall, also clad in white, wielded a long blade. Listening to the resonating bell chime in his mind, Ji Zhouyin's eyes reddened slightly, lifting the blade to cut his palm, covering his face with the blood-stained hand, leaving chilling blood marks on his visage. Farewell, martial Ancestor, the prolonged cry filled with grief echoed beneath the starry sky, pouring into the layers of nebulae. All the martial cultivators covered their faces with blood, their expressions unreadable. The silver martial character on the black flag emitted a hue of blood, as martial arts' true intent wove through the star river like waves, stirring the sounds of blades and fighting. This was the Tao chime. Chapter 552-391, Upper Realm Great Saint. Each heavenly fate has a true spirit, and when there are enough cultivators, various celestial phenomena naturally arise. The sound of the Tao resonating is like knives and swords. Should heretic cultivators hear it, it's as if thunder crashes in their ears. Without enough cultivation, they will be terrified, defeated without a fight. With the tolling of the death bell, the news of the martial Ancestor's death spread throughout the great universe in an instant via all the ancestral realm powerhouses. The various paths had different reactions. cultivators from the various Taoist orthodoxy of the myriad realms retreated from the 10,000 realms battlefield, returning one by one to the myriad realms, no longer lingering near the boundaries. Gradually, the distinctions between them and the Immortal Alliance became clear again. The Immortal Alliance began purging remaining evil demons within the realm, dispersing evil chi, and set up grand arrays to channel spiritual energy veins through many heaven passes, rejuvenating numerous star domains. This is an extremely lengthy process. Amid successive battles, these star domains, affected by the upheaval, were almost completely annihilated and require a long time to recover to their former state. During this upheaval of the universe, the Immortal Alliance suffered the most severe damage and needs time to restore its vitality. The Martial Hall urgently recalled all the Martial Emperors. Presently, the Martial Hall has a vacancy for an ancestral realm position. The last half of Heaven's fortune of the All Heavens has already fallen into the Martial Hall's hands. This vacancy requires cautious deliberation. The current ancestral realm members of the Martial Hall must also choose someone to succeed the position of Martial Ancestor, leading the entire Martial path. Zheng, the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, unsurprisingly and promptly assumed the position of Martial Ancestor. As the Vice Hall Master of the Martial Hall, Fu Pinglan also had a chance, but he missed the opportunity as he was still in seclusion looking for his eyes lost in the primordial era. Thus, the main war faction, led by the heavenly punishment Martial Ancestor, was once again forcibly suppressed by Zheng. The great universe is about to enter a relatively stable and peaceful period. Boundary. After accepting the heavenly fate left by the Martial Ancestor, the Immortal Ancestor did not leave, standing at the junction of the two realms, not moving a step. After a long while, he looked around, and deep inside his eyes, a gentle cyan immortal light flashed, instantly gathering all the heavenly fate of the immortal path. Together with the gift from the Martial Ancestor at the end, the heavenly fate he can control now has reached an unprecedented 2.5, comparable to the former ancestral Dao. In an instant, his gaze pierced through the ages, roaming through ancient times and the present. In a blur, he saw an unprecedented path upon the river of time and space. That path was extremely distant from him, like a flower in a mirror, visible but unreachable. After looking for some time without any findings, he withdrew his gaze and turned to face the future. Just as he turned around, a sudden chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. Unbeknownst to him, a figure quietly stood not far behind him, its appearance indistinct, save for a pair of pale golden eyes emitting an eerie glow. "Who might you be?" the Immortal Ancestor asked solemnly, his eyes full of an undeniable steadiness. Just as he finished speaking, the figure not far ahead had already turned around, walking onto the blurry path heading straight into the future and disappeared instantly. "That person has come from the past." The Immortal Ancestor immediately realized, demeanor stern, that although he gathered 2.5 of heavenly fate, he could only barely see that path. Yet this person could traverse from the ancient past using it, indicating at least 4 parts of heavenly fate were carried with him, if not more. Could this person be the one who helped the ancestral Dao in that ancient war? With 2.5 heavenly fate, he didn't even have the qualification to see that person's appearance clearly. For a while, the Immortal Ancestor let the immortal light in his eyes fade away, exited the river of time and space, and looked at the boundary before him, remaining silent. He suddenly recalled what the Martial Ancestor had once said. Above the ancestral realm, there is still a path. Amidst a desolate star domain, a meteor quietly drifted through the starry sky, leaving a faint blue trail. Deep within the meteor, Zheng sat cross-legged, calming his breath, while the yin-yang dual qi in his body circulated, stabilizing his cultivation foundation. Having crossed the yin-yang tribulations, he was now a 7 tribulations true immortal, waiting for the yin and yang to merge to enter the 8 tribulations. Thanks to the blessing of Daoist Venerable Zheng, the tribulation qi beside Zheng had completely dissipated, leaving him unfettered. Without the disturbance of tribulation qi, his qi refinement cultivation steadily increased, with the mid-stage of heavenly immortal nearing perfection. Ordinary qi cultivators at this stage face numerous tribulations, requiring them to endure 6,600 calamities. Without methods to endure tribulation, at least tens of thousands of years are needed, not to mention the associated dangers. Even with avatar tribulation methods, without enough opportunities, it would still require an exceedingly long time. The path Zheng walked, even for a chi cultivator, without a repair panel, could not possibly be replicated. Buzz, the monitoring jade token hanging at his waist, lit up slightly, sending 2 messages. Zheng slowly opened his eyes and dealt his divine sense into it. The martial ancestor has filled the gaps with his life, his merits pervade all ways. All belonging to the immortal path must wear mourning for 3 years to offer tribute to the ancestral spirit. Violators will be executed on the spot. All heavenly judges and inspectors from the punishment authority are to immediately start integrating nearby star domains forces to cleanse the remaining evil demons within the great universe. The martial ancestor has passed? Seeing the information coming from the monitoring jade token, Zheng was momentarily dazed. Recalling his brief encounter with the martial ancestor before, his mind was suddenly unsettled. He felt an inexplicable sadness for the martial ancestor's death. The martial ancestor clearly knew many secrets and was certainly acquainted with Daoist Venerable Zheng, perhaps even very familiar. If circumstances allowed, he actually had many questions to ask. During that encounter, the martial ancestor had said that if he were still Yan Feng under the master's tutelage, he would surely have killed him. This implied some unknown grievances between the martial ancestor and Daoist Venerable Zheng. The master he spoke of might also be deeply involved in this. Unfortunately, he's afraid he'll never be able to learn these secrets from the martial ancestor's mouth again. After a while, Zheng's emotions gradually stabilized. He stood up, passed through the array, and walked out of the meteor. He did not reveal his form but transformed into a wisp of breeze, wandering through the starry sky. The star domain he had originally chosen was a demon-occupied land, now more so, as he sensed some extremely strong terrifying auras, with demons stepping into the ninth order, orchestrating the situation. A casual glance and Zheng could see the continuously gathering demons. On the outermost edge of the star domain, there was faint immortal light. Immortal Alliance cultivators had already arrived, hunting the evil demons with nowhere to retreat. Zheng carefully avoided those powerful demons, waiting for opportunities. When he encountered solitary demons, he would thunderously strike them down. His battle merits, guaranteed by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, are now calculated at 3 times the usual rate. Earning merit points during this time would also allow him to exchange for some valuable items later on. 3 years had passed by a flick of the fingers. The battlefield occupied by demons was extremely vast, and in these more than 3 years, the outermost immortal light's advance had been quite limited, meeting strong resistance. Zheng, however, reaped abundance. Apart from battle merits, he also collected some fragments of high-level treasures. As usual, after lifting his hand to slay an 8th order 5th layer demon, Zheng suddenly sensed a movement and raised his head. In the distant sky, starlight suddenly erupted, a cyan battle halberd cleaving through the other side of the starry sky, accompanied by a monstrous blood flame extending from the end of the starry sky. Zheng held his breath, examining with concentration, and soon the information of the newcomer impressed upon his mind. Song Lingxue, 9th Order Bone Age 2752, Cultivation 9th Order 3rd Layer, Martial Hall's Hall Master's True Inheritor, ruler of the Lingxue realm, mainly cultivates martial arts scripture, forcibly refined a great realm, and the Dao fruit within is nearing perfection, soon to bloom Dao flower. 9th Order 3rd Layer. Zheng was momentarily stunned, and as he came to his senses, his mind was struck with a thunderous realization, Upper Realm Great Saint. Chapter 553-392, Killing the Great Commander in Battle. Under the Starry Dome. Song Lingxue held the battle halberd, stepping on the remnants of the stars, and walked slowly out of a spatial rift, surrounded by soaring blood chi. The azure martial robe reflected the all-heaven stars, with her 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a waterfall, each like crystal, resembling black jade. This was the phenomenon formed when blood chi was pushed to its peak. The battle halberd in her hand was covered with dark golden patterns resembling human meridians, and the sharp aura it exuded shook the universe. Ninth order third layer, an extreme that was nearly impossible for the majority of living creatures to reach. Immortal Dao Immortal King, Martial Dao Upper Realm Great Saint, Peak of Qi Refining Xian Immortal. No matter which path, reaching this stage was the absolute pinnacle. Even with the Chaos Sea's time flow being more than 100 times faster, it was almost unimaginable for Songling Xue to reach this level in just over 2,000 years. Even Zheng was somewhat beyond comprehension. His own cultivation growth was already fast enough, but compared to Songling Xue's rate of progress, he couldn't be sure if he could reach this stage by the age of 2,000. Could the martial path truly be this miraculous? That was probably not the case. There must be other reasons. The first martial Dao First Realm Great Saint he met, Yu Baiyu, who served as the vice commander of the execution department in the martial hall, had lived for nearly 100,000 years and was only at the First Realm Great Saint. When he first arrived at the cosmic edge, he also saved Li Xuan from the hands of 3 people from the martial hall. Among those 3, 2 were former true inheritors of the martial hall, aged 800 or 900 years, and were only hovering at the 3rd and 4th levels of martial saint. These were already considered the pride of the heavens within the martial path. If they lived to Songling Xue's age, reaching the Great Saint domain would be difficult, let alone the Upper Realm Great Saint. After carefully reviewing Songling Xue's information, Zheng suddenly noticed something different. Dao fruit was a term he had never encountered before. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had once told him that when living beings cross into the 9th realm, Dao marks condense within them. Upon entering the 10th realm and touching spacetime, Dao marks would transform into Dao seals. In the 10th realm, after taking the second step, one reaches the realm of ancient myths, where the Dao seal would further transform, becoming Dao veins. Until they enter the ancestral realm, Dao veins would congeal into Dao seeds. In the Great Saint domain, martial marks appear within, not Dao fruits. The Dao fruit on Songling Xue and the subsequent Dao flower to blossom were not mentioned by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor at all. This indicated that the martial arts scripture practiced by Songling Xue was vastly different from the usual martial path. In the brief moment Zheng contemplated, the evil demons hidden under the starry sky had already reacted. Boundless evil qi surged, and a giant hand extended from the depths of the starry sky, directly grasping at the azure battle halberd that tore through the void. Boom! The giant hand was instantly torn apart by the battle halberd, and the evil qi scattered, quickly converging beside a figure over 40 feet tall, clad in profound armor. Song Rui, 9th order other kind emerging from the cosmic great realm Burial Valley, cultivation at 9th order 3rd layer, with Dao marks fully formed, about to congeal Dao seal, great commander of Wuchen Mansion, having initially engaged with spacetime laws. Seeing the information of the evil demon that made a move, Zheng's breath paused, and he hid himself instantly into the void, quietly withdrawing some distance. The confrontation of such tier of living creatures was beyond what he could intervene in. Currently, being slightly careless could get him caught up, so it was safer to keep a distance. Song Rui stepped over the remnants of the stars, emerging from the depths of the star domain, staring at the approaching Songling Xue with a slightly darkened expression, while his palm continuously oozed black blood. He was already injured in just an instant of exchange. Songling Xue glanced down at Song Rui without saying a word. She lifted the azure battle halberd in her hand again, her whole body bursting with blood light like a lamp suddenly lighting up amid the long night, illuminating the universe. Fierce blood qi like blazing fire, in just an instant, almost completely incinerated the evil qi within the entire star domain, tearing apart the malevolent miasma shrouding this place for so long. In a flash, the battle halberd sliced through the void, slashing towards Song Rui's head, leaving no room for escape. Song Rui's expression changed instantly, pulling a long, narrow war blade from the void. Fragments of time seemed to flow faintly on the blade, permeated with the waves of space-time laws. Boom, the entire starry sky trembled, the void constantly collapsing, almost completely disintegrating. The war blade sustained for half a breath and then abruptly broke. Song Rui's arms were severed simultaneously, black blood gushing out, staining a vast stretch of Star River. Song Lingshua's expression remained unwavering. she withdrew the battle halberd without any hesitation, slicing down horizontally. Whoosh! Song Rui's head flew high, decapitated with a single blow. Song Lingxue pursued, raising her leg and stomping down, crushing Song Rui's head along with the remains into black mud. The shattered remains were swept into the blood flames ignited around her, turning to ashes in a matter of moments, with no bones left. The piercing roars that had echoed under the starry sky came to an abrupt stop in an instant. With a single encounter, Song Lingxue killed Song Rui and didn't stop to immediately cleanse the entire star domain. Chu Jing hadn't yet reacted when, in just a short time, the many evil demons that had resisted the Immortal Alliance's cleansing for over 3 years were completely wiped out. Song Lingxue looked around the starry sky, her gaze falling on Chu Jing, with an irrepressible delight in her eyes. Ajin. Chu Jing stepped out from the void, still somewhat unable to recover his senses. Song Rui had already touched upon space-time laws. Even within the 9 realms domain, he was an absolute peak expert, yet he was slain in a single encounter with Song Lingxue. Such terrifying combat power was simply astonishing. Song Lingxue sheathed her battle halberd, collecting the fluctuations of blood qi, and with a single step, she was in Chu Jing's arms, her fingers tightly clutching the fabric on his back, almost greedily absorbing the familiar scent. Since their last separation, for her, it had been over 2,000 years, seeming as distant as a past life. Fortunately, the aura hadn't changed, causing her no discomfort. Chu Jing instinctively spread his hands, but didn't dare to close them around her. Only after a long while did he come to his senses, the hand hovering in midair gently resting on top of her head, whispering, "How are you here?" Song Lingxue raised her head, turned her hand to produce a piece of blood jade, with her eyes full of gentleness. "I just came out of the Chaos Sea, haven't returned to the Martial Hall, and came specifically to find you." Chu Jing understood in his heart that within the spirit jade used to communicate, there was his divine soul treasure blood, naturally allowing it to sense his location. With the passing of the martial ancestor, there will be many changes within the hall. I must return quickly and cannot stay here for long, so I came to bring you some things before leaving. Song Lingxue took a step back, her tone slightly urgent, turning her hand to produce a spiritual ring. "Inside here are heavenly Dao fragments of a great 1,000 worlds, containing various Dao laws. They will surely be of great use to you now. There are also some cultivation resources. In the Immortal Alliance, you are alone and they will surely come in handy." Chu Jing didn't look at the ring in Song Lingxue's hand, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and quietly spoke, "The martial arts scripture you are now practicing, where did it originate from? How many people in the martial hall are practicing this method?" Chapter 554-393, The New Martial Path Noble. Hearing Chu Zheng's inquiry, Song Lingxue paused in her actions and did not answer directly. "Why do you ask this?" Chu Zheng's expression was solemn as he spoke deeply. "Tell me honestly, does the martial arts scripture you practice have certain flaws? With a fast cultivation speed and extremely strong combat power, isn't such a powerful path devoid of any side effects? That is absolutely impossible. Moreover, in terms of the existence of the Dao fruit, this path is clearly different from the ordinary martial path." "Naturally, it does." Song Lingxue nodded. "The martial arts scripture does not have a path to enter the ancestral realm." "No path to enter the ancestral realm?" Chu Jing was slightly taken aback. "Is that all?" "The highest that the martial arts scripture can be cultivated to is the realm of ancient myths. Even if there is a vacancy of heavenly fate, it cannot enter the ancestral realm. Besides, during confrontations, the burden will be somewhat heavy, and it cannot be sustained for long." After a slight pause in her words, Song Lingxue continued, "This martial arts scripture was obtained by me from the future, and in the current martial world, there should be no second person practicing it. As for the martial arts scripture, now, only you, I, and the hall master should know." Then, she informed Chu Jing of the time when she received special permission from the martial ancestor to have the privilege of observing the eons. Hearing Song Lingxue's explanation, Chu Jing's doubts were slightly alleviated. The inability to enter the ancestral realm might indeed be an unacceptable flaw for gifted living creatures. Moreover, the inability to fight for a long time is indeed a quite significant shortcoming. Practicing this method without a guide is like crossing the river by feeling the stones. What if you make a mistake? Zheng was still somewhat worried, having suffered from the lack of experience from predecessors. He took many detours. But Song Lingxue was different from him, lacking the repair panel to back her up. If she went astray, the price she would pay could be very heavy. Paths are made by people, why do you need others to lead the way? Song Lingxue shook her head indifferently, stepped forward, and placed the spiritual ring in Zheng's palm, her expression earnest. I am now strong enough in cultivation to protect myself and also help you, that is enough. Zheng was about to speak when a ripple came from the void, and a figure walked out, slightly over 30, tall and majestic, wearing a dark gold battle armor, with stark cloud-like patterns flowing on the surface, and a dragon head perched on the shoulder armor. The vertical pupils on the dragon head glowed brilliantly, showing signs of life. Wan Wenfeng, 10th Order Deputy Director of the Execution Department in the Martial Hall, cultivated to the perfect martial emperor realm, primarily practices the divine prison scripture, and is at the peak of vitality. Perfect martial emperor realm. A giant who has already stepped into the peak of the realm of ancient myths, just a step away from the ancestral realm. Zheng withdrew the golden light from his eyes, and the waves in his heart were no longer as intense as before. In recent years, he had seen more and more powerful beings. He had already encountered a few in the ancestral realm, and now he was somewhat numb. This strong figure appearing here at this time seemed to have been withdrawn from the vast universe. The battle line had previously advanced deep into the vast universe, and though the boundary had been repaired, there were still bound to be strong individuals remaining inside, needing some time to withdraw. True Inheritor Song, I am on my way back to the Martial Hall, I can take you along. Wan Wenfeng did not look at Zheng, glancing at the immortal light approaching from afar, he said softly, this place belongs to the immortal domain, and it's not suitable to linger too long. The entire star domain had been thoroughly cleared by Song Lingxue, and the immortal light on the periphery began to advance inward. It wouldn't be long before cultivators of the Immortal Alliance would arrive. From Wan Wenfeng's words, it was not difficult to discern that the previous tense atmosphere between the Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance had already resumed. Thank you, Senior. Song Lingxue nodded in response, gently squeezed Zheng's hand, and said softly, now that Ji Zhouyin has succeeded the position of Martial Ancestor, no one in the Martial Hall will trouble me. You, alone in the Immortal Alliance, must be more careful. If the situation changes and the Immortal Alliance cannot accommodate you, inform me at any time and I will find a way. Wan Wenfeng raised his hand and created the gate of spacetime, leading to a distant and unknown place. Stepping in first, Song Lingxue followed closely behind. At his level of cultivation, the starry sky was no longer as difficult to cross as it was for ordinary living creatures. It was possible to make large-scale moves in the surrounding void, from the cosmic edge to the Martial Hall, in a single day. Throughout, Wan Wenfeng's gaze never even landed on Zheng for a moment. Watching the figures of the two disappear, Zheng looked down at the spiritual ring in his palm, his divine sense probing inside, unable to hide the shock in his eyes after scanning a circle. Within the spiritual ring was a small world, containing not only a fragment of the heavenly Tao core but also a vast array of cultivation resources, spirit veins, treasure medicines, immortal delicacies, and the blood and flesh of various powerful other kind. Most of them were of 8th order quality or above, and there were also quite a few 9th order ones. Zheng even found 2 divine medicines at the 9th order peak, planted in the spirit lake. Each breath of spiritual energy they exhaled was enough to recreate heaven and earth. These 2 treasure medicines alone were enough to nurture a top-notch spirit land. Such grade of treasures is rare even in the great universe, and even immortal kings might not often see them. These resources, even if not Song Lingxue's entire fortune accumulated in the Chaos Sea, probably weren't far off. Regaining his senses and looking at the empty starry sky before him, Zheng subconsciously clenched the spiritual ring in his hand, feeling overwhelmed for a moment. With Ji Zhouyin having already succeeded the position of Martial Ancestor, Song Lingxue now essentially had the greatest backing in the Martial Hall, presumably free of worries. Now that the boundary had been repaired, it was uncertain whether Shang Tsongyun had returned to the vast universe. However, regarding Shang Tsongyun, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was clearly aware of many inside details. Given his own cultivation having crossed into the space-time domain, it probably wouldn't cause much trouble. Thinking through it, Zheng suddenly realized that his situation now seemed to be the greatest problem. Instead of indulging in wild thoughts, it was better to consider the next step. After a long silence, Zheng headed towards the immortal light approaching from afar. At least for now, the Immortal Alliance could still serve as his safe haven. The battle in the vast universe had ended, and all realms needed to recuperate, including the Immortal Alliance. Within the space-time passage, two figures, one in front and one behind, steadily approached the martial hall. While traversing the starry skies, Wan Wenfeng suddenly spoke in a calm voice, "Now that the Hall Master has become the martial ancestor, and you are the leader of the younger generation in the martial path, Zheng is from the Immortal Alliance, and with his identity as a Qi cultivator, unless necessary, it's better to keep some distance. The Martial Hall and the Immortal Alliance will inevitably have a battle. Once it begins, it will be the moment of life and death. In a Dao war, personal feelings cannot be accommodated, so it is better to sever them earlier. Do I need you to arrange what I do?" Song Lingshua's eyes showed no ripple, leaving no room for emotion, her tone slightly cold. "Out of respect for your age, I call you senior and give you some face. What does it matter to you what happens between my husband and me?" Chapter 555-394, A Huge Favor, Life-Saving Talisman. Cultivation has reached the level of Wan Wenfeng. He wouldn't mention meaningless words without reason. The moment he spoke just now, Song Lingshua's heart became alert. The execution department is the core of the Martial Hall Master's war faction. Wan Wenfeng is also a member of Fu Pinglan's faction, not on the same path as her, and is very dangerous for Zheng. She didn't care what Wan Wenfeng was thinking, but when it concerned Zheng, she could no longer remain ambiguous in her attitude. These times are different from the past. She is now an upper realm great saint, just a step away from the space-time domain. With the martial ancestor as her master in the martial hall, relying on this great support, she now has a certain amount of influence. Moreover, she already has the support of Ji Zhouyin, so on this issue of stance, she cannot have any hesitation. She wants everyone in the martial hall to know that Zheng is very important to her. Fu Pinglan had previously personally ordered the killing of Zheng. If today passed vaguely, and Wan Wenfeng received some wrong information from her, it could pose a great threat to Zheng's safety. As for whether these words were somewhat offensive to Wan Wenfeng, this was completely beyond Song Lingshua's concern. The previous martial ancestor once predicted her fate, stating that she was destined to die by the hands of her kin under the blood fiend fate. In other words, except for her kin, no one else had the qualification to kill her. Even though Wan Wenfeng is now a martial emperor, in her eyes, he is only like decaying wood and rotten grass. Given some more time to step into the space-time domain, even a martial emperor would be nothing. Faced with Song Lingshua's straightforward reply, Wan Wenfeng did not become angry, but slightly narrowed his eyes, murmuring, "It was my misspeak." In just a few exchanges, the space channel had reached its end, and the martial hall was already in sight. Wan Wenfeng glanced at Song Lingshua and said in a deep voice, "There is still a vacancy in the ancestral realm quota. The martial ancestor no longer sees us. If Song Zhenchuan gets some news from the martial ancestor, I hope you will not hesitate to inform us. At that time I will have a generous gift." After speaking, he added, "A great gift beneficial to both you and your husband." Upon hearing this, Song Lingshua's expression slightly shifted. The hint of goodwill in Wan Wenfeng's words was quite clear. The martial hall currently has a vacancy of half of heaven's fortune, but there are 43 candidates for the martial emperor. These 43 are all in the perfect martial emperor realm. Martial cultivators' combat power is often linked to age. As one gets older, their vitality declines, naturally reducing combat power. Apart from some who are very old and would find it hard to extend their life upon entering the ancestral realm, Wan Wenfeng still has at least 30 competitors. The heavenly punishment martial emperor from Fu Pinglan's war faction has already entered the ancestral realm with heavenly fate. With Zheng as the martial ancestor, this quota naturally leans towards the conservatives. I noted it. Song Lingxue nodded in acknowledgement, casually opening a space channel that led directly into the depths of the martial hall. Various martial emperors were returning one after another. The martial ancestor was not seeing anyone, but Song Lingxue was clearly an exception. As soon as she entered the martial hall's range, a space portal appeared in front of her. Beyond the portal was the familiar ordinary stone hall, its violet-black stone walls engraved with patterns. Last time she visited, Song Lingxue felt that the stone walls emitted a demonic sound, like wailing ghosts howling in her ears. Now, with her cultivation change, the wailing howls turned into battle roars, interspersed with some martial arts scripture meanings. Disciple Song Lingxue greets the hall. Master. Song Lingxue's demeanor was respectful, bowing deeply in salute. Zheng sat cross-legged in the hall, raised his eyes to look at Song Lingxue, and couldn't help but show a trace of admiration. You forcibly consumed a great realm, and your body can actually withstand it. This martial arts scripture, truly remarkable. At over 2,000 years old, crossing into the Great Saint Peak, even the ancient martial ancestor hadn't achieved that. After a moment, Zheng slightly shook his head, his voice tinged with regret. Even if you step into the space-time domain, your lifespan may not reach 100,000, still less than a great saint of martial path. If the battles are more frequent, it would be even shorter. Perhaps you might die before me, traversing in 2,000 years a path others couldn't in 20,000, there must be a cost to bear. Barely surviving, merely extending a life, has no meaning for me. Regarding her lifespan, Song Lingxue didn't care. In her view, living meaningfully is far more important than living long. Recalling Wan Wenfeng's words, Song Lingxue paused in silence for a moment, then respectfully asked, Wan Wenfeng seeks to probe through me. Dare I ask, martial ancestor, is there any decision? I have chosen 3 people, you look over them. Zheng did not shy away, lifting his hand lightly, and 3 names appeared in the void. Yu Heming, Yuan, Wan Wenfeng. Song Lingxue looked at these 3 names, frowning slightly in doubt. Now she was no longer completely ignorant about the martial hall situation. If she remembered correctly, all these names are from Fu Pinglan's war faction. These 3 are in their prime vitality years, slightly less gifted than the heavenly punishment. Each was the leader of true inheritors back then, giving the quota to any as feasible. Zheng slowly raised his hand, pushing the 3 names in front of Song Lingxue, saying in a deep voice, you choose. Me? Song Lingxue was startled, somewhat incredulous. Do I have this qualification? She wouldn't undervalue herself but wasn't so arrogant to this extent. This is a quota for entering the ancestral realm, an opportunity to transcend the masses, concerning the future of the martial path. If I say you have, then you naturally have. Zheng spoke in a deep voice. The person you choose, I will inform him, this quota is due to your choice. Hall Master, what do you mean by this? Song Lingxue was puzzled, such a major affair couldn't plainly be child's play. In the martial hall, you need a foundation, otherwise, in the future when facing a calamity, you won't be able to pass it. Zheng gradually lowered his eyelids, his tone growing somber. I give you this favor, as your foundation. This answer clearly revealed nothing. Song Lingxue's face was solemn, she frowned and inquired, please Hall Master, enlighten me. When the martial ancestor predicted your fate back then, it was divined that you would face a great calamity, partly due to Zheng, and partly to shield you from it. So, the martial ancestor specially left you a life-saving talisman. Zheng did not conceal, straightforwardly explaining, this great calamity is perilous. To avoid unexpected incidents, you need more allies within the martial hall. This favor is your entry point. At this point, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Since the martial ancestor has foretold your fate, then your destiny cannot change. You must complete the journey of your life, and die when it's your time to die. Chapter 556-395, Space-Time Domain. The hall was deathly silent. Song Lingxue gazed at the three names before her and pointed at Wan Wenfeng's name. Among these three, only Wan Wenfeng had interacted with her. Approaching the other two would involve many uncertainties, and she had no such intention. Judging from Wan Wenfeng's previous words and actions, at least he seemed calculating and not a reckless brute. Moreover, who knew how significant this favor would turn out to be? Since she began her cultivation, Song Lingshua's mindset had undergone substantial changes. Relying on others was unreliable, it was better to depend on herself as much as possible. Seeing Song Lingshua's choice, Ji Zhouyin slightly nodded. Wan Wenfeng is indeed a suitable choice. Though he is also from Fu Pinglan's lineage, he has a good sense of the bigger picture, knows when to advance and retreat, and is prudent in his actions. He said no more, selecting Wan Wenfeng's name and sending it into the void. He then sighed lightly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I don't have much time left. My ability to help you and Chu Jing is very limited. If Fu Pinglan survives the return from the ancient times, I will have to defer on many matters. He is too young, and he has a long life ahead, with an unyielding ambition, and his methods will be much more ruthless than mine. The martial path ultimately values age. Though I have inherited the martial ancestor position and can temporarily suppress Fu Pinglan with martial arts' heavenly fortune, I cannot outlive him. Why does Fu Pinglan harbor such hostility towards Ajin? Song Lingxue frowned slightly, finding it difficult to understand. There was no enmity between them, and they were barely connected. The reason is not complicated. Ji Zhouyin mused for a moment and then said slowly, back then, the Immortal Ancestor made a public display of searching for Chu Jing, and this particular esteem may have sparked his killing intent. Fu Pinglan has always intended to ignite a Dao war and tear faces with the Immortal Alliance. It's something he's always desired, perhaps wishing to use Chu Jing's life to provoke the Immortal Alliance. Now that the ancestral Dao has passed, once Fu Pinglan returns, he will undoubtedly try to start a Dao war. It will be a tricky situation then. Within the Immortal Alliance, Chu Jing is currently the most dazzling rookie and may achieve Immortal Venerable status within a century. Fu Pinglan might still entertain thoughts of killing him. After outlining Chu Jing's current predicament, Ji Zhouyin continued, to protect Chu Jing, you must have sufficient foundation yourself, and you need someone to balance Fu Pinglan. At the same time, you need to quickly reach the 10th order. Once you enter the spacetime domain, you'll have more influence within the Martial Hall. For Fu Pinglan to instigate a Dao war, the Martial Hall must act in unison, otherwise, there's no chance of winning. With you in front and support from at least 2 ancestral realm individuals, even if he intends to harm Chu Jing, he should reconsider for the sake of the larger picture. Thank you, Martial Ancestor, for the advice. I will attempt to break through realm as soon as possible. Song Lingxue nodded and then hesitantly said, I've touched the barrier to the realm, but spacetime feels so mysterious to me, and I find it hard to comprehend it quickly. There are differences between the martial arts scripture and today's martial path. Your body lacks the martial mark, so you can't condense a martial seal. The future martial vein is even more out of reach. Your Dao fruit within is somewhat akin to a Dao seed, yet it can be separated externally and passed to others. It's quite unique, what guidance I can offer is limited. Ji Zhouyin pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. To condense a martial seal, you need some understanding of the space-time law. This step can't be skipped in the martial arts scripture either. The ancient Dao transmission road you visited earlier is a branch in the space-time river. I'll send you there again, see if you can realize something. Thank you, Martial Ancestor. Song Lingxue bowed in gratitude. This time, you don't need to return to the past. Go directly to the future. The martial arts scripture originated from there should be a solution there. Ji Zhouyin raised his hand and sent a spiritual light into Song Lingxue's forehead. Her divine soul instantly became unstable, separating from her body and slowly floating upward. A blurry path of light appeared before her eyes, winding down through a myriad of colorful starlights. Returning to the ancient Dao transmission road, Song Lingxue's experience was quite different. The clear space-time law surged into her senses, and the Dao fruit inside her began to transform. Song Lingxue walked gradually downstream along the ancient road. Time flowed beneath her feet, and those events that had yet to occur for her had already become the past at this moment. Unknowingly, she had reached the end of the future. As before, a vague figure stood in her way, blocking her path, surrounded by divine light, making its appearance indiscernible. But this time, the figure did not step aside as before, it simply stood silently. Song Lingxue vaguely sensed that the gaze of the person before her lingered on her for a very long time. After a long while, just as Song Lingxue was about to speak, a whisper reverberated in her mind, carrying a faint sense of sorrow. "This is the final meeting." As the words faded, the figure gently raised a hand, pointing a mysterious light directly at Song Lingxue's forehead. Before she could react, her Dao fruit suddenly emerged from the depths of her soul, suspended above the ancient road spanning time and space. Crack, the shell of the Dao fruit fragmented layer by layer, and a tender sprout extended out, growing rapidly at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, a crystalline Dao flower had fully blossomed, exuding an extremely terrifying Dao essence. Boom! Song Lingxue felt an overwhelming shock in her mind, with countless memory fragments flooding into her sea of consciousness through the Dao flower. For a moment, she seemed to connect the ancient with the modern, seeing the past and the future, and even past lives. Bang! In an instant, Song Lingxue's form involuntarily retreated, only able to watch helplessly as her Dao flower fell into the person's palm, disappearing without a trace. When she regained her senses, she found herself back in the familiar black stone hall. Song Lingxue looked bewildered, glancing at the space-time law flowing through her fingers, feeling somewhat disoriented. The Dao fruit within her had disappeared, but she could still sense the Dao flower's existence. She could even draw immeasurable power from it, enough to reverse time. Ji Zhouyin, no longer composed, stood up quickly, shock evident in his expression. "You broke through?" The space-time law is the most incomprehensible mystery in the great universe. To enter the space-time domain, one must have enough understanding of the space-time law to harness the great power to reverse time. Ordinary upper realm great saint perfection requires at least tens of thousands of years to realize the space-time law and break through. He had lingered at the great saint peak for exactly 10,321 years before entering the space-time domain. This was an understanding almost unreachable for most. How long did Song Lingxue take? She was not even 3,000 years old, yet in front of him, after entering the ancient Dao transmission road, she broke through in an instant. Why? The space-time domain is already the pinnacle, including the ancestral realm, which is also situated within this domain, just having ventured further. Ji Zhouyin took a deep breath, calming the turbulence in his heart, but his eyes were still filled with an irrepressible awe. Just now, after he sent Song Lingxue into the ancient Dao transmission road, he saw her descend all the way, and then his perception was obscured, unable to discern anything. He had no idea what Song Lingxue encountered within the ancient Dao transmission road. However, one thing is certain, no matter how monstrous Song Lingxue's talent might be, it is absolutely impossible to break through the space-time barrier and advance to this domain in such a short time. The only explanation is that someone helped her. Helping someone forcibly open the gate of space-time and elevate their cultivation to this level is something that, to Ji Zhouyin's knowledge, the ancestral realm absolutely cannot do. The space-time barrier is a great chasm, and once crossed, one's lifespan is greatly extended, and one can slightly influence the past and future, manipulating the flow of time within a small range. Forcibly elevating one's realm is equivalent to instilling the space-time law into the mind, allowing direct understanding. This is too inconceivable, as if it makes the painstaking research of all cultivators a joke. Such a being could easily, with a wave of the hand, create a legend or even a living creature in the ancestral realm from the ancient myths. According to Ji Zhouyin's knowledge, such a person has never existed before, so it must be someone from the future. Reflecting on the fact that Song Lingxue had previously visited a future even the martial Ancestor could not explore, it seems that this time is the same situation. What did you encounter in the ancient Dao transmission road? Seeing Song Lingxue still in a daze, Ji Zhouyin couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Met a person and recalled many memory fragments. Song Lingxue came to, speaking in a deep voice, her expression slightly changed from before, her eyes deepened, about the past, and the future. Ji Zhouyin's brow furrowed slightly, at this moment, it seemed he couldn't quite see through Song Lingxue. Thank you, Hall Master, for sending me back into the ancient Dao transmission road. The hidden matters within, I am unfortunately unable to speak of. Song Lingxue bowed, her expression serene. Now that I have seen the path I must take, I shall certainly follow it to the end. Ji Zhouyin slightly frowned but did not inquire further. There is much time ahead, no need to rush. After pondering briefly, he straightforwardly changed the subject. Now that you have stepped into the 10th Order, your realm is comparable to a martial monarch. You are qualified to enter the execution department, taking the position of Divine Martial Heavenly General. I will arrange your placement later. How you manage yourself and recruit forces under you is up to you. At this point, Ji Zhouyin hesitated slightly, uncommonly unsure of himself at this moment, filled with questions. Song Lingxue had received help from a future entity in the ancient Dao transmission road, so was the one who helped her really the future Chu Zheng? If so, can it already be determined that Chu Zheng is highly likely to become the master of heavenly fortune? Then along Song Lingxue's trajectory, is the martial hall prepared in advance? At least ensure the continuation of the martial hall. Hall Master need not waste your effort on me. Song Lingxue looked at Ji Zhouyin, as if seeing through his thoughts at a glance, her tone as light as wind. The one who helped me was not Chu Zheng, and what you seek is destined to be unattainable. Ji Zhouyin's breath halted slightly, taken aback for a moment. He didn't know how many spacetime fragments Song Lingxue had received on the ancient road. But hidden within was a truth too elusive for all beings, causing her to undergo an unimaginable transformation in an instant. After a long while, Ji Zhouyin spoke again, his voice somewhat hoarse. Since you've seen the future, can you tell me what the future of the martial path will be? On this point, Hall Master should have already known. Song Lingxue shook her head slightly, her words as sharp as a knife, piercing Ji Zhouyin's heart. From the moment I obtained the martial arts scripture, you already had the answer, but you wanted more. You wished to preserve not only the martial path but also the martial hall. The existence of the martial arts scripture is enough to prove that the martial path still exists in future generations. What about the martial hall? Ji Zhouyin pressed on without pause. Rarely ends well. Song Lingxue seemed to have thought of something, her gaze dimmed slightly. There was no concealment in those words, causing Ji Zhouyin's breath to hitch slightly, his emotions gradually calming after a long pause. He slowly sat down, bowed his head for a long while, and waved his hand. Go. Song Lingxue did not linger, turning to pass through the light gate, leaving the great hall. Ji Zhouyin stared at the empty great hall before him, lost in thought for a long moment, then murmured in a low voice, "Will the martial hall perish by my hand?" Some things need not be spoken of clearly. With Song Lingxue's statement, the future conclusion of the martial hall can now be anticipated. He did not doubt the truth of Song Lingxue's words, for this information holds no benefit for her. The loss of Chu Zheng's value means that Song Lingxue's importance to the martial hall would equally plummet. For both of them, this news offers no profit, but Song Lingxue still spoke. This can only point to one fact. No matter what he does now, he cannot alter the outcome of the martial hall's unsatisfactory end. He still doesn't know what Song Lingxue saw on the ancient road, but at this moment, he dares not inquire closely. The one who helped Song Lingxue in the ancient Dao transmission road, whoever they may be, is an existence that he, nor the entire martial path, can afford to provoke. If he acts rashly, he might inadvertently quash the last glimmer of hope for the martial path. He distinguishes clearly between the weight of the martial hall and the martial path. Song Lingxue walked slowly through the gate of space, stepping into the starry sky. Gazing at the vast starry sky before her, she slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, and with the complement of memory fragments, the original void in her mind gradually filled and healed, returning to completeness. A long time ago, she had been somewhat puzzled. Why did she always have an exception for Chu Zheng? Back when Chu Zheng entered the mansion, among the many servants, she immediately noticed the inconspicuous Chu Zheng. Later, when it came time to select a son-in-law to shoulder the great responsibility of the Song family, her first choice was still Zheng. Now, after obtaining those broken memories on the ancient Dao transmission road, she finally found the answer. The root of this concern lies in a future about to occur, and simultaneously in a distant past difficult to recall. At this moment, she suddenly realized that time not only flows away but sometimes rolls back, like the rising waves of a tide. What has happened will eventually repeat. The current Zheng has not yet reached that step, unable to see through himself, just like she once was. But the displacement of time predestines that beautiful endings are hard to come by, like clouds that easily scatter. Rarely ends well. Chapter 558-397, Wielding Heaven's Mandate. For Song Lingxue, who had already glimpsed part of the truth, all she could do now was to keep moving forward. The fate that the martial ancestor foretold for her was indeed not wrong. Apart from the conclusion of the martial hall, she had also seen her own demise. For that day, she had been prepared for a long time. As Song Lingxue gathered her thoughts, a surge of intense blood light flooded her vision. The towering blood qi illuminated the cosmic expanse, staining more than half of the universe red. A change stirred within her body, and she sharply perceived the invisible fluctuations of heavenly fate, with the martial arts' heavenly fortune constantly agitating. This heralded the birth of another in the ancestral realm, which, if no accident occurred, should be Wan Wenfeng. She was intrigued by the great gift Wan Wenfeng mentioned earlier, as it might be of some use to Zheng. Unfortunately, she only received a few fragments of memory. Many future details remained unclear, otherwise handling many matters would be simpler. The position of Divine Martial Heavenly General that Ji Zhouyin offered her in the execution department was at the top, where most Divine Martial Heavenly Generals were martial emperors. With the cultivation of a martial monarch, very few held such a position. Moving upward was akin to that of Wan Wenfeng as deputy director. Divine Martial Heavenly Generals had the right to establish their own personal guards within the martial hall, capped at 300 members, with all their cultivation resources covered by the martial hall. Exceeding 300 would require the Divine Martial Heavenly General to manage independently. Many true inheritors of the martial hall, after falling from their positions, would choose to join the personal guard of a Divine Martial Heavenly General, ensuring at least a source for their cultivation. The position Ji Zhouyin offered was essentially allowing Song Lingxue to form her own team within the martial hall. Song Lingxue was indifferent to this, as her remaining time in the world was limited, and she didn't have the energy to waste on nurturing others. However, the cultivation resources behind those 300 slots she would completely utilize. The blood light, which shone across the universe, attracted the attention of many Taoist orthodoxies. Reactions varied among ancestral realms, but many living creatures whose cultivation had reached the realm of ancient myths felt a stirring in their hearts. In recent years, changes in heavenly fate had become increasingly frequent. Within the past few decades, 3 new ancestral realms had emerged one after another. This was a situation rarely seen in ancient times. The ancestral realm might have many concerns regarding the Dao War, needing to consider the overall situation and act cautiously. But for those who had long stepped into the mythical realm, the commencement of the Dao War signified a possible vacancy in the ancestral realm. Their lifespans could never exceed those of the ancestral realm. If they waited endlessly, they would never have the chance to enter the ancestral realm. A larger undercurrent whirlpool swept through the great universe, as powerful beings gathered voluntarily in one place to seek the opportunity for the Dao War to begin. The myriad realms bore the brunt, with immortal emperors and martial emperors openly entering and leaving the 10,000 realms battlefield, even venturing into the domains of the myriad realms to collect cultivation resources on a grand scale. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. The response within the myriad realms was quite peculiar. The Taiqing Daozu was indifferent to worldly affairs, like previous ancestral Daoists, severing all causes and effects, disappearing completely from the mortal realm. Even the Taiqing 9 sons under his command did not know his whereabouts. The Buddha was deep in the Pure Land, seated on the lotus platform, his golden body with eyes closed, with the bells and drums. of Spirit Mountain never ceasing, the Buddhist chants continued. The Buddha bowed his head in silence, in a deep slumber, never waking. In the great universe, guarding the last half of heaven's fortune in the sword path, the sword ancestor had a rusted sword buried in the sword tomb for 1,000,000 years, and even amidst such turmoil, he never appeared. The Tao ancestor of the Taoist school, high above the 33 heavens, continued preaching in Yushu Palace, the purple clouds enveloping the starry sky, with hazy shadows of chaos green lotus flickering, also never coming forward to intervene. The ancestral realm fell silent, but the cultivators within the Taoist orthodoxies of the myriad realms, having entered the mythical realm, launched a direct counterattack. The two mixed-element Daoist monarchs from the Qi refining lineage jointly set up the heavenly net array, using all heaven stars as anchors to freeze time and space, ambushing and slaying an immortal emperor, soon after facing a fierce counterattack from the Immortal Alliance, resulting in one Daoist monarch dying to fulfill his tribulation. A martial emperor forcefully broke into the Pure Land, severely wounding 2 Saint Buddhas, and seized the relic atop the Buddha Tower. It was the remains of the ancient Buddha ancestor. This news caused an upheaval in the Pure Land, with a guardian god treading upon the 100-leaf golden lotus to hunt for it, but returned wrapped in an incomplete kasaya, with no sign of the Buddha's relic. For a time, chaos reigned. In response, both the immortal ancestor and the martial ancestor remained silent, seemingly oblivious. Regarding the various changes within the great universe, Zheng was unaware, being at the cosmic edge, only occasionally hearing a few bits and pieces. Since the boundary blockade was re-established, he has been wandering among the major star domains, scavenging remains, whether evil demon corpses or immortal artifact fragments, all were pocketed by him, and the harvest was immensely abundant. During this period, he naturally encountered quite a few evil demons, though it was rare to find those above the 9th order, most becoming his merit points. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 years passed. A recall order finally came through the monitoring Jade Order, instructing Zheng to return to the outer area of the cosmic edge, preparing to evacuate. After the boundary gate was repaired, even though the vast universe could occasionally open a few channels, the evil demons that came through had extremely limited cultivation. At most, they would be 8th order, deploying a few immortal venerables along with some true immortals drawn from various realms would suffice. Considering Zheng's identity as a Qi cultivator, remaining at the cosmic edge poses a potential threat instead. The cosmic edge is vast beyond measure, the area Zheng traversed was only 1/10 or so of it. However, he didn't linger too much. Upon receiving the decree, he immediately headed toward the outer area of the cosmic edge. Greed is useless, what he had collected was already enough for him to digest for a long time. Now, he just needs to find a quiet place to push his cultivation to true immortal perfection, and then attempt to cross into the 9 realms. He has always harbored some apprehension about the bloodline constraints of the Cangyun realm, determining whether his immortal path can continue. The Immortal Alliance set up a forbidden zone at the outskirts of the cosmic edge, directly relocating a great realm. The boundary will seem to have some issues, unable to open the boundary gate at will, causing many Immortal Alliance cultivators to stay inside the realm, recovering from injuries and waiting for the opportunity to travel. Upon entering the realm, Zheng spread out his divine sense and soon saw some familiar faces: Li Shuang, Fu Zhishuan, and Tai Tongyun. Tai Tongyun was different from the 2 previous meetings, dressed in palace attire, appearing to be in her late 30s. With stronger cultivation, having reached the great immortal venerable realm, her demeanor no longer carrying the coldness of guarding the heaven pass, but being very gentle and approachable. Unless something unexpected happens, this should be Tai Tongyun's strongest avatar. Zheng proceeded to the center of the great realm, an ancient city, which had endured immensely long years and had now become the core of the Immortal Alliance in this realm. Upon entering the city, many true immortals' gazes fell upon Zheng, changing subtly. 7 Tribulations True Immortal. At Zheng's cultivation speed until now, he is even expected to achieve immortal venerable status before the age of 100. At the same age, the ancestor of ancient immortals had not even stepped into the true immortal realm, fully illustrating the gap. Some true immortals wanted to approach and talk, but their expressions showed hesitation. The reputation of Qi cultivators is indeed somewhat terrifying. Zheng is undoubtedly the best among them. It was heard that he even attracted evil demons of the ancestral realm, which is indeed rather terrifying. Associating with him, one might need to weigh whether their own life is hard enough. Zheng didn't pay attention to the scrutinizing gazes around him and directly stepped into a jade hall located in the center of the camp. Managing this place was an immortal monarch with the title Qingxiao, who holds the position of chief executioner in the Immortal Alliance. The chief executioner has a status above the heavenly judges and possesses a certain authority in amending the Immortal Alliance law. The decree summoning him back was issued by the Qingxiao Immortal Monarch. Inside the Jade Hall stood 6 figures, among them was the Fan Long Immortal King, whom he had seen earlier. Zheng casually glanced over. Besides the Qingxiao Immortal Monarch, the other 5 were all Immortal Kings. The Qingxiao Immortal Monarch appeared to be over 30, but his hair and beard were already white, his eyebrows like the snow line of the Tian Mountain, with an ice-soul jade crown on his head, and green cloud patterns spreading from the collar to the hem of his robe. Zheng bowed and saluted. Inspector Zheng pays respects to Qingxiao Immortal Monarch. Perhaps because he had seen several from the ancestral realm, now seeing these immortal kings and even the immortal monarch, his heart was nearly as calm as an ancient well. You may leave now. The Qingxiao Immortal Monarch swept his gaze over several immortal kings, waving his hand. Seeing this, Zheng's heart subtly moved. Being specifically summoned here clearly had hidden implications. After several immortal kings left, the Qingxiao Immortal Monarch spoke again, with a touch of inquiry in his tone. Zheng, would you be willing to return to the Cangyun realm? Return to the Cangyun realm? Zheng felt perplexed momentarily. This is the will of the Master, granting you the authority to act on behalf of heaven, allowing you to control the Cangyun realm. If you are willing in the future, the Cangyun realm can be directly given to you. Chapter 559-398, Cangyun. Upon hearing the words of Qingxiao Immortal Monarch, Zheng felt a moment of trance. The term wielding the authority of the heavenly Dao was not unfamiliar to him. The first time he learned about this was in the Cangyun realm, where Zhao Tingxian was the one in command of the heavenly Dao. His current cultivation level was already that of a 7 tribulations true immortal, and his own cave heaven world was not far from evolving various laws to form a heavenly Dao. In those days, Zhao Tingxian's cultivation was only at the 8 tribulations. Regarding the inquiry from Qingxiao Immortal Monarch, Zheng naturally felt somewhat tempted. In the true immortal domain, stars could still serve as supplementary materials for cultivation, which, through the star trace tower, could be converted into star origin liquid, significantly boosting his cultivation. However, upon reaching the immortal Venerable domain, the energy stars could provide became quite limited. To greatly increase one's cultivation, aside from slow daily cultivation, directly devouring a complete great realm was the fastest way to advance. Song Lingxue was the best example. If she hadn't refined a great realm, her cultivation could have never reached this level. In reality, Zheng didn't have a large demand for the energy within a great realm. Through the divine skill, qi gathering and heaven repairing, he could extract immortal qi from incomplete immortal artifacts. The immortal qi refined from an immortal venerable artifact was of extremely high quality, supporting his subsequent cultivation with no significant difficulty. What piqued his interest was the complete heavenly Dao laws within the Cangyun realm. A complete great realm had sufficiently perfect laws to perpetually nurture living creatures, a capacity many immortal venerables cave heaven worlds lacked. By directly integrating the Cangyun realm into his body and refining it with his own cave heaven, he could directly embrace the complete laws of this great realm, which would greatly benefit his cultivation, saving a lot of time for personal comprehension of laws. What felt somewhat subtle to Zheng was that if Zhao Tingxian had never betrayed the alliance, once he became an immortal venerable, the Cangyun realm would have been directly granted to him by the Immortal Alliance. Now, with the Cangyun realm in his possession, given his current situation, it seemed he had become another Zhao Tingxian. If Moonlight Immortal Ancestor simply wanted to help him, arranging for another great realm would suffice. With the examples of Shang Cangyun and Zhao Tingxian ahead, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor clearly had another intention with such arrangements. After pondering for a moment, Zheng regained his senses and said gravely, I am willing to return to Cangyun. The Cangyun realm, related to both the ancestral Dao and Daoist Venerable Zheng, along with all living creatures in the realm having bloodline chains preventing them from ascending to immortality, must surely contain significant secrets. He currently had no tribulation chi worries and needed a quiet place for seclusion. Returning to Cangyun was fitting as he could also explore some areas he previously hadn't paid attention to using the authority of the heavenly Dao. The boundary wheel will open normally in 30 more hours, just in time to send you to the Sword Lion Star domain, making your return to Cangyun more convenient. Qingxiao Immortal Monarch wasn't surprised by Zheng's response, nodding as he said, your transfer order will be issued immediately. The true immortal currently wielding the Cangyun Heavenly Way is prepared for the exchange, go now. After saying this, he waved his hand, reminding, before leaving, remember to use up your merit points first. Once you return to Cangyun, if you want to exchange war merits, you'll have to go to the Great Immortal Realm. Thank you, Immortal Monarch. Zheng exited the Jade Hall, pondered for a moment, and then turned and walked towards the War Merit Hall. Having been on the battlefield for these years, he didn't even know how much merit points he currently had. The evil demons that fell by his hand were numerous, but the only regret was that he didn't gain any increase in heavenly fate from them. Like before, the luck-stealing skill was in operation, but the heavenly fate remained unchanged. Moments later, Zheng entered a treasure hall. Just like he had seen before, a sea of stars hung upside down on the glazed dome, with 72 coiled dragon pillars supporting streams of heavenly light. Inside the hall stood a man in black, and with a glance, Zheng knew his general information. Just like the woman in black he encountered in the War Merit Hall before, the man before him also had his lifespan nearing its end, with many old wounds on his body. Thinking about all the battles he endured, in this cosmic edge, fought for a long time, and in his old age, could peacefully enjoy his later years in this War Merit Hall. Although most true immortals who came here never lived to old age, it was also a reflection of the Immortal Alliance's slight compassion. Zheng presented the monitoring Jade Order and soon learned his war accomplishments from the man in black. 2,970,000,000 points. Apart from the 3 times given by Moonlight Ancestor, his own earnings were nearly 1 billion. This was a truly astonishing feat, capable of exchanging for many things. For Zheng, he didn't lack warriors. Within the battlefield, he had collected quite a few fragments of immortal venerable artifacts, which, once repaired, would be sufficient for his use. Things like immortal blood were currently unnecessary for him. After some consideration, Zheng exchanged for some high-level immortal medicine and special spiritual objects carrying parts of Law Aura, such as the Law Rain descended by the heavenly Dao before the collapse of worlds, and void crystals that reinforced the world barrier, etc. Such spiritual objects were very beneficial for nurturing the heaven and earth laws, and his cave heaven could just make use of them. Leaving the War Merit Hall, Zheng found a corner within the city by himself, closing his eyes to await the opening of the boundary wheel. He did not seek out any conversation. Given his identity as a chi cultivator, no one would be willing to associate with him, and he didn't need friends, so there was no need to ask for a snub. Time passed in an instant. In the long night, the boundary gate suddenly opened, obscuring the sky full of stars, drawing out countless star paths. Zheng, along with many immortal path cultivators, soared across the void, quickly passing through the boundary gate. In just an hour, Zheng was already within the Sword Lion Star domain. Compared to his last return, his cultivation had increased by tens of thousands fold, and within 2 to 3 steps, he had already reached the exterior of the Cangyun realm. Just as he stopped, a blue-robed figure stepped out from within the Cangyun realm, slowly coming before him. It was none other than Ling, who was currently wielding the Cangyun Heavenly Way. Fellow Daoist, I hope you have been well. Zheng cupped his hands in a salute. Inspector returning safely from the distant cosmic edge is indeed a cause for celebration. Ling bowed slightly, returning the salute, and after sensing the fluctuation in Zheng's aura, couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. Although he had anticipated this, the day came far quicker than he had imagined. From the last farewell to now, not even 20 years had passed. Chu Zheng's cultivation had advanced from 5 tribulations true immortal to 7 tribulations true immortal, crossing the yin-yang tribulation, with a clear path ahead. This kind of terrifying cultivation talent, he had never heard of. Even the ancestor of ancient immortals was inferior by more than a notch. I have received the Immortal Alliance's decree. It's a bother for the inspector to take over Cangyun. Ling did not say much, turning his hand to take out a sphere over 3 inches in diameter, entirely dark blue. Its surface appeared smooth as a mirror, but upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the intertwined law engravings within it by the naked eye, the profound law imprints ceaselessly flowing like swaying fish. This is the heavenly Tao core of the Cangyun realm. Previously, the heavenly fate was somewhat chaotic. I have sorted part of it. Currently, the immortal path's heavenly fate accounts for 65%. Subsequently, it will be a labor for the inspector to dedicate more effort. Chu Zheng raised his hand to receive the heavenly Tao core, and in the instant it touched his hand, a vast surge of information flooded into his mind. In that brief moment, Chu Zheng seemed to connect with the entire world before him, with all the laws vividly imprinting deep within his divine soul. In just a short moment, Chu Zheng understood many secrets of the Cangyun realm. From ancient to present times, some information may be forgotten by many living creatures, but for this world before him, it will never be erased. Before the appearance of Cangyun, the Cangyun realm was named the Near-Immortal Realm. In the primordial era, within the great universe, it was a leading great realm of the Immortal Alliance, with several immortal descendant families maintaining a strong presence here, with a profound heritage capable of nurturing an immortal emperor. Later, the immortal veins of the Near-Immortal Realm were personally severed by the ancestor of ancient immortals, causing many immortal descendant families' ancestral blood to dry up, from which they never recovered. The great realm also declined as a result, the source of heaven and earth greatly diminished, and it was removed from the core great realms of the Immortal Alliance, even abandoned for a period, with the prosperity of the immortal path declining, leading to the emergence of various path cultivators within the Near-Immortal Realm. After the end of the primordial era, much later, an immortal monarch and several immortal kings came here, eradicating most of the heretic path's heavenly fate, locking the remaining traces in the Cangyun secret realm, and only then was the Near-Immortal Realm taken back into the control of the Immortal Alliance. After years of evolution, the Immortal Alliance implemented the great tournament of 10,000 sects in the Cangyun realm, gathering the heavenly fate of the entire realm to nurture one person. Cangyun happened to be born at this time and, by chance, obtained an opportunity to enter the Cangyun secret realm, from where he soared into greatness. Sorting through the information in his mind, Chu Zheng's eyes brightened slightly, unable to conceal his delight. The Cangyun realm buried too many secrets, with many ancient remains preserved from the primordial era to this day. Although these remains have mostly lost their spiritual energy and have become useless to ordinary cultivators, for Chu Zheng, they are undoubtedly a treasure trove. With the control of the heavenly Tao, he can excavate all these hidden treasures. Among them are Ninth Order, and even wondrous treasures containing space-time laws. Even if they cannot be repaired in the short term, apart from this method, it would be difficult for Chu Zheng to collect wondrous treasures of the same level on his own. Seeing Chu Zheng seemingly regain his senses, Ling cupped his hands, saying, "Inspector, the situation across realms is turbulent now, we might need to prepare for war. I must return to the Breaking Kill army, so I take my leave. Although the ancestors of each path have yet to appear, this battle will inevitably come, a consensus among all path cultivators in the great universe." Chu Zheng stored away the heavenly Tao core of the Cangyun realm without speaking further and returned the courtesy, "Fellow Daoist may we meet again." After seeing off Ling, Chu Zheng did not linger and turned to step directly into the Cangyun realm. Upon entering the realm, Chu Zheng felt the true majesty of the heavens for the first time. With the control of the heavenly Tao core in his hands, he now has the ability to manipulate the heavenly wrath and the heavenly tribulation of living creatures within the realm. With the power of the Cangyun realm, his combat power within the realm will be elevated infinitely, able to match an immortal Venerable at least, or even stronger. This amplification is undoubtedly terrifying. Chu Zheng's mind stirred slightly, giving rise to a thought. If the entire great universe were to be completely merged, fusing into a single world, controlling the heavenly Dao core of that world, the resultant combat power would be even more fearsome, perhaps far exceeding the living creatures of the ancestral realm. However, completely merging the entire great universe is as challenging as fully capturing tenfold the heavenly fate. Zheng sat cross-legged in the void, his divine sense swept the entire great realm through the heavenly Dao core. Due to the unlocking of the Cangyun secret realm, the heavenly fate within the realm is still somewhat chaotic. Immortal path cultivators remain the fastest cultivating Taoist orthodoxy, but other Taoist orthodoxy have also seen many cultivators emerge. He saw many familiar people, Song Lingqing, Fu Quanliang, and the now sealed Tai Su Holy Land, among other faces he had once met. There is also the space channel located near the Great Zhou, leading to the vast universe. This space channel is not particularly high level, at most allowing a true immortal to pass through. There are many such channels within the great universe. The Immortal Alliance seemingly does not pay much attention to this. Previously, only true immortals came to handle the evil qi overflowing from the channel. As Zheng toured the heavens and earth, suddenly, his mind shook violently. Through the barriers of the heavens and earth, he sensed an extremely terrifying aura quickly approaching the realm. This aura, while powerful, carried a hint of familiarity. Zheng tore open the void, arriving outside the Cangyun realm, his face slightly tense and puzzled as he looked at the approaching figure. How come you're returning to Cangyun at this moment? The visitor was none other than Song Lingxue, whom he had parted with several years ago. The relationship between the Martial Hall and Immortal Alliance is not harmonious. Song Lingxue returning at this time undoubtedly involves significant risks. Compared to when they last met, Song Lingxue seemed to have undergone a considerable change, standing just within arm's reach, yet seeming distant across spacetime, elusive and unreachable. Sensing something unusual in Song Lingxue's aura, golden light seeped from Zheng's eyes, and upon receiving the transmitted information, his expression changed drastically. You've broken through again? It had been less than 3 years since their last separation, yet Song Lingxue advanced further, stepping into the space-time domain. Zheng's heart shook violently, filled with indescribable shock. Such advancement speed undoubtedly overturns certain laws within the current great universe. This was too abnormal. On this return, I concealed my tracks without informing anyone. There will be no obstruction. Song Lingxue seemed to have anticipated Zheng's presence, showing no surprise. Her eyes flickered slightly as she explained, this time, I need to retrieve something from Lingqing. Lingqing? What does she have? Recovering from his shock, Zheng was even more puzzled. He found it hard to imagine that Song Lingqing, whose current cultivation was only in the divine infant realm, would have something that could still be of use to Song Lingxue today. You'll know shortly. Without further explanation, Song Lingxue entered the Cangyun realm directly. In an instant, she arrived at the Taishan sect's residence, standing before Song Lingqing. Seeing the figure suddenly appearing before her, Song Lingqing's pupils widened, and she stood up abruptly. After decades apart, the sisters were reunited once more, yet they fell into silence for a moment. After a moment of silence, Song Lingqing was the first to speak, softly calling out, "Sister." Song Lingxue nodded slightly, her gaze complex, saying no more as she raised her hand to gently touch Song Lingqing's forehead, softly saying, "Sleep now. It will be over soon." Song Lingqing instantly fell unconscious and collapsed to the ground, as a fist-sized orb of light flew from the back of her head, landing in Song Lingxue's palm. As the glow faded, it revealed a seed, resembling an ancient bronze-cast lotus. Seed, glowing with a blood-red light. Arriving immediately after, Zheng's expression changed dramatically as he saw the ancient seed drawn by Song Lingxue, martial seed, 10th order acquired Dao seed, containing the cultivation essence of an ancestor of martial arts, with its Taoist collection yet to be unlocked. Dao seed? Chapter 561-400, Obsession. Dao seeds are divided into innate and acquired types. Innate Dao seeds only emerge during the overlapping of epochs, often parasitizing the miraculous objects of heaven and earth, while acquired Dao seeds originate from living creatures. On the current path of cultivation, when living creatures step into the ninth realm, Dao marks will condense within their bodies. Upon entering the 10th realm and touching time and space, the Dao marks will transform into Dao seals. After entering the realm of ancient myths, the Dao seal will further transform into a Dao vein. Only by leveraging heavenly fate and breaking into the ancestral realm will it finally condense into a Dao seed. This was the first time Zheng had seen a Dao seed. Due to the vast disparity in order, he could discern only its Taoist orthodoxy, with no other information. From the information returned by the spiritual eye, it could be seen that this martial seed was still dormant, not yet activated. How did you manage this? Upon regaining his senses, Zheng felt even more confused. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had once told him that the Dao seed would bind within the divine soul. If not intercepted by the great realm of the universe, it would reincarnate together with the living creature. The fact that Song Lingqing had this martial seed within her body indicated that she was a reincarnation of a living creature from the ancestral realm. But this couldn't possibly explain why Song Lingxue suddenly acted as she did today. According to the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, the acquired Dao seed could not be separated. Yet now, Song Lingxue had accomplished it. Thinking of this, Zheng couldn't help but feel even more shocked. Since the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor stated so, then someone must have tried to separate the Dao seed before. She had done what even those in the ancestral realm believed impossible. This martial seed is mine, and it is also Lingqing's. But now, in Lingqing's body, it only suppresses her cultivation speed. As her cultivation grows, it will damage her foundation, doing her no good. But for me, it will serve a significant purpose. Song Lingxue put away the martial seed, turned to Zheng, and said softly, "Ajin, I cannot explain too much to you right now. It will affect the path you need to walk in the future. When the time is right, you will naturally understand." Having said that, Song Lingxue gently grasped Zheng's hand and quietly said, "You need to remember one thing, no matter the future or the past, I can never harm you. Even if we are separated by time and space, the day of our reunion will come." Saying this, Song Lingxue turned and opened a passage. "I cannot stay in the immortal domain for long, as the aura left by my passage might be detected by some strong beings. I must leave quickly." At the moment of departure, Song Lingxue hesitated slightly and offered a reminder. "The martial hall is about to face a great change, which may involve you in some troubles. I will try to assist you, but I cannot predict the final outcome. If possible, prepare early." Regarding the past, she had completely understood many causes and effects. But regarding the future, she could only see some fragmented images, unable to fully grasp them. Watching Song Lingxue's figure slowly fade away, Zheng closed his palm as if grasping the lingering warmth. Looking at Song Lingqing, who was still sleeping, his brows tightly furrowed. In a short moment, many doubts appeared in his mind. After only a few years apart, Song Lingxue seemed to have changed so much, bearing a sense of weight as if she had been washed by ancient times, making her thoughts difficult to discern. Zheng stood silently, and after a moment, Song Lingqing gradually awoke. Upon seeing Zheng before her, she suddenly got up, looked around the empty cave mansion, and couldn't return to her senses. After a long time, she finally placed her gaze on Zheng, eyes full of confusion. "When did you return? Where is my sister?" The Immortal Alliance has commanded me to wield Heaven's mandate temporarily. I arrived in Cangyun not long ago, and Lingxue couldn't stay here, so she left first." Zheng explained solemnly and asked, "On this visit, she took something from your body, which was supposed to hinder your cultivation. Did you notice any changes?" Song Lingqing was slightly stunned. She closed her eyes, carefully sensed it for a moment, and then suddenly opened them, with an undisguisable expression of surprise in her eyes. "My cultivation speed has increased by several folds compared to before." This difference of several times was enough to enhance Song Lingxue's talent in cultivation, putting her on par with a superior immortal bone or even surpassing it. To this, Zheng was not surprised. Immortal path and martial path are inherently contrary. With the martial seed in the body, it naturally could affect Song Lingqing's cultivation. After a moment of silence, Chu Jing suddenly spoke, "I remember, your martial arts talent seemed not very outstanding in your youth." "Indeed, my martial arts talent is far inferior to my sister's." Song Lingqing felt puzzled and didn't understand why Chu Jing suddenly brought this up. Chu Jing fell into deep contemplation. With a martial arts seed within, logically, Song Lingqing should have been extraordinarily talented in martial arts, but her visible performance was not even as good as Song Lingshue's. The Daoist collection contained within this martial seed should not be weaker than the repair panel on him. After all, they are both Dao seeds. But Song Lingqing hadn't managed to unlock it, which might involve some unknown key points. When he first activated the repair panel, he awakened innate wisdom, which might also be related to this. It could also be that activating the repair panel allowed him to awaken part of his memory. Seeing Chu Jing silent for a long time, Song Lingqing hesitantly asked, "What is my sister's current cultivation level?" Since the great tournament of 10,000 sects, she hadn't seen Song Lingxue, and it's been almost a cycle of 60 years by now. A mortal's life is hardly longer than this. Chu Jing remained silent for a while, then said softly, "Stronger than me, and much stronger." Song Lingqing drew a sharp breath and stepped back, feeling only a buzzing in her mind. Now that Chu Jing could wield heaven's mandate over a realm, for an immortal path cultivator, this was nearly the peak. In just a few decades, Chu Jing reaching this stage was already an anomaly rare through the ages. But her sister was even stronger than him. Seeing Song Lingqing's unusual expression, Chu Jing was not surprised. When he learned of Song Lingshue's current cultivation, his reaction was not much better than Song Lingqing's. The surprising part for Chu Jing was that, in just a moment, Song Lingqing's emotions had stabilized, with her Dao heart unwavering. For my sister to have her current cultivation, she must have endured hardships beyond ordinary limits. Song Lingqing quickly processed, her eyes returning to their former firmness. "I will catch up with her as soon as possible." Chu Jing slightly furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Song Lingqing in front of him. Long ago, he had noticed some unusual characteristics in Song Lingqing. She placed extreme importance on her cultivation, to the point it could be called an obsession. She seemed willing to accept any price as long as she could continue cultivating. Even when her immortal bone was shattered in the Phantom Spirit sect, her mindset remained eerily calm. This was not a state an ordinary person could maintain. Chapter 562-401, Various Dao Laws. Even before leaving Cangyun realm for the first time, Chu Jing had noticed some oddities. On the path of cultivation, Song Lingqing's obsession seemed somewhat inhuman. While cultivation is undoubtedly important, most living creatures have a reason to support their cultivation. Some pursue power, some seek strength, others yearn for immortality and ascension in status. However, Song Lingqing seemed uninterested in these. She merely wished to continue forward on the path of cultivation with a terrifyingly stable mindset. With the talent of a high-quality immortal bone, achieving the divine infant at her age and soon stepping into the divine transformation realm, her focus on cultivation was evident. Song Lingqing's dedication to cultivation far exceeded everything, including her family, and was incomparable to her own immortal path. Chu Jing had always struggled to understand the root of such obsession. But today, after seeing that Dao seed, he felt somewhat relieved. As a reincarnation of an ancestral realm creature, she was naturally different from ordinary people, which made sense. Song Lingqing felt the ever-smoother true yuan within her, unable to resist her curiosity. What exactly did sister take from me? To have such an effect? This item should be of no use to you. If the opportunity arises in the future, you can ask her yourself. Chu Jing did not directly answer. After all, it's a Dao seed, and he wasn't sure of the intricacies, so it was better not to intervene recklessly. Even a slight connection with the ancestral realm is not something simple. Since Song Lingxue was able to extract the martial seed, it showed that she had a thorough understanding of this matter. His intervention might backfire and cause mistakes. Seeing Chu Jing speak like this, Song Lingqing did not inquire further, her joy immense from the further enhancement of her cultivation aptitude. This was already an enormous gain. Zheng did not speak again, turned around, and found Fu Pinglan. His current cultivation was now incomparable to before, and with heaven's mandate in hand, he would stay in Cangyun for a long time and could support Talisman, no longer acting as constrained as before. Moreover, now the Immortal Alliance was well aware of his identity and background, deliberately avoiding intimacy with Talisman held no significance. Holy Master. Seeing Zheng return safely, Fu Pinglan was overjoyed, and upon learning Zheng now wielded heaven's mandate, he was even more astonished. He had witnessed Zheng's steady rise to today's stature, from a mere mortal to the lord above this firmament. Initially, he could somewhat aid Zheng, but now he no longer had the qualifications to even spectate the path Zheng tread. From Fu Pinglan's words, Zheng quickly came to understand the current situation. In the present Taishan sect, aside from Song Ling Qing, the strongest cultivators were the two superior quality immortal bones, Fu Xian and Rong Yuzuan, who originally came from the martial hall. These two were of similar age and aptitude, but their current cultivation levels differed significantly. Rong Yuzuan had only recently stepped into soul condensing realm perfection, while Fu Xian had already reached the divine infant initial stage and was evidently more diligent in cultivation. Fu Pinglan's innate aptitude was poor, and though the Taishan divine fire scripture was mysterious, after integrating the fire seed, his cultivation speed was still unimpressive. Compounded by the many entanglements of Taishan, his cultivation remained at soul-condensing late stage. After a brief hesitation, Zheng channeled a strand of heart fire from within his heart, transforming it into a fire seed, which was fused into Fu Pinglan's body. Using the repair panel, he began forcibly elevating Fu Pinglan's cultivation realm. His cultivation had long surpassed its previous level, immensely stronger than before, handling some matters with ease. Most crucially, he now controlled the heavenly Dao core of Cangyun realm, ranking alongside an immortal Venerable within the realm, able to act as he wished. A vast amount of heaven and earth primordial qi poured into Fu Pinglan's body, and under the tempering of the immortal fire seed, his flesh began to undergo an extreme transformation, while his divine soul was also transforming into a divine infant under successive infusions of yin qi from Zheng. With the presence of the repair panel, Fu Pinglan's body, nearly reduced to ashes, quickly regenerated. In just half a day, Zheng had forcibly elevated Fu Pinglan's cultivation to the divine infant, and this was only the beginning. 3 days later, Zheng pushed Fu Pinglan's cultivation to divine infant perfection. Over the next month, Fu Pinglan had crossed the divine transformation, reaching the Tongxian secret realm, becoming a pseudo-immortal. At this stage, Zheng halted his actions, not because he didn't want to continue, but because Fu Pinglan could hardly bear it anymore. With his cultivation at this level, Fu Pinglan had difficulty controlling it, akin to a 3-year-old holding a sharp blade. If it strengthened further, he might die by his own hand. This method of forcing growth naturally had many hidden dangers, and for a sufficiently talented prodigy, it consumed potential, destroying future chances of breaking through to higher realms. However, given Fu Pinglan's qualifications, even with continued diligent cultivation, future achievements would be challenging. Feeling the boundless mana within, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, destroying cities and nations, Fu Pinglan kneeled in deep gratitude, his voice trembling. Fu Pinglan, thanks, Holy Master. This level of cultivation was a realm he could scarcely imagine in this lifetime, yet today Zheng uplifted him once more. Rise. Zheng sighed softly, living a life is not easy, may you and I both meet a good end in this lifetime. From the day he left Cangyun to this day, even with the help of the repair panel, he had traversed every step carefully, like walking on thin ice. Now that the Dao War was about to begin, just surviving until a natural end was no longer easy. He could only take one step at a time. After making some arrangements and leaving a bounty of cultivation resources for Taishan, Zheng returned beyond the stars to his grotto heaven. He intended to undergo seclusion, optimizing his cultivation ascension. Zheng had little interest in consolidating Cangyun's heavenly fate, as it would consume considerable time, and he did not plan to waste energy organizing it. The Immortal Alliance only appointed him as the temporary guardian of spirit creatures, not to consolidate heavenly fate, so there was no need for unnecessary actions. He aimed to quickly enhance his cultivation, pushing it to true immortal perfection, and then probe for the existence of bloodline chains. If the immortal path was indeed a dead end, and the moonlight immortal ancestor would no longer aid him, he would need to consider alternative paths in advance. Zheng, without hesitation, extracted the heavenly Dao fragment of the great realm Song Lingshui had once gifted, gradually merging it into his grotto heaven. In an instant, the once calm great realm suddenly stirred. The silent world was swept by a gentle breeze, which quickly developed into a fierce storm. In a blink, the stars and the moon lost their light, with wind, frost, rain, snow, thunder, and lightning appearing. Various laws began to leave traces in Zheng's grotto heaven, with his cultivation rising correspondingly, advancing toward the realm of 8 tribulations under the nourishment of immortal qi. Yan emerged from a cave, observing the cold and bitter winds of the world before him, quickly gaining clarity. Within short days, Zheng's cultivation had progressed once more. In mere moments, the world turned into a snowy expanse, frost forming from dewdrops. The snow's radiance reflected across the heavens, turning night into day. Gazing at the scenery before him, Yan was moved. Taking out a scroll, he began to paint, and in an instant, created a painting titled White Night Map. In a few days, the snow vanished entirely, the scorching sun crossed the sky, the ground dried up, tornadoes swept across, and dust filled the air. Observing the ever-changing world before him, Yan fell into deep thought. In terms of space-time dimensions, the changes occurring within the great universe far exceeded those seen in this single realm. The lifespan of living creatures, compared to the great universe, was extremely brief, and the content he could record in this life was ultimately limited. If there were a method like the treasures or divine weapons handed down from ancient times to endure in the world, perhaps he could witness more sights. Even if one day Zheng met an unexpected event, he might continue to record it. Even if not as a living being, he could personally witness this eternal splendor. The changes between heaven and earth lasted for several years. The originally undivided day and night now witnessed the changing of seasons, with the alternation of spring, autumn, cold, and heat, as an invisible vitality began to brew. This heralded the gradual birth of true living creatures, a sign of transformation towards a complete great realm. During these years, Zheng's cultivation on the immortal path also progressed steadily, advancing to the late stage of the 7 tribulations, nearing perfection under the nourishment of abundant immortal qi and star origin liquid. At this level of cultivation, every bit of improvement was increasingly difficult, and Zheng's current pace could be described as defying the heavens. Zheng did not stop cultivating, splitting a wisp of divine sense to monitor the subtle changes in the Cangyun realm, and continued his retreat. The Cangyun realm was located in the heart of the immortal domain, and if not for some unexpected events, it had remained peaceful since the Cangyun secret realm was sealed off in the ancient era. During this period of retreat, it was perhaps the most peaceful time Zheng had ever experienced. Since taking the martial arts seed from Song Lingqing's body, Song Lingshui had never returned to Cangyun, only sending messages to Zheng at regular intervals to exchange updates. From a few words here and there, it wasn't hard to see that within the martial hall, conflicts arose frequently, with internal strife faintly related to the previous heavenly punishment martial ancestor. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. A space-time passage from beyond the domain suddenly startled the Cangyun heavenly Dao laws, awakening Zheng. After investigating the cause, Zheng was slightly surprised. Song Lingshui, from the other side of the starry sky, directly opened a space-time passage, traversing half the universe, and sent a jade box directly into the Cangyun realm. Such a method was enough to prove that her cultivation had made great progress, which must be related to that martial seed. Zheng raised his hand to bring the jade box into his palm. The entire box was square, and on the box cover, a dragon and phoenix blood seal was engraved, exuding a verdant immortal light. Lu Guang Jade Box, 10th Order, an ancient immortal treasure carved entirely from ancient nether cold jade, infused with the dragon and phoenix true soul, suppressed by a martial seal, containing a great realm, capable of adjusting time flow rate. Looking at the information of the jade box, Zheng took a deep breath. Just this jade box alone had already stepped into the 10th order domain. It was a genuine supreme treasure involving the spacetime domain. The things hidden inside must be even more astonishing. Along with the jade box came a message from Song Lingxue. From the attached message, Zheng learned the method to open the jade box and the origin of the items it contained. Inside the jade box was a portion of the essence blood of the ancestor of ancient immortals, and it was not from the previous generation, but traced back to a much older historical period before the end of the late primordial era. During that time, most of the history had been buried, with only a few words passed down. At that time, a peerless powerhouse in the martial path, Sun-Eroding Cry, crushed the immortal ancestor's mansion, killing the then immortal ancestor Sheng, and returned with their head. This box contained the precious blood extracted from Sheng's head. Soon after Sheng's death, the ancestral Dao emerged, leading to the rise of the immortal martial ancestors. Not long after, Sun-Eroding Cry was slain by the ancestor of ancient immortals, and its remains are still suppressed beneath the great immortal realm, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, trampled by a myriad of immortals. After Sun-Eroding Cry's death, its bloodline faced nearly complete extinction due to the frenzied revenge of the immortal path, and in desperation, they had to abandon their name and barely survive. This portion of precious blood was a gift from Wan Wenfeng, as a generous gesture for Song Lingxue's assistance in helping him enter the ancestral realm. And Wan Wenfeng was a descendant of Sun-Eroding Cry's bloodline, and this precious blood held little practical use for martial cultivators, but it had been preserved by his family to this day. It represented the ancient glories of the family, and its symbolic significance far exceeded its practical use. But now, with Wan Wenfeng's entry into the ancestral realm, having restored the glory of Sun-Eroding Cry's bloodline, this immortal blood no longer held much significance. Song Lingxue sent this portion of immortal blood to Zheng, hoping that Sheng's Dao before the ancestor of ancient immortals might assist Zheng in breaking the bloodline chains left by the ancestor of ancient immortals. Zheng calmed his mind and opened the treasure box following Song Lingxue's method. Immortal blood, 10th order, the precious blood of an ancestral realm being, containing immortal path inheritance, mixed with fragments of the space-time laws, significantly enhancing affinity with immortal path laws, with a certain chance to awaken the bloodline, resulting in an ancestral return, refining a chaotic immortal body. Looking at the general information of the immortal blood, Zheng took a deep breath. Currently, his cultivation was stuck at the realm of 7 tribulations perfection, with yin and yang having merged, but the laws within the domain were not yet perfected, unable to step into the 8 tribulations, some distance away from merging with immortal blood. But with this immortal blood, it provided him with an extra path to trial and error, which was exceptionally valuable. After pondering for a long while, Zheng responded with a message to Song Lingxue, stored away the jade box, and closed his eyes once more, beginning to meditate on the changes of heaven and earth. Time flew like a white horse passing a gap, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Uninterrupted, Zheng had completely integrated the heavenly Dao fragment of that great realm into his own grotto heaven barrier. Compared to before, his cave heaven world had expanded more than 100-fold, with traces of beasts and birds among the mountains, rivers, and forests. Shortly after receiving the jade box, he successfully stepped into the realm of the 8th tribulation true immortal, and has since reached mid-stage of the 8 tribulations. Compared to the growth of his immortal path cultivation, his chi refinement's cultivation grew even faster, completely surpassing it, and long since reached the late stage of heavenly immortal, about to achieve perfection. In terms of combat strength, he was already formidable enough to rival a 9 tribulations true immortal. During this century, his incarnation far away in the Chaos Sea continued to grow. Over 10,000 years transformed the young lad of long ago into one of the top-notch powerhouses of the ancient crossing realm, with cultivation surpassing the main body, nearly reaching the 8th order perfection realm, soon to step into the 9th order. Throughout this process, the incarnation of Armor Demon faced no tribulation chi disturbances. After meeting Daoist Venerable Zheng once, his tribulation chi completely stalled, with the tribulation chi brought about by the growth in chi refinement's cultivation entirely blocked by Zheng. Freed from the disturbance of tribulation qi, his cultivation in qi refinement naturally advanced with each passing day. Why Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu would serve as his tribulation blocker always puzzled Chu Zheng. Moreover, Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu was surely aware of this, yet made no moves, seemingly allowing it to happen. After much thought and without understanding, Chu Zheng eventually had to set the issue aside, focusing fully on enhancing his cultivation. Chaos Sea Boundary. A figure emerged in a rather disheveled state through the torn starry sky barrier, hair in disarray. Zhao Tingxian turned back to look at the Chaos Sea, exhaling a breath of turbid qi as if narrowly escaping death, his eyes growing increasingly complex. Zheng Chu. No one had anticipated that in just over 10,000 years, Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu would rise with unstoppable momentum, joining the ranks of the space-time domain. He even directly defeated the topmost God Emperor in the Chaos Sea, the Supreme Divine Emperor of Celestial Frost and Dark Heaven, overturning the Divine Court, becoming the most formidable incense god in the Chaos Sea, controlling entirely several hundred great realms. Being also of the incense fire divine path, he naturally endured extreme suppression from Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu, with his followers and domains continuously shrinking. With no other choice, he had to send all his remaining followers into his own divine kingdom, withdrawing from the Chaos Sea. There, besides Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu, could no longer accommodate a second incense fire god. Staying longer would put him at risk of death. Chapter 564-403, Ninth Order Repair Master, Mysterious Immortal. Looking at the vast star sea before him, Zhao Tingxian felt a bit lost, unsure of where to go. Originally, he planned to hide in the Chaos Sea until his cultivation reached the perfect realm of Immortal King, before emerging. Upon reaching that stage, he could attempt to breach the space-time domain. Once he steps into the Immortal Monarch realm, even within the Great Universe, as long as an ancestral realm doesn't act personally, he could safely hide in the Star Sea, observe the situation, and wait for the right opportunity to act. Now, under the tight pressure of Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu, his cultivation still remains at Great Immortal Venerable, quite a distance from the Immortal King domain. Such cultivation in the ensuing turmoil of the Dao War could result in his demise at any moment. Plus, without the accelerated passage of time offered by the Chaos Sea, the difficulty of achieving something noteworthy in the Dao War would greatly increase. The Dao War will not wait for him. To seize opportunities within it, he at least needs the cultivation of an immortal monarch or even an immortal emperor to barely suffice. Otherwise, even if there's available heavenly fate, it wouldn't be his turn. After a while, Zhao Tingxian took a deep breath, squinting slightly as he pondered for a while before deciding to first head to the 10,000 Realms battlefield to gather news. There is the place where the Immortal Alliance and the Myriad Realms converge, likely to hold some information about the current state of the Great Universe. Having been in the Chaos Sea for long, he is somewhat out of touch with the present Great Universe, needing some time to adapt. From his brief encounter with Chu Zheng, he already had a premonition that the current Great Universe would be vastly different from what he remembers. With a brief pause for thought, Zhao Tingxian concealed his aura, obscured his face, and proceeded toward the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Unable to use the teleportation array, he can only rely on himself to travel. Even as a great immortal venerable, crossing the universe takes quite considerable time. Several months later, Zhao Tingxian finally arrived at the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Unexpectedly to him, the 10,000 Realms battlefield was eerily peaceful. Both the Myriad Realms and Immortal Alliance had amassed considerable battle forces there, yet no fighting occurred. After thorough investigation, Zhao Tingxian's mind began to be continually unsettled. The swift changes in the situation left him quite overwhelmed. Following the ancestral Dao, the martial ancestor also had fallen, immortal martial arts each occupying 25% of the heavenly fate. If they combined forces, it could reach 50%, enough to directly initiate the Dao War. But now immortal martial arts are also at odds. It's rumored that the martial ancestor mended the boundary with his body. The immortal ancestor emulated a previous move, using the yin-yang heavenly hourglass to intercept half of the martial path's heavenly fate. This act was tantamount to burning bridges after crossing the river. In the martial path, calls for battle grow ever louder, the voice to eradicate immortals rises day by day. On the surface, the Immortal Alliance and myriad realms remain as allies, but like the previous Immortal Martial Alliance, it's merely a facade, ready to rupture at any moment. The myriad realms certainly wouldn't help the Immortal Alliance invade the Martial Hall, it would be paving the way for the Immortal Alliance, seeking death. Since the boundary was repaired over the past century, the atmosphere among the various paths in the great universe has grown tense, adding to the immortal martial arts and myriad realms. More than 30 living creatures across the space-time domain have fallen. Yet not a single ancestral realm has emerged, keeping the Dao War from commencing. Without the ancestral realm's approval, those giants who have entered the realm of ancient myths, even if they are burning with impatience, have no authority to directly trigger a dispute. From the Immortal Alliance's side, Zhao Tingxian heard quite a few bits regarding Chu Zheng. The immortal list constantly fluctuates, and many cultivators are following Chu Zheng's cultivation progress. Upon learning that Chu Zheng had become an 8 tribulations true immortal, Zhao Tingxian couldn't help but feel a moment of daze. Yet he wasn't particularly surprised by this progress. Someone worthy of the ancestral Dao paving the way for him must possess unique qualities. This could be seen from Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu's own indications. A incense fire god expelled from outside Chu Zheng's body, achieving such astounding feats in the Chaos Sea in less than 20,000 years, Chu Zheng would only be more extraordinary. Regarding Shang Tsongyun's whereabouts, Zhao Tingxian searched diligently but only found out that Shang Tsongyun had fled into the vast universe. Nothing more was gained. As for himself, Zhao Tingxian's name has long been unspoken now, even those who remember him are few. The Immortal Alliance's warrant for Zhao Tingxian has already been cast aside into the 9 heavens, becoming an outdated case. After all these years, many great immortal venerables and immortal kings much stronger than him have one after another fallen, many immortal monarchs and immortal emperors have died, even ancestral realm falling isn't considered fresh news anymore. Having roughly understood the current situation, Zhao Tingxian stayed beneath the starry sky, immersed in a prolonged silence. He never thought, in just 100 years or so, he who had committed the grave crime of betrayal has already become a forgotten remnant of the past. Looking back at the cautiousness he had outside the Chaos Sea, it seemed a bit absurd. The Immortal Alliance nowadays couldn't care less to focus on him. No wonder he hadn't encountered any Immortal Alliance people coming to hunt him in the Chaos Sea for so many years. After a long while, Zhao Tingxian finally snapped out of the huge disparity. Pondering painstakingly for a long time, he finally made a decision. Return to the Cangyun realm. He once held the Heaven's Mandate for over 1,000 years, so familiar with it, and now Chu Zheng was also there. Though he and Chu Zheng weren't particularly close, Chu Zheng wouldn't be servile to the Immortal Alliance, at least there would be a place for him. Coincidentally, there are things he also wished to get answers for from Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng over the years likely has been using the incarnation catastrophe method, potentially having encounters with Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu. The person most understanding of Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu besides Chu Zheng should be no one else. Immortal Domain. Sword Lion Star Domain, Cangyun Realm. Beneath the starry sky obscured by the firmament, Chu Zheng sat cross-legged under the stars, strands of primordial qi appearing from the void, absorbed by him, enhancing the yuan qi within his body. Having shed the hindrance of tribulation qi, his qi refinement's cultivation has been surging wildly. For fear of missing this rare opportunity, in Cangyun over these years, most of his effort has been devoted to qi refining technique. Now he has naturally entered the heavenly immortal perfection realm, touching the edge of the mystic immortal domain. The mystic immortal domain is already the 9th realm of cultivation, the initial stage comparable to an immortal Dao immortal venerable, martial Dao first realm great saint. Qi cultivators competently enduring 10,000 tribulations can reach this point. As strands of primordial qi entered his body, Chu Zheng's aura grew increasingly ethereal. The tribulation qi beside him surged continuously, yet seemed forcibly suppressed by an invisible force, unable to take form. Buzz, pale purple Dao mark emerged on Chu Zheng's forehead, resembling an ancient lotus, slowly sinking beneath the skin. At the instant the ancient lotus appeared, Chu Zheng's cultivation likewise stepped into the mystic immortal domain. Entering the mystic immortal domain, he came in seamlessly, experiencing no bottlenecks. Thus far in his cultivation, he finally reached this stage. With tribulation chi absent, chi refining technique itself is an exceedingly formidable path, and Zheng happens to have some talent on this path. Meanwhile, information from the panel abruptly emerged in his mind. In the art of repair, your skills have already reached the pinnacle, yet constrained by cultivation bottleneck, unable to achieve breakthrough for years. Today you finally shattered the shackles of cultivation, now you are a ninth order repair master. Through years of battles outside, you've accumulated a certain amount of heavenly fate, often attracting the attention of some powerful living creatures. To ensure self-preservation, you've comprehended a great divine power, heaven-concealing technique, 10th order. Heaven-concealing technique, 10th order introduces illusory causal threads to weave the heaven-deceiving net, ensnaring living creatures, cutting off celestial secrets, blocking heavenly fate, with space-time laws to obscure its form, and its shadow is difficult to reveal in the light of time. There are certain drawbacks. In times of reversing space-time, one may find an inverse bone in the throat, making prophetic words difficult to utter. Zheng didn't have time to examine the details of heaven-concealing technique, as he first attentively felt the Tao mark deep within his brow, trying to comprehend the profundities of the mystic immortal domain. A purple lotus bloomed above the sea of consciousness, emanating chaotic chi, and the aura dispersed was filled with rich Tao essence. Now he possessed the power to overturn the star domain with a mere gesture. As his cultivation continued to grow, the Tao mark would give birth to the other two flowers, eventually bringing the three flowers gathering at the top, achieving perfect Xian immortal. At that point, the golden immortal realm would be within easy reach. Coming back to his senses, Zheng began to check the detailed information on heaven-concealing technique. Heaven-concealing technique was very similar to the previous luck-stealing skill, not an actively operating innate divine ability but more like a spontaneously operating magic technique, sourced from the repair panel, rather than from Zheng himself. Moreover, much of the information about the heaven-concealing technique was not fully acquired by Zheng, knowing only part of it. Especially the phrase, in times of reversing spacetime, an inverse bone grows in the throat, making prophetic words difficult to utter, left Zheng somewhat puzzled. Nevertheless, this was a side effect of the heaven-concealing technique, likely not a good sign. The effect of heaven-concealing technique could isolate the ancestral realm, and even the perception of heavenly fate from all the heavens of the great universe, concealing the heavenly fate carried on him, which currently didn't serve much purpose for Zheng. But if a Tao war were to start, this would certainly come in handy. For the future, he had prepared many plans, as many people wanted him dead, whether from the Immortal Alliance, the Martial Hall, or even within the myriad realms, potentially many existed. These individuals, due to various reasons, aside from the great Saint of Martial Path encountered on the 10,000 Realms battlefield, had yet to confront him directly. Between him and these people, it will eventually come down to life and death. He doesn't want to die, so the ones to perish must be the enemies. Among these enemies, there were probably many from the ancestral realm. When that day will arrive, Zheng could not know, but he hopes that it will be postponed, granting him more time to prepare. The battles inevitably flow heavenly fate, the fate seized from the living creatures fallen by his hand would be entirely intercepted, and over time, with too much heavenly fate gathered on him, those creatures extremely sensitive to heavenly fate would soon notice. Those who stepped into the realm of ancient myths or even the ancestral realm, upon sensing anomalies in heavenly fate, would surely investigate, but with heaven-concealing technique in place, Zheng could avoid the attention of many living creatures. Upon reflection, Zheng suddenly realized that those of the ancestral realm could never find the ancestral Tao nor the current direction of that 25% of heavenly fate, perhaps because of the presence of heaven-concealing technique. After the repair master's order further enhanced, Zheng could distinctly perceive a vast energy continuously pouring out from the void, flowing into his body. This was the repair panel storing energy, unrelated to himself. Repair Master, 9th Order, 0/100000, remaining daily repair count, 0. Zheng pulled out the panel he hadn't seen in a long time and swept it with his eyes, discovering that the count for daily repairs had become 0. The experience to advance to 10th Order Repair Master increased to 100,000. This realm was insufficient to supply the repair panel for daily operation at 9th Order, he needed a deeper foundation Great Realm. After observing for a while, nearly half a month passed before the count on the repair panel turned to 1. This was still near such a great realm like Cangyun realm. If it were in the more barren cosmic starry space, the speed would be further slowed. The change in repair count didn't surprise him much, as any object's operation has wear and tear. Moreover, the repair panel is more of reversing the flow of time, possibly involving the space-time laws. Currently, when he operates the repair panel, it's mostly due to injecting immortal jade or other energies himself. In such an environment, relying on the repair panel to absorb by itself, the efficiency isn't very high, but it's better than nothing. Repair counts are no longer the shackles restricting him, resources are. His own cultivation requires resources, and repairs require energy. Zheng needs to consider the balance point between them, focusing more on the growth of his cultivation. Afterwards, even if some fragments are collected, using qi gathering and heaven repairing techniques to extract their essence, converting it into energy, should be the first choice. Currently, the heavens of Cangyun realm struggle to sustain 9th Order living creatures. To advance further and faster, Zheng must consider his next steps promptly. The cultivation resources Song Lingxue previously provided him, combined with the immortal elixir resources he exchanged with battle merits, are sufficient to support for a long time but can't rely on old sources indefinitely. 9th Order is just a transition, his gaze is already in the space-time domain, so he needs to plan ahead. In thought, Zheng's gaze fell on the Cangyun realm before him, pondering. With his cultivation as a mystic immortal, swallowing the Cangyun realm in front seems no longer a difficult task. Opposite the starry sky. Martial Hall. Countless floating islands and continents drifted and roamed in the starry space, with towering light gates connecting all heavens, bringing a constant stream of precious resources from the other side of the starry sky. The heavens encompass an extremely vast star domain, occupying nearly 1/6 of the great universe, now completely incorporated into the Martial Hall's domain, with inexhaustible cultivation resources. The campaign of sweeping across all heavens brought Martial Hall extremely abundant cultivation resources. Aside from changes in heavenly fate, the overall strength of Martial Hall surged. On a desolate floating island deep within Martial Hall stood a grand starry hall, rainbow colors filled the air. Sitting cross-legged within the hall, a youth suddenly opened his eyes. Originally empty eye sockets slowly revealed black and white pupils, with a fierce killing intent boiling in his gaze, reflecting a blood color that almost tore through the ancient time-space. Zheng. You humiliate me too much. The earth-shattering roar echoed across the starry universe, into the river of space-time, reverberating through endless ages. All the strong in Martial Hall were attracted by this commotion, reacting differently. Zheng furrowed his brows slightly and sighed lightly. Fu Pinglan has safely returned from ancient times, after all. This signifies that the balance all those in ancestral realm tried hard to maintain will soon be broken. But who exactly is Zheng? His name sounds somewhat familiar. Zheng. You humiliate me too much. The thunderous roar startled Song Lingxue awake from her deep cultivation. Her expression was slightly dazed. Casting a glance in Fu Pinglan's direction, she lowered her head to gaze at her palm, muttering quietly, "Why so soon?" Chapter 566-405, Daoist Ancestor Zheng. Fu Pinglan retrieving his eyes from the ancient times signifies that the leader of Martial Hall's war faction has returned, and many things are bound to change. Heavenly punishment, after all, being new, lacks the prestige within the Martial Hall compared to Fu Pinglan. Currently, in the Martial Hall, there are 5 in the ancestral realm. Fu Pinglan and the Heavenly Punishment faction, Zheng and another martial ancestor Hualing from the Martial Hall form another faction. Wang Wenfeng's attitude is unclear, considered neutral. However, Fu Pinglan and the Heavenly Punishment's main war faction represents the hearts of the majority of cultivators in the Martial Hall. In some decisions, Zheng also needs to consider and even concede. Longevity is Zheng greatest weakness. When he entered the ancestral realm, Fu Pinglan was not yet born, and Hua Ling is almost of the same generation as Zheng, with not much longevity left. As the successor of the martial ancestor, although Zheng can gather the martial arts heavenly fortune, his strength far exceeds that of Fu Pinglan. His prestige within the hall is far from that of the previous martial ancestor and only comparable to Fu Pinglan. Because within the martial hall, those of his generation or familiar juniors mostly have exhausted their longevity, while the supporters of Fu Pinglan are generally in their prime. The execution department, gathering the top combat strength of the martial hall, is also under Fu Pinglan's command. Between Zheng and Fu Pinglan, those martial emperors supporting whoever benefits them are very clear in their hearts. In just a few days, a shocking news erupted from within the martial hall, spreading throughout the great universe. The Dao Ancestor, named Zheng, is not yet dead and remains in the human realm. This was personally stated by Fu Pinglan. His eyes were intercepted by the Dao Ancestor during the ancient times, following him for nearly 1,000,000 years, knowing many secrets of the ancient times. Now, the missing 25% of heavenly fortune is hidden away by the Dao Ancestor. Apart from the news that the Dao Ancestor is not dead, Fu Pinglan also released a lot of information regarding the Dao Ancestor. The Dao Ancestor is not a living creature of this era, originating before the 10% of heavenly fortune was gathered, earlier than the birth of the great universe and vast universe boundary. The chi refining technique is also not the path that should exist in this era, which is why it is repelled by heavenly fortune and entangled with calamities. Even the previous master of heavenly fortune's death is somewhat related to the Dao Ancestor. This news sent great upheaval throughout the universe. For many in the ancestral realm today, the ancient times are already an irretrievable past, and the world before the ancient times has long exceeded their comprehension. In that era, the master of heavenly fortune emerged, thought to be an even more chaotic and tumultuous era than the ancient times, long difficult to trace. The space-time domain is also a path difficult to reverse for those in the ancestral realm, and many truths cannot be verified. The heavenly fortune upon them can only ensure their dominance in this era, returning to before the ancient times. The heavenly fortune of this era struggles to protect them. While various Taoist orthodoxies are still in shock, Fu Pinglan has already given orders, deploying most of the martial hall's combat strength, beginning to search every corner of the universe and the chaos sea for traces of Dao Ancestor Zheng. With a murderous intent evident, he intends to kill the Dao Ancestor. As the martial ancestor, at this moment, Zheng chose to go into seclusion without any response. In the brilliantly starlit Great Hall, silhouettes stood densely. The Martial Hall's execution department is comparable to the Immortal Alliance punishment department, with its divine martial heavenly generals. Corresponding to the Immortal Alliance's chief executioner. Within the entire execution department, there are only over 300 positions of divine martial heavenly generals, all of which have already entered the space-time domain, gathering nearly a third of the current great universe's elites. For Fu Pinglan, among these 300, the only new face was Song Lingxue. Sweeping a glance at Song Lingxue, Fu Pinglan slightly frowned, feeling a vague sense of déjà vu upon their first meeting. Song Lingxue, clad in the blood-bottomed golden-patterned martial robe, stood beneath the temple steps, staring directly at Fu Pinglan, the depths of her eyes calm like a pool of dead water. Fu Pinglan retracted his gaze, said no more, and didn't pay mind to Zheng for the time being. Looking at the predestined lives planned by the past martial ancestor, it was certain that Song Lingxue would become a martial emperor while Zheng was merely a junior, and now that Song Lingxue has obtained such cultivation, today is different from the past, especially as Zheng's direct disciple, he must give some face. Even though the divine martial heavenly general's cultivation strength is far inferior to the ancestral realm, their status and position are present here, and Fu Pinglan cannot be overly difficult, as there are things they must accomplish. Summoning everyone today is only for one matter. Fu Pinglan scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice, regarding the Dao Ancestor matter, I hope everyone will take it to heart. Killing Zheng will present the opportunity for the 5 ancestral realms to ascend, and compared to initiating a Dao war, the risks differ, which everyone should consider. Many divine martial heavenly generals all bowed and accepted. Initiating a Dao war means that even if they have entered the space-time domain, they still face the risk of death at any moment, whereas searching for the Dao ancestors' traces is much simpler in comparison. After all, confronting the Dao ancestor directly is not their responsibility. Dao ancestor Zheng is in the Chaos Sea. I recently saw him. Song Lingxue suddenly spoke, astonishing everyone. Chaos Sea? Fu Pinglan's eyebrow slightly moved. I have already sent people to the Chaos Sea earlier. Are you sure you've seen him? Seen, he is an extremely powerful incense fire god. Song Lingxue nodded, her expression still calm, showing no agitation. Fu Pinglan didn't say much, immediately nodding, then finish it swiftly and first clear the Chaos Sea. I will seek the martial ancestor to request the Dao weapon. At these words, a whisper with a hint of doubt came from the side. The seals around the Chaos Sea were set by the Dao ancestor at his peak. Even with the Dao weapon, relying on just our joint efforts might still be hard to break them open. The person who spoke was clad in profound armor, with each piece of armor appearing as if it had been soaked for millennia in the blood pool, nearly turned into blood jade, standing tall, eyebrows sharp like drawn swords, eyes like a cold pool reflecting stars, a trace of blood-colored Dao mark extending from between the brows to the cheekbones, exuding a fierce aura. Heavenly Punishment Martial Ancestor, once the youngest martial emperor of the martial hall, is also the youngest ancestral realm in the entire great universe today. No need to mind the seal. Fu Pinglan sneered coldly, the blood in his eyes growing denser. We shall not traverse through the great universe, instead, we will borrow a path from the vast universe boundary. Hearing the name vast universe boundary, the expressions of some in the hall slightly changed, and even the heavenly punishment martial ancestor slightly frowned imperceptibly. From the previous battle that saw the boundary collapse, some participated to various degrees, and even after over 100 years, some of their injuries were still not fully healed. The vast universe boundary is a land of the dead, not easily accessible. For the living. Go or don't, you can decide for yourselves. Fu Pinglan did not care about everyone's reactions, casually saying, whatever is harvested in this expedition to the Chaos Sea belongs to you all, and should you capture or kill Zheng, the heavenly fortune shall also be yours. Chapter 567-406, Defeated before the battle. I will not go, farewell. Song Lingxue spoke, her tone still devoid of any fluctuation, and after speaking, she turned around and left. Such a straightforward attitude left the many divine martial heavenly generals in the hall momentarily stunned. Fu Pinglan was also momentarily taken aback, but he did not say much. Retrieving some memories after regaining his eyes had greatly increased his tolerance, and Song Lingshue's attitude now seemed at most a bit neglectful and disrespectful. Song Lingxue left the Great Hall, walked away from the core area of the martial hall, and then sent a message towards the Immortal domain. Inside the Great Hall, with Song Lingxue taking the lead, some of the divine martial heavenly generals immediately spoke up in succession. My injuries have not healed, I need some time to recuperate, it is difficult to fight, I hope the Hall Master will forgive me. Recently, the Immortal Alliance has shown some movements. I still have the martial ancestors' orders to inspect the border, it's inconvenient to go. Within the All Heavens realm, the cleanup work is not yet finished, I cannot leave my post, it's difficult to serve the Hall Master. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, nearly half of the divine martial heavenly generals had successively found various reasons to leave, not intending to participate in the pursuit of the Daoist ancestor Zheng and the Chaos Sea. Among them were not a few core elites of the militant faction. As for whether those words were true or just excuses, that was another matter. Fu Pinglan's expression was calm, showing no sign of happiness or anger. He glanced at the remaining people in the hall and nodded, we depart in 6 hours. Everyone, prepare yourselves. As soon as the words fell, in the blink of an eye, only Fu Pinglan and Heavenly Punishment were left in the hall. Are you really confident in killing the Daoist ancestor? A hint of hesitation appeared on Heavenly Punishment's stern face. That is the Daoist ancestor, who retreated unscathed from that terrifying battle in ancient times and is the only one who has survived to this day, controlling a quarter of heaven's fortune alone. Even if he was confident that in the Ancestor realm domain he was not weaker than others, at this moment, his heart still felt uncertain. Could they accomplish what the ancient martial Ancestor and the Ancestor of ancient immortals could not? Even with the help of the martial Dao Ancestor soldier, the odds for the two of them joining forces might still not be great. Wan Wenfeng will also be going on this journey. Fu Pinglan shook his head slightly, thoughts surging uncontrollably in his eyes. What I want to kill is the present Xingqiu, not the Daoist ancestor of those times. The quarter of heaven's fortune is no longer with him. Hearing this, Heavenly Punishment couldn't help but be taken aback, and blurted out, "Where is heaven's fortune then?" "I don't know. When heaven's fortune was hidden, he didn't take me with him." Fu Pinglan's breathing was slightly heavy, and his expression became more suppressed. "Do you know how I regained my eyes?" Before Heavenly Punishment could speak, Fu Pinglan continued, "When I went this time, he said my death was imminent, so he returned my eyes to leave a complete body." Blood vessels faintly appeared in his eyes, and his killing intent was near boiling. "From my years beside him, I saw some clues. The Xingqiu I saw was not born in the past but came from the future." "The future?" Heavenly Punishment was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized. "Are you saying that he might not have become an ancestor yet? Perhaps even weaker?" Xingqiu was able to find future allies in that ancient battle precisely because he himself is from the future, so naturally, some would help him. Fu Pinglan's tone trembled lightly, eyes filled with nearly frenzied excitement. "In this era, Zheng Qiu might be at the weakest point in his life. Heavenly Punishment, if we kill Xingqiu at this moment, it means there might be a chance to rewrite the past. The ancient martial ancestor might not fall, and then there would be an opportunity to alter fate for the martial path." But, hearing this, Heavenly Punishment hesitated to speak, with no hint of joy in his expression, instead falling into a long silence. Fu Pinglan sensed his odd reaction, a trace of doubt in his expression. "Speak freely if you have something to say." Heavenly Punishment took a deep breath and said slowly, "If you and I achieving the Ancestor results now, does it not already imply that the past has undergone no change?" If everything Fu Pinglan just said was true, and the Daoist Ancestor is indeed a being from the future, then this time, it seems they are doomed to the outcome even before their intervention. They absolutely could not kill the Daoist Ancestor. Defeated without a fight. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly bringing Fu Pinglan to his senses. He understood that what Heavenly Punishment said was correct. If the Ancestor realm in the era of the ancient martial Ancestor does not die, how can there be a chance for later generations to emerge? Moreover, if the Daoist Ancestor had not emerged, causing the turbulence in fate, whether the martial path could rise would also be questionable. He was confused by being in the situation, blinded by the river of time. Anger clouded his mind, leading to two one-sided considerations. Between Xingqiu and me, if he does not die, I certainly will. Coming to this realization, Fu Pinglan did not abandon his previous thoughts, and with an expression of solemnity, he spoke slowly, "I will eventually fall by his hand. Returning my eyes, letting me come back to die, is what he foretold about my future. This battle is unavoidable, and now my only option is to strike first. If so, then let us fight." Upon hearing Fu Pinglan's words, Heavenly Punishment immediately nodded without a trace of hesitation, and the blood stain in his brow glowed brilliantly. "As people of the martial path, how can we avoid the edge of others for the sake of preserving our blood qi? Cultivation itself is going against the current, either you die or I die. This is what you taught me back then." After saying this, he raised another question, but would the Ancestor realm of this vast universe be willing to lend a path? From my time beside Xingqiu, I have gained some things after all. Using a favor of his should not be difficult. Fu Pinglan nodded slightly, taking this opportunity, first gather that half of heaven's fortune from the Chaos Sea. Now, Xingqiu might not even know where the quarter of heaven's fortune is hidden. Immortal Domain. Great Immortal Realm. Above the sky, 99 rounds of crimson gold suns pierced through by chains made of immortal flame, flanked by thousands of stars arrayed like shattered jade set in the heavens, their scorching immortal light spreading through layers of cloud seas, reflecting myriad colors like glazed glass. An entirely jade-white fairy palace hung invertedly in the sky, with jade bells hanging from the flying eaves, swaying gently in the breeze, echoing with ethereal reverberations. Inside the hall, only one silhouette sat cross-legged, exuding dense moonlight that obscured the form and appearance. She looked down at the message in her hand, seemingly deep in thought. Chaos C. Chapter 568-407, Causal Line. The Chaos Sea has existed for a long time. Initially, all paths tried to capitalize on its heavenly fate but ultimately returned defeated. With that first-fold seal of the ancestral Tao in place, the half of heaven's fortune in the Chaos Sea has become a chicken rib. Even if one were to become ancestral there, they would be unable to extricate themselves, and the heavenly fate obtained could not even bless the Taoist orthodoxy. Due to the immense time flow discrepancy, many changes within cannot be immediately known to the outside world. Once an accident occurs, seeking aid would be too late, labor in vain without any benefit, simply resulting in a waste of combat power. The most critical aspect is that when living creatures perish within, a portion of the heavenly fate is intercepted, unable to fully return, representing an immense risk. Consequently, including such colossal entities like the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall, having endured some loss, rarely dispatch cultivators into it anymore. The last time someone from the Immortal Alliance entered the Chaos Sea was during the pursuit of Zhao Tingxian, over 100 years ago. But now, with such significant movements from the Martial Hall, precaution cannot be ignored. In the current situation, no matter what the Martial Hall intends, whether they truly act against the ancestral Tao, or for whatever reason, the Immortal Alliance cannot stand idly by and let them succeed smoothly. The woman, draped in a silver-white immortal robe, pondered for a moment before raising her hand to send a transmission, mobilizing some of the punishment authorities' elite to monitor near the Chaos Sea. Having made arrangements, she raised her hand again, piercing through the great universe, delivering a transmission to the vast universe. Brother Hao Yan, the Martial Hall intends to enter the vast universe, seeking to borrow the way into the Chaos Sea, to slay ancestral Dao Jingchu, gather the remaining half of heaven's fortune. Fu Pinglan personally carries the martial Dao Ancestor soldier, their combat power extraordinary. Brother, avoid clashing head-on. The actions of the Martial Hall on this journey still need you to keep an eye on them. If there are any anomalies, swiftly send a transmission back. Your sister Moonlight sends this respectfully. Those who have lived to this ancestral realm today have more or less some ties with the vast universe. Their elders, fellow sect members, and even descendants have existed in the vast universe, and even at this very moment, still exist. Considering this alone, they cannot avoid contact with the vast universe. Though a Tao war is imminent in today's great universe, there are still those of the same path, but the living environment of the vast universe is truly outrageously harsh. Even the ancestral realm living creatures engage in incessant infighting, constantly embroiled in both open and covert battles. Without their own Taoist orthodoxy, at most they can occupy half of heaven's fortune. Once their lifespan ends, there's no difference from ordinary living creatures, their souls disperse. Because of this, although the vast universe has incredibly deep foundational strength, it has never fully waged war with the great universe. The vast universe, with 128 divine mansions, divided the entire underworld. During the last boundary fracturing, the living creatures who invaded occupied no more than 20 to 30%. If the vast universe launched a full-scale assault, the current great universe would have long become a purgatory. Even if the martial ancestor personally mended the barrier, it would be in vain. Compared to the living creatures of the great universe, those walking corpses from the vast universe have no reproductive capabilities, no bloodline as a bond, and with missing memories and incomplete souls, they are inherently indifferent and weak in desires, making any relationship challenging to maintain enduringly. There's still an exception for everything. Occasionally, some living creatures whose memories have not been entirely erased or whose obsessions run too deep will leave some traces when reborn in the vast universe. These traces are enough for the ancestral realm to make some changes, perhaps even retrieving a deceased family member or dependent, although with altered personalities, they can ultimately regain some shadows of their previous life. After sending the transmission, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor felt somewhat reassured, her gaze sweeping towards the immortal domain and falling into a significant realm. The figure sitting in the starry sky came into view. After glancing at Chu Zheng's chi fluctuations, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor paused slightly, a trace of color lost from her face. Already a mysterious immortal so fast? Such insight indeed is not an ordinary thing. Even with some understanding of Chu Zheng's talent, seeing him into the mysterious immortal realm still left her unable to conceal her surprise. Ninth Order, already carrying the Dao mark. In a top-level battlefield like the Cosmic Edge, their combat power is already considered a mainstay, far surpassing 8th Order true immortals. At less than 200 years of age, reaching the Ninth Order, even in the primordial era, such a monstrous talent rarely appeared. Even in ancestral realms, reincarnation, rebuilding, and directly unlocking the internal Dao seed couldn't compare. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor frowned slightly, beginning to reassess Chu Zheng's value. After stepping into the Ninth Order, the significance is entirely different. With Chu Zheng's current rate of power growth, he might enter the space-time domain before the Dao War begins. Even if Chu Zheng doesn't follow the immortal path, with his talent in the Qi refining lineage, he would be more than enough as a backup after the death of the current Taiqing Daozu. Imparting significant favor would earn his allegiance, proving greatly useful in the future. The only concern now is whether Chu Zheng will eventually break free from control. Thinking of this, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's pupils reflected the void shadow of the Time River, from which she pulled out Chu Zheng's causality line. This time, even if it costs some origin power, she must clearly see some potential variances in Chu Zheng's past and future. After a long while, she restrained the divine light in her eyes, her brow furrowing more deeply. Chu Zheng's causality line hasn't changed, the experiences he underwent are clear as always, but compared to before, she always felt as if looking through a thin veil, unclear, yet upon careful feeling, as if it were an illusion. Truth seeming like falsehood, falsehood seeming like truth. The growth of a Qi cultivator's cultivation is inextricable from calamities. This time, to prevent accidents, she even specifically tried to deduce Chu Zheng's calamity experiences, but all causality lines ultimately pointed to the Chaos Sea. With the ancestral Dao's seal there, it was truly difficult to discern the source. After a long period, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor composed her thoughts and decided to continue observing for some time, granting Chu Zheng a bit of time. The Dao War will not break out immediately, there should still be some time left for Chu Zheng. When she turned her gaze back to Chu Zheng, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing a figure gradually approaching the Sword Lion Star domain. Zhao Tingxian? What audacity! Sword Lion Star domain. Outside the Cangyun realm. Chu Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the distant starry sky. The person approaching did not conceal their energy, coming openly. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Chu Zheng's expression shifted slightly, filled with astonishment. Senior Zhao? Seeing Zhao Tingxian in the Cangyun realm indeed exceeded his expectations somewhat. The Immortal Alliance's prior hunt for Zhao Tingxian is still fresh in memory. At this moment, his sudden return to Cangyun left Chu Zheng momentarily unsure of his intentions. It's been a while, how have you been? Zhao Tingxian nodded, but upon sensing the energy on Chu Zheng, his expression suddenly tightened, and the smile just forming froze at the corner of his mouth. Mysterious Immortal? Chu Zheng has advanced to the 9th realm. If he remembers correctly, Chu Zheng is not yet 200 years old. At the same age, he himself was still lingering at the divine infant stage. Chapter 569-408, Confession. Senior Zhao, why did you leave the Chaos Sea? Over on the side of the Immortal Alliance, facing Zhao Tingxian before him, Chu Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, a complex look in his eyes, a mix of confusion and a hint of hidden worry. Encountering Zhao Tingxian in the Great Universe was a different matter from meeting him within the Chaos Sea. The Immortal Alliance was his temporary refuge, his identity was awkward, and under the protection of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, he could only enjoy a few stable days. But Zhao Tingxian's arrival might very well disrupt this situation. You know the answer already, there is no place for me in the Chaos Sea now. Halfway through his words, Zhao Tingxian's expression slightly tensed, carrying a trace of surprise. Daoist Venerable Zheng has nearly unified the Chaos Sea. Do you not know this? Unified the Chaos Sea? Zheng was momentarily stunned. For years, the incarnation of the Chaos Sea had remained safely within the ancient crossing realm and had not ventured to other worlds, so he was not very aware of the changes in the Chaos Sea over the past millennia. You truly don't know. It seems the monster shaped through the god-worshipping method has little to do with you and should be related to the Dao Ancestor. In just a few breaths, Zhao Tingxian seemed to realize this and wore a pensive look. The Martial Hall released the news he had heard. He never had full trust in the Dao Ancestor's death, and now it does not surprise him either. Daoist Venerable Zheng surely has something to do with that Dao Ancestor. As for Zheng, perhaps he merely served as a medium in this matter. Unable to contain his inner shock and doubt, Zheng couldn't help but ask, what cultivation level is Daoist Venerable Zheng at now? Daoist Venerable Zheng has long entered the space-time domain, and his current power is probably even more terrifying, likely enough to rival the giants of the realm of ancient myths. In this regard, Zhao Tingxian was also somewhat uncertain. The strength of the incense spirituality was difficult to assess accurately, and he could only make a broad estimate. Hearing this, Zheng was shocked to his core. The realm of ancient myths, should he gather all the heavenly fate of the Chaos Sea, becoming an ancestor would be but a day's work. For a moment, he was filled with mixed emotions. Now that Daoist Venerable Zheng was helping him avert danger, from this angle, of course, the more powerful he was, the better. But Daoist Venerable Zheng seemed excessively powerful. The Dao Ancestor is not dead. The Martial Hall has already released the news and is fully searching for Daoist Ancestor Zheng, assuming there will soon be a fierce battle. Seeing Zheng somewhat dazed, Zhao Tingxian said sternly, the Chaos Sea is no longer habitable. Afterward, I need to hide in the Cangyun realm, and I hope you will do me this favor, Daoist friend. Now that Zheng has entered the 9 realms, times have changed. Now, he is the one in need, so naturally, he has to lower his stance a bit. The Dao Ancestor is not dead? Named Zheng? Zheng was dumbfounded. He had been focused on cultivation for years and was unaware of the outside world's news. Now, hearing this suddenly was like a thunderbolt. You didn't even know this? Seeing this, Zhao Tingxian was even more surprised. Zheng now seemed more like someone just out of the Chaos Sea, ignorant of worldly affairs. Zheng paused his thoughts momentarily. If Zheng were the Dao Ancestor, then many things could be explained. The temple of Daoist Venerable Zheng he found in the Chaos Sea belonged to the original Dao Ancestor. But the name Zheng was indeed something he came up with on a whim. It was merely inverting a name. Was it just a coincidence? Clearly impossible. This time, Zheng didn't consider for too long. After coming to his senses, he asked intently, Senior. Wants to hide in Cangyun, that's no problem, but if the Immortal Alliance notices, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect your safety, Senior. Matters concerning the Dao Ancestor are still far from his concern, while Zhao Tingxian is right before him. Offering a place to hide is a minor affair, but if detected by the Immortal Alliance, it might bring unforeseen changes. This is the crucial issue now. Moreover, one thing has always been crystal clear in Zheng's heart. There is a fundamental difference between Zhao Tingxian and Shang Cangyun. Although having met only a few times, Shang Cangyun undeniably intervened regardless of the cost, saving him from many cataclysms, while Zhao Tingxian was entirely different. Although his survival today was thanks to Zhao Tingxian sparing his life when wielding Heaven's mandate. But that was specifically arranged by the Dao Ancestor, and Zhao Tingxian's actions had cause, fundamentally differing from Shang Cangyun's essence. If it were Shang Cangyun in front of him, Zheng wouldn't hesitate, even if this action was extremely risky. Simply put, Zhao Tingxian isn't important enough for Zheng to risk his life for him. Now all the ancestors have closed off from worldly affairs, they likely won't notice. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tingxian's vision blurred, and in a blink, the surroundings changed. The vast dome of a fairy palace appeared before his eyes, with radiant immortal light cascading from beyond the 9 heavens, almost rendering the transparent jade dragon pillar inside. Atop the jade couch in the center of the hall, a figure sat cross-legged, enveloped by intense moonlight. Moonlight. Immortal Ancestor? Zhao Tingxian's face immediately turned pale, his heart sinking to the bottom. As a former inspector of the Punishment Authority, he had seen the master of the Punishment Authority by chance once. Now the question was, how did the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor perceive his existence? Logically, a being of his level shouldn't be able to alarm an existence of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's caliber. Unless, it was a coincidence? Because of Chu Zheng? In an instant, Zhao Tingxian realized his miscalculation. With Chu Zheng's talent, coupled with his identity as a Qi cultivator, often receiving the ancestor's attention was only normal, which he overlooked. It seemed his approach towards Chu Zheng was too obvious, thus entering the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's sight. Zhao Tingxian, greeting the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Steadying himself, Zhao Tingxian bowed deeply. Since the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor didn't immediately suppress him, there was still a chance. Back then, while inspecting the Cangyun Heavenly Way, you should have noticed Chu Zheng's anomaly. Why didn't you report it? The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor didn't beat around the bush, speaking directly. Tell me what you encountered in the Chaos Sea, as well as what you discussed with Chu Zheng about Daoist Venerable Zheng Chu, every detail. Zhao Tingxian dared not slack, revealing everything, even the matter of the Dao ancestor teaching him the god-worshipping method and the 1,000-year promise was laid bare. Pretending before an ancestor realm is courting death. After hearing Zhao Tingxian's account, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor fell into a prolonged silence and, after a while, murmured quietly, involving the Dao ancestor, no wonder the causality line of the prediction yields nothing, Zheng Chu. Chu Zheng, Zhao Tingxian remained silent, his thoughts gradually calming. His life or death only lay in the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's hand, and as to whether Chu Zheng would face trouble afterward was no longer within his consideration. Shang Cangyun is now within the great universe, you may seek him. Avoid staying by Chu Zheng's side, he is not someone you can involve yourself with. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised a hand, handing over a coordinate, speaking slowly, you've comprehended the life and death law and gained some understanding of the vast universe's mysteries, which speaks highly of your talent. If you can tread the path with Shang Cangyun, I'll leave a glimmer of hope for you in the future, go. As the voice faded, Zhao Tingxian's vision once again whirled, transitioning to another spacetime. Surrounded by a wilderness of stars, Chu Zheng was close in the vicinity. Zhao Tingxian instinctively retreated half a step, forehead drenched with cold sweat, took several deep breaths to finally steady himself. Chu Zheng, sorry, until we meet again in fate. Not daring to linger any longer, he casually threw out a remark, turned directly, and tore through the void to depart far away. Chapter 570-409, Fusing Immortal Blood, Zheng Chu becomes an ancestor. Sorry? What makes you say that? Chu Zheng's expression was puzzled, yet before he could finish speaking, Zhao Tingxian's figure had already vanished from his perception. In just a single breath, Zhao Tingxian had departed from the Sword Lion Star domain. Zhao Tingxian came in haste and left even faster, leaving him somewhat unable to respond appropriately. He was unclear why Zhao Tingxian suddenly underwent such a drastic change after hesitating for just a moment. Nevertheless, Zhao Tingxian's departure was good news for him, as the invisible risks had significantly diminished. After pondering for a moment, Chu Zheng sent a message to Song Lingxue, inquiring about the situation at the Martial Hall. From Zhao Tingxian's cryptic words, it was evident that the current great cosmos had undergone numerous changes unknown to him. Song Lingxue held a significant position in the Martial Hall, and was likely aware of more insider information. Half a day later, Chu Zheng received a reply from Song Lingxue. Fu Pinglan has returned from ancient times and now leads heavenly punishment, Wan Wenfeng, and over 100 divine martial heavenly generals into the vast universe, planning to borrow the path to the Chaos Sea to encircle Zheng Chu and integrate the heavenly fate of the Chaos Sea Great Realm. In recent days, conceal your true face, be cautious, and avoid being implicated. Borrowing the path from the vast universe? Chu Zheng's heart tightened as he recalled Wu Tong, who was suppressed in the Tianwu realm and held a space channel leading from the vast universe to the Chaos Sea, which was very likely to be affected. Zheng had no power to intervene in this. He had managed to enter the mysterious immortal realm quickly because Daoist Venerable Zheng helped him pass the tribulation. With his current strength, he was clearly unqualified to meddle and could only observe. Moreover, Fu Pinglan had just returned and was mobilizing forces to encircle Zheng, clearly knowing some inside information. As for concealing his true face in the message, it was clearly because Zheng Dao Lord looked exactly like him. If Fu Pinglan found out, it could bring massive trouble. It's uncertain whether Daoist Venerable Zheng can withstand this calamity. Zheng felt a bit uneasy. If Zheng couldn't hold on and the Chaos Sea fell into the hands of the Martial Hall, his future tribulations would undoubtedly become immensely troublesome. Without the Calamity transformation method, Refining Cultivation would be tenfold or even hundredfold more difficult. He could not wait any longer. With this in mind, Zheng felt increasingly urgent and immediately turned to enter the cave heaven world, retrieving the Lu Guan jade box containing the essence blood of the ancient immortal ancestor Zheng. Originally, he intended to wait until his cultivation reached the 9 tribulations true immortal, then merge the blood into his body before attempting to break the bloodline chains of the Cangyun realm. Now, it seems he can't wait anymore. He must quickly attempt to enter the immortal Venerable domain and then go to the great immortal realm to request the Immortal Alliance to grant him the Cangyun realm. Doing so, after refining the Cangyun realm, he would be able to accumulate a strong enough foundation in a short time and become a great immortal Venerable, possibly even an immortal king. If Daoist Venerable Zheng is in trouble and the Chaos Sea falls to the Martial Hall, to avoid incidents due to Tribulation Qi, he could even pause Refining Cultivation and decide after observing the situation. This treasure blood contains immortal Dao inheritance, and it's the legacy of an ancient immortal ancestor. Even if not as valuable as a Dao seed, it's still extremely precious. Moreover, it contains fragments of temporal laws, greatly enhancing affinity with immortal Dao laws. For any immortal path cultivator, even a pure-blooded immortal descendant, this treasure blood is an exceptionally rare treasure, as an immortal Dao seed cannot be grafted, but this treasure blood can be integrated into the body. If he could refine a true immortal body, his immortal path qualifications would leap qualitatively, though not progressing as fast as refining techniques, it wouldn't be far off. Of course, all of this is contingent upon him overcoming this layer of chains to become an immortal Venerable. If he cannot overcome it, Zheng's situation will become quite troublesome. By then, he might lose the protection of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, the Immortal Alliance would no longer be safe for him, and if he also loses the Chaos Sea, it would mean the great cosmos would have no place for him, and the vast universe would become his only choice. But this step, Zheng can no longer delay. Even if he forcibly suppresses his immortal path cultivation at this stage and stays within the Immortal Alliance, he may find some temporary peace, but the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor will not wait for him forever, and the Dao War won't either. Clearing away distracting thoughts, Zheng took a deep breath, removed the immortal robe, and took out the immortal ancestor's blood from the jade box to place at his dantian. The moment it touched the flesh, the ball of immortal blood abruptly dispersed, completely enveloping Zheng and transforming into a blood cocoon. The scorching sensation entirely wrapped Zheng, although sealed in the Lu Guan jade box. Even after billions of years, this immortal blood still retained some warmth. Strands of essence blood entwined with immortal path secret patterns, seeping through countless pores, permeating into the flesh, merging with Zheng's body. Immense immortal qi continuously seeped from the void, frantically pouring into Zheng's body, a formless energy in the immortal domain drawn by the immortal ancestor's blood, transforming into nourishment for Zheng. This process was remarkably smooth. Zheng did not encounter any obstacles, and his body did not show any repulsion, completely absorbing the immortal blood. His immortal path cultivation soared rapidly with the influx of immortal qi, swiftly crossing into the 9 tribulations, and continued to surge at an astonishing speed. The heaven and earth laws within the cave heaven world began to change dramatically, shifting moment by moment, increasingly approaching perfection. At the same time, numerous immortal path secret techniques mixed with fragmented memory fragments flooded into Zheng's mind. The first to imprint deep into his divine soul was an immortal scripture, Mystic Sky Immortal Scroll. Besides this immortal scripture, there were numerous immortal path secret techniques and cultivation experiences. The secret techniques especially comprised the pill, talisman, array, artifact, curse, law, heaven, royal, these 8 minor arts. The volume of information was overwhelming, and Zheng could only accept it all hurriedly, intending to digest it afterward. Following these immortal scripture secret techniques were fragmented memory scenes, mostly extremely broken and intermittent. Suddenly, a terrifying figure shrouded in blood flames, wielding a war spear, appeared in Zheng's mind, pulling him into a boundless starry sky. The temporal laws surged through the star domain, battered and exhausted, with the universe silent. Before Zheng could look closely, his vision turned upside down, and in a daze, he saw a headless corpse cloaked in a mortal robe lying across the star sea. "Grandpa!" A youth emerged from nowhere, rushing towards the remains, his eyes fixed intensely on the figure shrouded in blood flames, shouting desperately, "Sun-Eroding Cry! I will kill you! Since I've kept my promise with Sheng to let you gather the corpse, I will not renege, sparing your life." The departing blood-colored figure paused slightly, never looking back as he strolled away with the severed head. Speaking indifferently, in this great universe, countless want to kill me. The vast universe can't fit them all, and one more is of no consequence, come if you wish. Click, the scene halted abruptly, and the memory shattered. Before Zheng could further examine, a massive disturbance of heavenly fate reverberated throughout the great universe, waking him abruptly. Boom! Upon closer inspection, Zheng's expression changed slightly, the astonishing fluctuation arose from the chaos sea. Chapter 571-410, Daoist Ancestor Zheng, the universe borrows the Tao. The turbulence of heavenly fate lasted for several hours before gradually calming down. Zheng pondered for a moment, then sank his divine sense into the sea of consciousness, concentrating most of his awareness on his avatar in the chaos sea. No news could be as intuitive as seeing it with one's own eyes. This was one of the few advantages he had nowadays, allowing him a more direct understanding of the current situation in the Chaos Sea. Chaos Sea. Ancient Crossing Realm. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight penetrated through layers of leaves, reflecting into the ancient forest among the mountains. The entire mountain range was deathly silent, birds lowered their wings, and beasts nestled down, not daring to make the slightest sound. In the depths of the dark forest, atop an ancient tree, a figure sat cross-legged. The moonlight slanted onto the figure, reflecting a set of black armor that flowed with starlight, and the armor plates rhythmically shifted with the figure's breathing. As the armor plates opened and closed, dark red veins extended from the gaps, weaving a web-like pattern in the void, absorbing the vast heaven and earth primordial chi. After a while, the man slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the armor on his body, his eyes slightly cold, his expression uncertain. As his cultivation grew, he increasingly sensed that each piece of armor was devouring his flesh, constantly absorbing his power to nourish itself. The majority of this cultivation belonged to the armor demon, not to him, the host. Over these tens of thousands of years, he had undergone so much, his mindset was no longer what it used to be. Recently, he had begun thinking of ways to rid himself of this armor. Even though this armor once gave him a chance at resurrection and the capability for revenge. 10,000 years were too long, enough to erase old memories. He even struggled to recall the appearances of his father and sister. Now, what he increasingly worried about was whether this armor would completely devour him one day. He did not want to die without understanding why. Suddenly, a faint light emerged on the armor, with a unique rhythm. Zheng's divine sense crossed the realm to arrive, gradually adapting to the body of the armor demon. Over the years, he had always kept this avatar at a distance, not dedicating too much attention. Now, he needed a moment to adapt. The armor demon's order had, not long ago, broken through to the 9th order, and the host's strength was already comparable to a mysterious immortal, ranking as a top powerhouse within the ancient crossing realm. Through the armor demon's perception, Zheng sensed many thoughts in the host's mind, but he paid them no heed. Once fully adapted, he directly suppressed the host's consciousness, putting him into a deep sleep, then took control of his body. After probing with his divine sense for a moment, Zheng tore open the void and entered an ancient city. This city was the royal capital of a dynasty, and in its center stood a divine statue. Moonlight, like water, covered every blue brick within the capital, while the countless flying eves scattered throughout the city all prostrated at the feet of Daoist Venerable Zheng. The divine statue, golden laid with red, appeared under the moon as if forged from blood gold, exuding an indescribable majesty. Ancestor God Statue, 7th Order. The golden body of an ancestral realm incense spirituality can greatly increase the cultivation speed of 7th Order and below living creatures. Sincere worship offers a chance to receive the Ancestor God's blessing. By calling his true name Zheng, he can be summoned to descend. Seeing the information returned by the spiritual eye, Zheng took a deep breath, his expression grave. As expected, Daoist Venerable Zheng had become an ancestor. To his knowledge, this was the first incense spirituality to step into the ancestral realm since ancient times, perhaps even since the beginning of the world. In either the Great Universe or the Chaos Sea, incense spiritualities had always been a minor path, with none reaching the ancestral realm. Now, with Daoist Venerable Zheng, the incense fire divine path had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a leading Taoist orthodoxy in the entire Great Universe. This half of heaven's fortune would make it easier for the incense spirituality to spread its teachings, accelerating cultivation growth. After pondering for a while, Zheng made his decision, leaving the ancient crossing realm to gather information in the Chaos Sea. Simply staying in the ancient crossing realm had become somewhat restrictive, only in the Chaos Sea could he engage more quickly with changes in the situation. Given the armor demon's current strength at the 9th Order, even if cultivation couldn't advance after leaving the realm, it would still be sufficient. However, taking the host along was evidently inconvenient, since he desired to rid himself of the armor demon. Now was also a good opportunity to fulfill that wish. Zheng didn't hesitate much, immediately beginning to separate the armor demon from the host's body. This process was akin to tearing flesh, indescribably painful, with the host's divine sense thrown into violent turmoil, on the verge of awakening. Yet, under Zheng's forceful suppression, the host ultimately did not awaken. Not until dawn broke did Zheng fully disentangle the armor demon. Before leaving, he casually helped repair the host's damaged body. However, the host hadn't had the habit of wearing clothes for years, leaving not a stitch on him, so he could only remain bare. Without the armor demon, the host's appearance bore no resemblance to either him or Daoist Venerable Zheng, which must have been what he wanted. The morning sunlight slowly spread across the long street, and the entire city gradually came back to life. Numerous devotees got up early, gathering toward the capital's center for their daily pilgrimage. Soon enough, someone discovered the naked man lying by the roadside. Amidst a clamoring of pushes and calls, the man slowly awoke, glanced at the surrounding crowd, and lowered his head to see his bare body, momentarily falling into a stupor. A moment later, he suddenly raised his hand, touched his face, and his expression grew more complex, a mix of loss, joy, and slight bewilderment. Having lost the armor demon, his cultivation plunged several realms, now roughly equivalent to the 8th Order 4th layer. But now, he no longer cared about his cultivation. Looking at the distant rising sun, memories from tens of thousands of years ago gradually cleared, as if it were yesterday, and he slowly moved his body, prostrating on the ground, murmuring with a hint of a sob, "My name is Azeo. Vast Universe. West Pole Divine Mansion, West Pole City." The atmosphere within the city was tense, with ancestral realm auras fluctuating, suppressing all unrest. Above the city, a cave heaven world was temporarily opened, with dense blood and chi waves, mixed with astonishing evil chi, continuously intertwining and entangling amidst the pervasive chaotic chi. Fu Pinglan sat cross-legged on the ground, with a pale golden staff resting on his knees, while Heavenly Punishment and Wan Wenfeng sat beside him. A host of divine martial heavenly generals held their breath, not daring to relax for a moment, their gaze locked onto the 5 figures opposing Fu Pinglan and his companions. These 5, without exception, were ancient ancestors within the vast universe. Combined with Fu Pinglan and the other 2, this small cave heaven world held 8 ancestral realm beings. Such a large gathering was something most of them had never witnessed in their lives. You wish to borrow the path to the Chaos Sea? On what basis? One ancient ancestor spoke solemnly, breaking the silence. He appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in bloody robes, with long hair trailing to his waist. His appearance was uncommonly beautiful, with eyes like autumn waters, captivatingly alluring. Daoist ancestor had an agreement with you back in the day. Does that matter still stand? At Fu Pinglan's words, the 5 ancient ancestors present all frowned. Soon after, the agreement was established at the boundary, urging more than a dozen ancient ancestors to meet their ends prematurely. Subsequently, the Daoist ancestor stayed for a period in the vast universe, extending the time for some of the ancient ancestors from the vast universe during that era, which is why they did not invade the great universe when the boundary was shattered. Thanks to the Daoist ancestor, part of the ancestral realm in the vast universe now honors that long-ago act of mercy and has not invaded the great universe at the collapse of the boundary. But Fu Pinglan, how did he come to know of this? Chapter 572-411, Borrowing the Path, Vast Universe Great Realm. Upon hearing Fu Pinglan's words, several ancient ancestors exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. After a while, the man in blood-red attire who had spoken earlier, stepped forward slowly and said indifferently, "My name is Erosion Sun Rain. The true words left by the ancestral Tao are only known to me. The first half of the sentence is fate is decreed by heaven. Since you know of this, just tell me the second half, and I will naturally abide by the agreement made those years ago, thus concluding a cause and effect." As his voice fell, Wan Wenfeng, behind Fu Pinglan, subtly furrowed his brow and couldn't help but glance a few more times at Erosion Sun Rain, his mind awash with thoughts. Fu Pinglan let out a slight breath of relief, nodded, and said, "The second half is action lies in man." This agreement was something he watched Xingqiu and several others establish in person. He had pondered these words for a long time back then but could never quite grasp their profound meaning. So much time has passed, and it is difficult to determine whether these ancient ancestors before him still consider that casual agreement from years past as relevant. However, the matter of borrowing the way was a minor effort, unlikely to cause much trouble. Looking at it now, the result is favorable. In hindsight, perhaps Xingqiu had intentionally arranged it as a backup plan for himself. It is unknown whether Xingqiu had foreseen that he would come to the vast universe early to settle this obligation on his behalf. This point is hard to say, but at this moment, Fu Pinglan could not think too much, being caught between a rock and a hard place. Between him and Xingqiu, the need to divide life and death was inevitable, and the longer it dragged on, the more variables arose. Indeed. Erosion Sun Rain nodded slightly, speaking in a slow voice. The space channel leading to the Chaos Sea is within the Lingtian Prefecture domain. The pavilion master of Lingtian Mansion is named Li Yunjiao. Since the martial ancestor intervened earlier, the cosmic heavenly position has been lacking. Li Yunjiao recently stepped into the ancestral realm. I will send a messenger for him to clear the way for you. Upon hearing this, Fu Pinglan felt slightly relieved, as did Tian Xing and Wan Wenfeng beside him, while the tension among the group of divine martial heavenly generals eased. This place is ultimately the vast universe. Just coming here was already taking a great risk. If they had to fight here, Fu Pinglan and the other 2 might still have a chance, but the others were almost certainly doomed. Why are you going to the Chaos Sea? Erosion Sun Rain casually asked, causing everyone's hearts to rise once more. They were using the favor left by the ancestral Tao to kill the ancestral Tao. If these ancient ancestors standing before them knew about it, the outcome. Fu Pinglan remained silent for a moment, his expression calm, and spoke softly, to hunt Xingqiu. Tian Xing and Wan Wenfeng's expressions changed instantly. They never expected that Fu Pinglan wouldn't even bother to conceal it slightly and would be so straightforward. The blood and energy of the martial emperors and martial monarchs behind him were already agitated, ready to erupt at any moment. Crack, the barriers of the grotto heaven world emitted a mournful sound, on the verge of collapse. Those who followed Fu Pinglan here had already prepared for the worst. Even if it meant tearing everything apart, they could only rely on their own ability. Hunt? To everyone's surprise, Erosion Sun Rain's beautiful face showed no sign of anger, only a faint laugh, and the expressions of the several ancient ancestors standing beside him were also strange. Wish you all good luck. Erosion Sun Rain raised a hand and sent off a message, his expression indifferent. Li Yunjiao has received the message. You may go as you please, but remember, you only have 36 hours. If you exceed the time limit, we will not allow you passage on your return. 36 hours, converted to the time of the Chaos Sea, is nearly a year, more than sufficient. Thank you. Fu Pinglan said no more, tightly gripping the long staff and rising to lead the group away. The newly opened Grotto Heaven world could not sustain such a large number of strong individuals entering and exiting simultaneously. It instantly collapsed, and the surging waves of blood and qi scattered wildly. The blazing yang qi in the vast universe was like a guiding light, attracting the attention of countless evil spirits and demon monsters. To the Yin gods of the vast universe, the yang qi within the living creatures of the great universe might be a precious jewel that can bring them back to life, and the yang qi within martial cultivators was the most potent. Fu Pinglan's eyes darkened slightly, and he raised his hand to tear through the void, opening a channel directly to the Lingtian prefecture domain. As the group from the martial hall left, an ancient ancestor looked at Erosion Sun Rain and spoke in a deep voice. Are we just going to watch? Letting them do as they please? You wish to intervene for the ancestral Dao? Since when do you have such capabilities? Erosion Sun Rain sneered lightly. We, as the ancestral Dao said, need only to stand back and watch, without unnecessarily causing trouble. The ancestral Dao once said that if someone comes here to fulfill an agreement, it means the opportunity for change in the vast universe is near. Changing his tone, Erosion Sun Rain took a deep breath, excitement barely suppressed in his eyes. The true reincarnation road is about to reopen. Our chance to break free from the vast universe is close at hand. Upon hearing this, the reactions of the ancient ancestors varied, but there was a trace of excitement in their expressions. If the reincarnation road truly reopens, perhaps we can also reincarnate safely, without enduring the suffering of the Great Limit. The pain of the Great Limit is unbearably difficult. Blood ash, qi collapse, acupoint seal, spirit erosion, God's exhaustion, any one of these great limits is torment that ordinary people cannot endure. Before the Great Limit arrives, they do not even dare to take their own lives. The living creatures of the vast universe were already deceased gods. The heavenly fate has spirit, and suicide would only bring the Great Limit forward, forcing them to endure the 5 decays suffering nonetheless, without any meaning. Moreover, suicide not into reincarnation, after enduring countless ages, one will still emerge from the soul origin pool or burial valley. This has been the legend of the vast universe since ancient times. Though no one can verify it, few dare to try it. It would mean personally burying the last chance for liberation through reincarnation. As the ancient ancestors conversed, a figure tore through the void and quickly approached. The visitor appeared to be in his 40s, with a straight back, clad in golden armor, flowing with red and black Dao marks across his armor, resembling lava winding over a golden wall. His brows were sharp like swords, with thunder light faintly flickering in his eyes as they opened and closed, and a blazing totem of the sun imprinted on his forehead, dazzlingly bright. He glanced at the 5 ancient ancestors present, a slight frown on his forehead. Where are the people from the martial hall? Hao Yan. Erosion Sun Rain showed slight confusion. What brings you here? Did you really let them through? Hao Yan sensed the residual blood and qi waves, somewhat incredulous, and his expression slightly stern. Why? Do you know what they are going to the Chaos Sea to do? I know. Erosion Sun Rain nodded. Those people are fulfilling the agreement set by the ancestral Dao years ago. The leader spoke the second half of that sentence, and I acted according to the agreement. How? Was I wrong? That second half, did someone really speak it? Hao Yan's expression faltered slightly, unable to recover. When the ancestral Tao set the agreement back then, those present had not yet ascended to the Ancestor. At that time, the ancestral Tao seemed to speak casually, and he had nearly forgotten. Hunting the ancestral Tao, it has been attempted in ancient times before. You are well aware of how that ended. Erosion Sun Rain's lips curled slightly, his mood evidently good. What we need to do now is to wait patiently for the right time. When the two worlds merge and reincarnation reappears, there will naturally be an opportunity for returning to life. Chapter 573-412, Ancestor Blood Parasol. Returning to life. Upon hearing these two words, Hao Yan couldn't help but feel his heart stir. He took a deep breath and said no more, turning to leave. For the strong ones in the vast universe, the words returning to life are exceedingly heavy and possess indescribable allure. Once cultivation reaches the ancestral realm, it is already the pinnacle between the two worlds. Struggling in this bitter cold land for many years, the deepest obsession is nothing but to die and come back to life. The heavenly fate of the vast universe cannot be annexed like in the mortal world through Daoist orthodoxy. The living creatures occupy half of heaven's fortune, which is already the limit. After the ancestral realm of the vast universe dies, heavenly fate collapses, and within a few months, ancient myths will break through and become ancestors, something beyond human intervention, entirely reliant on whether one's own foundation is sufficiently abundant. And the mortal world is entirely different. Only in the great universe exists the hope of governing all heavenly fate. 10% of heavenly fate represents the great power to rewrite time and space and reshape reincarnation. By uniting the great universe and receiving the blessing of 10% heavenly fate, the vast universe is simply vulnerable, and its fate can be decided in the blink of an eye. At that time, it will be the master of all ways, where two worlds are supreme. And the premise of wanting to do this is returning to life. Only living creatures have the qualifications to fight for the way, to talk about the future, otherwise, the ultimate outcome is nothingness through eternity. After leaving the West Pole Divine Mansion, Hao Yan hesitated slightly and raised his hand to send forth a communique. Moonlight, my sister, the Martial Hall has successfully borrowed the way from the vast universe, entering the Chaos Sea. This borrowing of the way is based on the favor from the ancestral Tao years ago, and your brother has no power to intervene. When the ancestral Tao made the agreement back then, he said that upon fulfilling the agreement, there will be changes in the vast universe, likely occurring soon, concerning the grand situation of the two realms. I hope you take great care, brother Hao Yan. Immortal Domain, Great Immortal Realm. Inside the fairy palace, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor slowly opened her eyes, looking at the communique from the vast universe. She slowly furrowed her brows and fell into contemplation. Vast universe changes. Did the ancestral Tao already anticipate the Martial Hall's actions today? Between Jingqiu and Zheng, who is the ancestral Tao's true backup? Zheng has a Tao seed within him, and his age matches the timing of the ancestral Tao's death announcement. But he should not be the ancestral Tao's reincarnation. Any creature, after death, enters the vast universe. Given the ancestral Tao's cultivation before his death, he must have thrived in the vast universe. Even without heavenly fate, entering the realm of ancient myths should not be too difficult. However, if the ancestral Tao arranged things in advance, having someone guard the soul origin pool and burial valley, sending himself directly into reincarnation, it's not impossible. But reaching the level of the Daoist Golden Immortal, aside from the ancestral realm, how many living creatures can withstand the cause and effect with the ancestral Tao? With the ancestral Tao's connections in the great universe equating to none, who would help him? And what does this Jingqiu mean? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's gaze once again turned to the Cangyun realm, and with one look, she did not find Zheng's traces. After careful search, she found the traces of Zheng's cave heaven world. Upon detecting the aura surrounding Zheng, her expression changed instantly, and she surged to her feet. Ancestor blood? Which generation of immortal ancestor is this? A long-lost huge wave of emotion arose within her, and she immediately began deducing. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor closed her eyes tightly, with a crescent moon appearing between her brows, and her immortal seed shone brilliantly. In the river of time and space, because of her deduction at this moment, huge waves were stirred, and all the ancestral realms in the great universe felt something. A silver moon manifested at the peak of the river of time and space, casting its shadow across eternity, patrolling the river like a huge net, probing into the river, seeking all potential threads of causality that could be missed. After a long while, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor suddenly opened her eyes, filled with blood streaks, and the crescent moon between her brows was stained with a shade of red, almost a blood moon. Even as an immortal ancestor, I can't trace the marks of this immortal blood? Impossible. In her incredulous astonishment, a figure shrouded in immortal radiance slowly appeared within the hall. Stop. The immortal ancestor raised a hand to halt Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's actions, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Concerning the ancestral Tao, you're still forcibly deducing, and you already have blood signs on your body. Do you truly wish to enter Calamity? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor took a deep breath, the blood streaks in her eyes faded, and she spoke in a deep voice. Immortal Ancestor, are you aware of the causes and effects within? I do not know. The Immortal Ancestor shook his head slightly, but I discern the origin of this ancestral blood. Upon hearing this, Moonlight couldn't help but ask, which immortal ancestor? The immortal ancestor's blood does not flow externally. From the dawn of creation to now, there's only one exception, which is Shumi Xing, who shares lineage with the ancestor of ancient immortals, who did not attain a complete corpse. As soon as the words fell, a hint of surprise and doubt appeared in Moonlight's eyes. This immortal blood, is it given by the Martial Hall? Her gaze flickered slightly, and then she instantly had a guess. Is it Songling Xue? As soon as the words fell, she immediately denied. Impossible, I've just examined Songling Xue's causality line, and there's nothing abnormal. I don't know its origin, but your forced deduction will surely bring calamity, possibly even initiating a Tao war prematurely. Just stop here. The immortal ancestor waved his hand, his voice tinged with hidden anger as he questioned. Previously creating figures like Shang Tsangyun and Zhao Tingxian would pass as trivial, but now you also shelter Chu Xing, knowing his deep entanglement with the ancestral Tao. Why do you persist obstinately? What is it you intend? It was you who wanted to find Chu Xing initially. Now, why do you resent me? Momentarily confused, Moonlight's expression turned slightly gloomy. The immortal path is not necessarily the correct path. This is what you said back then, which is why I repeatedly try. Regarding Chu Xing, I've expressed my stance before. Let it take its course. The immortal ancestor became even more helpless. Your actions are akin to nurturing a tiger and raising danger. Be careful not to play with fire and burn yourself in the end. Who is the tiger? Who is the fire? Moonlight's gaze turned slightly cold. Without heavenly fate, what climate can they form? If they truly have this opportunity, doesn't it precisely show that I am right? Suit yourself. The immortal ancestor got choked up, said no more, and left, flicking his sleeve. Vast universe, Lingtian Prefecture domain. A group of people from the Martial Hall followed behind the Lingtian Prefecture master, slowly arriving before the space channel. This place used to be the territory of the 100 Phoenix Pavilion. An ancestor blood Parasol from the great universe crossed realms to here, summoned a batch of Phoenix blood Phoenix descendants, and reigned as king for quite a merry time. Li Yunjiao spoke faintly, his face was covered by a dark gray mask, with a grimace, dressed in pitch-black long robes, with a golden crown and silver hair. Ancestor blood Parasol? Fu Pinglan's expression shifted slightly. This Parasol has some acquaintance with me. I hope you all will show mercy and spare its life. I seem to have some impression of this Parasol. Passing through the space channel, Fu Pinglan looked up and down, at the ancestor blood Parasol before him, recalled for a while, and nodded. There is no mistake. Back then, Jing Chu slew the ancient ancestor blood tea at Divine Fire Star Cliff and used ancestor blood to nourish an ancient tree. It must be this one. Chapter 574-413, Grave Digging, Confrontation. At the pinnacle of the ancient phoenix tree that supported the heavens and the earth, Wu Tong watched the powerful beings emerging from the space channel, his expression slightly tense. He had never seen so many powerful beings in his life. Excluding the 3 ancestral realm figures at the forefront, there were no fewer than 20 people whose cultivation was stronger than his. In terms of actual combat prowess, there were likely even more who surpassed him. His main body had been eroded by evil chi for years, with parts already decayed, causing a regression in his cultivation, far removed from his peak years ago. An other kind nurtured by ancestor blood, indeed remarkable. Heavenly Punishment glanced around, making an assessment. This Wutong tree, if used correctly, could forge a top-tier mythical strange soldier, and in the hands of an ancestral realm, there's potential for it to ascend to ancestor artifact status. This Wutong has guarded the space channel for years, saving the Chaos Sea from evil chi invasion, truly a meritorious act, which should earn it a reprieve. Wan Wenfeng shook his head slightly. Moreover, Li Yunjiao is a newly emerged ancient ancestor of the vast universe. We may need to borrow this path again in the future once things here conclude. The Chaos Sea, the only place I've yet to set foot in until now. Fu Pinglan looked at the great realm before him, somewhat wistfully. This great realm, with its profound foundation, can nurture living creatures stepping into the space-time domain. Few in the great universe can compare, and it holds some relation to this Wutong. As they spoke, the group traversed vast regions, arriving above a desolate mountain range. The group did not conceal their presence, and powerful beings across the great realm were aware of Fu Pinglan and the others' presence, yet none dared to approach, all hiding and fearing to reveal themselves. Be it the ancestral realm or the realm of ancient myths, they hadn't seen another powerhouse aside from the heavenly Wutong. Fu Pinglan halted, gazing into the void, raising an eyebrow slightly. A realm within a realm. As the words fell, he raised his hand directly, tearing apart billions of miles of void, revealing an inverted divine peak. Rolling yin chi surged, as thick as dark clouds overhead, obscuring the sky. Who dares disturb the Daoist master's slumber? A figure abruptly stepped out from within the mountain, face cyan, dressed in black, bearing a long sword, with chi fluctuations around a newly entered ninth order level. Seeing the many figures standing among the clouds, Jian Shire's body stiffened, swallowing the remaining words, body trembling uncontrollably. Sensing with the instinct of a yin corpse, he realized something was wrong. Any one of these people's aura was far more terrifying than the slumbering Daoist master. Using the blood of living creatures to nourish corpses, binding a strand of residual soul, to turn yin to yang, aiming for a breakthrough realm, delusional, neither alive nor dead, difficult to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Fu Pinglan paid no mind, ignored Jian Shire, and spoke to himself while gazing at the summit of the divine peak. You are quite fortunate, I'll send you on your way today. Before the words fell, he slowly raised his hand, crushing the ancient peak surrounded by yin chi inch by inch, extracting a blood coffin from the peak. Boom! The blood coffin exploded instantly, a weak growl emanating from within, vanishing amidst the overwhelming blood flames. Jian Shire's face twitched, muttering for a moment, ultimately not daring to speak, sinking into the earth and swiftly fleeing the perilous place using the earth escape skill. In the face of irresistible might, the Daoist master's millions of years of arrangement became a complete joke, turned to ashes with a flick of the finger. Staying here any longer would mean seeking death. The divine peak spanning billions of miles was crushed inch by inch. Numerous powerful yin gods emerged, scattering and fleeing towards the ancient phoenix tree at the world's center, clearly aiming to return to the vast universe. Regarding these yin gods, Fu Pinglan did not attempt to stop them, allowing them to depart. This seemed to be an experiment by the vast universe researching the returning to life technique, but it was doomed to fail. Observing the shattered divine peak before him, Fu Pinglan's gaze suddenly narrowed, raising his hand to capture a fragment over 10,000 miles in size. Upon this fragment stood a somewhat dilapidated temple. Zhengchu Taoist Temple. Seeing the plaque above the temple, Fu Pinglan chuckled coldly, raising his hand to peel away the roof, revealing a golden body clad in a yin-yang Taoist robe inside. Seeing the golden body's face, Wan Wenfeng, by Fu Pinglan's side, was suddenly shocked, overwhelmed by a turbulent wave. Zheng? In the martial hall, those who had seen Zheng were few, but he happened to be one of them. How could Zheng look exactly like the ancestral Dao? In that instant, many thoughts crossed his mind, enshrouded in confusion. Did Song Lingxue already know about this? Despite the turmoil within, Wan Wenfeng's face remained calm as still water, showing no trace of unusual expression. Fu Pinglan's smile grew colder, his youthful, delicate face gaining an edge of chilling killing intent. He suddenly looked up, a long howl splitting the sky, piercing through the chaos starry sea. Jingqiu, why do you still hide? Boom. With a long howl, Star River shattered, the entire chaos sea plunged into massive upheaval, countless stars shattered, falling into the great realm, igniting raging heavenly fire. Even some small worlds could not bear the falling stars, collapsing in an instant, reduced to ashes. Among the torn star rivers, a pitch-black figure spanning the star sea slowly stood up. As it moved, dazzling divine radiance ignited on its body, illuminating the star sea. Come. Accompanied by the soft voice of Daoist ancestor Jingqiu, golden body divine radiance overflowed, calming the turmoil in the star sea and protecting the worlds. In an instant, time and space seemed to reverse, exploding stars reassembled in suspension, a resplendent star river formed anew, collapsed worlds restored to their original state, and shattered world barriers healed completely, life flourishing once more. This scene caused heavenly punishment and Wan Wenfeng's expressions to turn solemn. Such large-scale reverse flow of time and space was beyond their capabilities. This required deep understanding of the space-time law, even the cosmic origin. Throughout the star sea, spokesman for Jingqiu Dao Lord began reciting the god-worshipping spell. Praise. Guardian of all beings, the murmuring of the god-worshipping spell resonated beneath the star dome, the divine radiance-soaked worlds manifesting countless kneeling figures in the void, numbers immeasurable. Praise. Imperishable in 10,000 tribulations, nearly frenzied whispers, like roaring star rivers, deafening to the ear. All the divine martial heavenly generals' expressions changed drastically. In that instant, they almost felt the urge to bow and worship. Praise. Everlasting in brightness, amidst the chants, Jingqiu's figure grew increasingly majestic, the essence blood-soul power of the believers condensed into a celestial path at his feet. He strode towards Fu Pinglan without speaking further. Each step he took, overwhelming divine light illuminated the star dome, even reaching beyond the chaos sea, drawing the attention of all powerful beings. The Tianwu realm was the only place amid the chaos sea not yet shrouded by divine light. As Jingqiu approached, the world barriers emitted unbearable cries of strain. Crack, crack, the ancestor blood parasol standing at the world's center trembled violently, countless cracks forming, leaves falling like a sea, engulfing over half the realm. Guardian of all beings, imperishable in 10,000 tribulations, everlasting in brightness, are you worthy? Fu Pinglan clenched the staff in his hand, murderous intent surging, the corners of his eyes tearing almost to the point of bleeding. Today, let's settle this. Chapter 575-414, I pave the way for all living beings. Followers of Daoist Venerable Jingqiu filled the chaos sea, with some fanatical believers even offering up all their vital essence and blood, turning into ashes instantly. In an unremarkable corner, a shadow clung to a meteor, drifting slowly. Observing the chaotic scene before him, Zheng calmed his spirit, restraining all fluctuations of his aura, his gaze fixed intently on the figure of Daoist Venerable Jingqiu. Initially, he just intended to gather some information, but unexpectedly, shortly after emerging from the ancient crossing realm, he directly encountered the manifestation of Daoist ancestor Jingqiu. Gazing at the starry sky dyed red by the blood light in the distance, Zheng's heart stirred slightly, thinking those must be people from the martial hall. After some contemplation, Zheng controlled the meteor beneath him, slowly approaching that great realm. Since it was just an avatar, gaining more information would undoubtedly be more beneficial than harmful. A moment later, Zheng suddenly sensed something amiss. Regardless of whether it was his main body or his avatar, the tribulation chi around him began to surge madly, boiling in an instant and rapidly transforming into a death tribulation. How could this be? Zheng's spirit was violently shaken, not daring to hesitate for a moment, immediately redirecting his divine sense back to his main body, stepping out of the cave heaven world, focusing attentively in preparation. At this moment, the tribulation chi around him thoroughly boiled, evolving into a death tribulation. Zheng waited for a moment, without noticing any anomaly, a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. The starry sea before him was empty and calm as ever, with no waves, and the Cangyun realm not far away was the same. The tribulation had begun, yet neither his main body nor avatar encountered any disturbance. After sensing through the tribulation Zheng was startled to realize that this tribulation actually originated from the martial hall. So, it seemed Daoist ancestor Zheng was enduring the tribulation for him? Boom! The entire chaos starry sea was shaking. Fu Pinglan rose into the air, using the long staff in his hand to slice open the barrier of space-time, pulling Daoist Venerable Zheng into the long river of time. The battlefield in the space-time domain could not be unleashed in the great universe, its impact too vast. Letting loose would shatter the entire chaos sea and all the present divine martial heavenly generals would die without a burial. Destroy the temple. Slay all followers of Daoist Venerable Zheng, leave no one alive, hurry. Heavenly punishment commanded the divine martial heavenly generals behind him and, along with Wan Wenfeng, closely followed behind Fu Pinglan, crossing into the river of time. No matter how powerful, it was still an incense fire god, its followers were its foundation. Once thoroughly destroyed, the downfall of Zheng was inevitable. Boom, the forbidden domain unreachable by living creatures roared from the ancient end down the long river of time, waves reflecting echoes of eras, constantly tearing and restructuring. Daoist ancestor Zheng sat on the other side of the river, his expression indifferent, with no joy or sorrow. The willingness of his followers wove into strands of incense fire god chains, entwined around his fingertips, hanging into the river, continuously absorbing divine power. His gaze fell on the three of Fu Pinglan and, in a tone without the slightest ripple, attempting to reverse the heavenly fate, "You will suffer divine retribution, your lifespans are nearing their end." His voice resonated in the river of time, reaching the ears of many powerful living creatures. "We pave the way for all beings, the master of heavenly fortune died many years ago, where is the heavenly fate from?" Fu Pinglan let out a sharp cry, the long staff in his hand violently trembling, the golden patterns engraved on it bursting with bloody light, dyeing the ancient age red. This martial Dao ancestor weapon passed down from the primordial era, had drunk the blood of over 100 ancestral realm living creatures, and countless ancestor weapons had been shattered head-on by it, its power long beyond measure. Boom, Fu Pinglan smashed the waves formed by the space-time law, the long staff in his hand slicing through time, reflecting the blood sea of the ancient battlefield, the aura of ancestor blood gradually spreading. Heavenly punishment and Wan Wenfeng did not rush to strike, instead shielding for Fu Pinglan, alert for potential reinforcements. The legends of the Dao ancestor, they grew up hearing. In ancient times, the Dao ancestor once sought extremely powerful assistance from the future. The ancient martial ancestor gathered more than 30% of the heavenly fate protection, yet was still defeated head-on. They could not allow the ancient legends to repeat. The golden long staff crushed through the sky, directly pressing down towards the head of Daoist ancestor Zheng, with a killing intent that pierced the bone. Daoist ancestor Zheng's form did not move a bit, a luminous treasure mirror rose from behind him, blooming with auspicious radiance, reflecting billions of threads of chaotic light. Chaotic chi intertwined, reflecting the cosmos and stars, blocking the pressuring martial Dao ancestor weapon. Seeing this luminous mirror, Fu Pinglan's expression shifted slightly, with some surprise. Heavenly mirror? Starman ancient clan? This treasure is actually in your hands, has become an ancestor weapon. The next moment, his gaze sharpened like a blade unsheathed, reflecting a chilling light. No matter if it's an ancestor weapon, those shattered under the Tao tribulation stick exceed the heavenly mirror countless times. If this mirror is your trump card, then today you shall surely die. The long staff shattered the 9 heavens, tearing apart the cosmic void reflected in the mirror, once again rising across the sky, striking the main body of the heavenly mirror. Crack, the mirror surface, like glass, erupted with countless cobweb-like cracks, reflecting endless afterimages. In an instant, the Daoist ancestor Zheng sitting within the mirror, split into countless avatars, scattered through the long river of time, indistinguishable between real and fake. Fu Pinglan's gaze narrowed slightly, scrutinizing his surroundings, suddenly sensing something amiss. his expression instantly changing. The countless avatars of Daoist ancestor Zheng transformed into brilliant golden divine chains, weaving into a cage, enveloping the heavenly punishment martial ancestor who was protecting the formation beside him. Heavenly punishment frowned slightly but remained unfazed, the chi and blood around him boiling, the Dao mark on his brow oozing blood light, and a blood-colored long spear emerged from his palm. The spear's shadow traversed the sky, bursting with brilliant divine radiance, and in the blink of an eye, it ripped apart the cage. But the breach healed in an instant. Before he could strike again, an avatar of Daoist ancestor Zheng emerged from the river of time, a divine chain extending from his palm, suddenly drawing the golden cage in the air into the river of time. Upon contact with the river of time, the cage immediately disintegrated, vanishing without a trace, yet the heavenly punishment martial ancestor had also fallen into the river. In the face of the eternal washing of time, even an ancestral realm being was submerged in the waves in an instant. Heavenly punishment. Fu Pinglan's expression changed instantly, trying to grasp the figure of heavenly punishment about to be engulfed by the river, but was a step too late, only able to watch as heavenly punishment, carried by the river of time, rushed toward the future. The river of time, irreversible, even the ancestral realm cannot withstand it. Fall into it, and one can only flow downstream, seeking a chance to escape. If one forcibly tried to stay, all their lifespan would be swept away by time, turning to ashes in an instant. Heavenly punishment effectively went to the future, but how far into the future is entirely up to fortune. Fu Pinglan's eye twitched slightly, looking back towards Daoist ancestor Zheng, his gaze full of incomprehension. With heavenly punishment's exit, he indeed suffered a significant loss of aid, yet the cost to Zheng was equally substantial. To shake the ancestral realm required at least comparable power. He almost cut away half of his cultivation, forcefully dragging heavenly punishment into the river of time. Is this seeking death? Above the river of time and space, an eerie silence fell. Daoist ancestor Zheng sat cross-legged on the other side of the river, casually tossing the shattered glazed realm into it, letting it drift downstream. His expression remained unchanged, as if he were a lifeless puppet. Having lost more than half of his cultivation, his golden body was no longer as brilliant as before, appearing weathered by time, with mottled old marks showing. Zheng, you may not recognize me at this moment, but I have long known you. Fu Pinglan calmed down, no longer in a hurry to strike. He put away the Tao tribulation stick and slowly approached the river's edge, sitting across from Zheng, speaking solemnly. The threads of cause and effect from past to future are numerous and tangled. I have yet to unravel them. If you truly possess divine insight, have you calculated that today is your death day? He appeared at ease. Zheng, having lost most of his cultivation, no longer had the qualifications to face him head-on. He could extinguish Zheng with a flick of a finger. Moreover, in the Chaos Sea, Zheng's followers were dying in large numbers, and with every moment, Zheng's life force visibly declined. This was the unavoidable weakness of an incense fire god. All foundation was built upon followers, and compared to other paths, there were many disadvantages in combat strength. Even if Zheng were in his prime, heavenly punishment and Wan Wenfeng confronting him head-on would not find it a difficult task to bring him down. Zheng lowered his eyes, a faint golden light seeping from his gaze, his features gradually relaxing, as if filled with vitality, slowly reviving. Fu Pinglan's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of alarm in his heart. He did not hesitate, instantly springing forth, drawing the Tao tribulation stick from the void. The enormous Dao essence pressed down, cutting off time and space, the river of time and space seemingly boiling, erupting into towering waves. Zheng suddenly rose, the divine clothes he wore transforming into a yin-yang Taoist robe, his golden body cracking inch by inch, beneath which appeared a true flesh and blood body, each strand of hair glistening, his aura swiftly transforming from an incense fire god to a true living creature. He pointed lightly, disintegrating the blood-red Dao essence under the Tao tribulation stick in an instant, the presence of ancestor blood vanishing, transforming into the purest primordial chi between heaven and earth, which he absorbed and transformed into nourishment. Clang! The fingertip, like ancient jade, met the Tao tribulation stick, exploding into an ear-piercing clang, piercing straight to the heavenly spirit. Zheng Chu's stance didn't waver a bit, while Fu Pinglan was flung back, the terrifying colossal strength from the stick's body transmitting into his palm, causing his fingers to tremble violently, barely able to hold on to the Tao Tribulation stick, breaking open countless wounds. This strike from the fingertip wasn't from Zheng Chu, but the inherent power of the Tao Tribulation stick itself. Return to the origin, move stars change constellations, truly a chi-refining technique. Zheng Chu. Fu Pinglan's eyes brightened, not showing fear but joy, as the wounds on his hand healed in an instant, a laugh escaping his lips. At last, you show yourself. The Zheng Chu he knew was certainly not a mere incense fire god but a chi cultivator who tread to the pinnacle of the Tao, a true Daoist golden immortal. At this moment, it seemed that Fu Pinglan had truly entered his pinnacle. The fluctuations of chi and blood around him began to surge wildly. In an instant, his blood and flesh, tendons and bones, limbs, and even his life origin began to burn fiercely. The boiling blood of the martial ancestor shone throughout endless years, through time and space, illuminating the great universe. In an instant, across the myriad heavens and realms, a blood-red sun hung above the sky. The Tao Tribulation stick shone brilliantly, fully awakening from slumber, revealing the might of the martial path. The shadow of the ancient Tao transmission road appeared behind Fu Pinglan, countless gazes cast from the blood-red pillars towering high above the heavens. For a moment the Tao Tribulation stick connected past and future, this battle falling into the view of many living creatures who had reached the pinnacle of the martial path. Zheng Chu gazed at Fu Pinglan, killing intent surging in his golden eyes. Fu Pinglan, the wrongs you have committed can't be atoned for even with 10,000 deaths. The martial hall must be destroyed. The killing intent in his eyes was so pure that it almost made Fu Pinglan tremble in fear for a moment. Zheng Chu's expression remained indifferent, suddenly raising his hand to reach into the river of time and space, the space-time law folding around his fingers, instantly condensing into a Tao sword. On the Tao sword, various dazzling Tao marks gathered, displaying the might of the great Tao. Fu Pinglan's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing increasingly serious. Meddling with fate, creating from nothing. In that fleeting moment, Zheng Chu harnessed the power of space-time, creating an ancestor weapon out of thin air. With all kinds of divine skills and chi refining, the stronger the cultivation, the more unfathomable it becomes. This unfathomable terror is precisely why Zheng Chu could run rampant in ancient times. This was a law of the last epoch, not belonging to this era. It was too defiant, thus envied by heavenly fate, causing calamities to arise. Apart from Tai Ching, who had just recently ascended, only Zheng Chu alone managed to reach the level of a Daoist golden immortal. And Tai Ching was greatly aided by the immortal ancestor. Only he managed to reach this step on his own. Ridiculous, what wrong have I done? Fu Pinglan didn't say more, the golden patterns on the Tao Tribulation stick growing more radiant. He swung it down. Die. Zheng Chu soared into the void, the Tao sword resounding with a clang. He swung it backhandedly, the sword chi slicing through ancient and modern, severing time and space, slashing towards the Tao Tribulation stick. Bang! Just as before, the counterforce surged violently, the Tao Tribulation stick trembled fiercely. Fu Pinglan's eyes reddened slightly, forcibly suppressing the counterforce, unable to stop coughing up blood. His internal organs were already injured, yet he didn't retreat a single step, almost frenzied, as the muscles around him bulged. Ancestor blood roared within his body, pushing into his heart, and in an instant, the Tao Tribulation stick swung tens of thousands of times, filling the air with stick shadows. Crack! In an instant, the Tao sword in Zheng Chu's hand was forcibly broken. In the face of Fu Pinglan's reckless suppression, Zheng Chu's physical body shattered hundreds or even thousands of times, but instantly healed again, not affected in the slightest. Fu Pinglan was also covered with cracks, the counterforce of the Tao Tribulation stick, hard to withstand even with the resilient body of the ancestor of martial arts. After the frenzied pressing storm, his heart was ruptured by the boiling chi and blood, throwing them into chaos. Fu Pinglan had to cease his steps to catch his breath, mending the injuries on his body. And in that moment of Fu Pinglan's breath, Zheng Chu had already drawn another brand new Tao sword from the river of time and space. The spilled ancestor blood transformed into a vast yuan qi, which Xingqiu absorbed, the golden light in his eyes growing even more fierce, cold with killing intent. The brilliant light of the sword shone again, astonishing the great universe, sweeping towards Fu Pinglan's neck, killing intent flourishing, seeking to behead with a single stroke. In haste, Fu Pinglan could only suppress his injuries, raising the stick to block, attempting to sidestep. But his heart, already ruptured, could not restrain the chaotic reverse flowing blood within a short time, leaving no chance to dodge the sword edge. Buzz, just as the Tao sword approached his throat, Wan Wenfeng, who was waiting in the wings, intervened in the battle. In that lightning moment, he only managed to push Fu Pinglan half a step aside, though avoiding the danger of being slain. The power of spacetime wrapped around the sword edge still severed Fu Pinglan's right arm. Boom! At the moment Fu Pinglan's arm was severed, the river of time and space surged unceasingly, waves rising downstream, the waters of time abruptly reversing, streaming backward. The massive upheaval happening then has already affected the historical process of the future. Chapter 577-416, The Dissolution of Heavenly Fate, The Vanished Calamity. The entire long river of spacetime began to boil, and the progress of ancient history was about to be reversed, resulting in great changes. Xingqiu's expression changed slightly. Looking at the torrential river waters, he lowered his head in silence. He no longer pursued, only weakly loosened his grip on the Tao sword, letting the river waters sweep over him and submerge his figure. Boom! Fu Pinglan and Wan Wenfeng were also squeezed out of the spacetime domain, returning to the great universe. Reversing ancient history is something that living creatures cannot do. If radical changes occur against reason, the long river of spacetime will spontaneously adjust to erase unstable factors. To change ancient history is to make time completely reverse, rendering everything eternal and void. The slaughter in the chaos sea continued. Ancestor blood dripped through the layers of spacetime, dyeing the starry sky crimson. The years experienced in the Chaos Sea are 100 times more than those in the great universe. The inner structure has long been established, and although no ancestral realm has appeared, the number of living creatures stepping into the realm of ancient myths in various realms is no less than 30, with over 100 crossing into the spacetime domain. Most of these living creatures are followers of Daoist ancestor Xingqiu. Even with over 100 divine martial heavenly generals, sweeping the advancement in the Chaos Sea was not proceeding smoothly. Looking at the seemingly endless star sea filled with blood light before him, Fu Pinglan's gaze dimmed. If not for the riot in the long river of spacetime, which squeezed them all out of the spacetime domain, he would have certainly died. The desperate struggle just before caused Fu Pinglan's life origin to deplete massively, making him appear many years older in an instant. The youthful appearance now seems nearly 30. Beside him, Wan Wenfeng pondered for a moment before understanding what had just happened. Clearly, Xingqiu's attempt to kill Fu Pinglan was not an event supposed to occur in this spacetime. Fu Pinglan's life was not meant to end, hence the disturbance in the long river of spacetime. Thus, the massive change in Xingqiu just now should not belong to this era, but rather Xingqiu borrowed the body of incense spirituality to act across spacetime, intending to eliminate Fu Pinglan to erase what he would do later. Looking at Fu Pinglan's right arm, severed at the root, Wan Wenfeng frowned. What happened to Xingqiu? As an ancestor realm himself, in the previous battle, he found himself unable to intervene at all, merely a spectator. The disparity in strength was too great. Whether it was Xingqiu just now or Fu Pinglan wielding the Tao Tribulation stick, to kill him would not be difficult. The arm severed by spacetime Dao power cannot be regenerated using ordinary limb regrowth techniques. Fu Pinglan's right hand has been eternally left in the past, along with the temporary disappearance of heavenly punishment. This journey has cost a portion of Marshal Hall's elite forces. Yet they haven't dealt with Xingqiu. Their troubles on this trip have increased greatly. Before the words fell, a clear bell rang in his mind suddenly. Buzz, in that instant, this mournful bell rang in the minds of all Ancestor realm living creatures in the great universe. With the bell sound, the originally gathered heavenly fate in the Chaos Sea dispersed. Has Xingqiu fallen? Wan Wenfeng stood stunned for a moment, unable to react. Just now Xingqiu had nearly slain Fu Pinglan, and now in just an instant, he had fallen? he even didn't know how he died. Listening to this mournful bell, Fu Pinglan's expression was devoid of sadness or joy. He raised his remaining left hand, touched his right shoulder, his eyes were dead. Nothing in the past has changed. We made this trip, in vain. Despite Xingqiu's death, the bell tolls, heavenly fate collapses, yet the memories in his mind of interacting with Xingqiu remain clear, indicating Xingqiu has indeed returned to the past. On this journey, nothing was accomplished. It wasn't that they killed Xingqiu, but rather that he directly abandoned this incense god's avatar. How could it be in vain? The heavenly fate has clearly scattered. Looking at Fu Pinglan, who seemed somewhat disheveled, Wan Wenfeng frowned deeply and spoke in a low voice. At the very least, we acquired the Chaos Sea. Martial Hall can add an Ancestor realm, which is helpful, and besides, heavenly punishment isn't dead yet. Once he escapes the Chaos Sea, my martial path still has a chance. On saying this, he was somewhat puzzled. Xingqiu sought aid from the future. We should have seen traces in the long river of spacetime, but now there's no sign at all. Why is that? The long river of spacetime has only one tributary. If living creatures from the downstream future want to traverse the spacetime, they must travel upstream, and once they cross, they will absolutely pass through the battlefield where they were fighting Xingqiu earlier. There is no way they wouldn't notice. The route the opponent took is above ours. If I'm not mistaken, Xingqiu has already crossed the border. Fu Pinglan took a deep breath, calming his emotions, his gaze sinking slightly. Xingqiu turned against spacetime, daring the backlash from the long river of spacetime, sought to forcibly kill me, presumably trying to avoid certain things I will do in the future. I certainly still have another chance. Wan Wenfeng's heart stirred slightly, and he couldn't help but think of Chu Zheng. To say there's no connection between the two is impossible, and even so, Chu Zheng may actually be the real Xingqiu. At that moment, he hesitated, unsure if he should share this news with Fu Pinglan. With Fu Pinglan's temperament, knowing this might lead him to directly rush into the immortal domain to kill Chu Zheng. But if this action is truly taken, it will undoubtedly produce a strong chain reaction. The Immortal Alliance won't sit idly by and may even intervene, leading to larger-scale conflicts and possibly sparking a Dao war. At present, with heavenly punishment unknown and Fu Pinglan needing time to recover from his injuries, actually going to war, Martial Hall may not be the match, and the Immortal Alliance has the myriad realms as allies. Pulling on one string could move the entire network, which is very dangerous. Thinking it over, Wan Wenfeng decided to temporarily suppress this thought. Chu Zheng's cultivation doesn't pose a threat for now, there should be enough time. What is the next step? Upon hearing Wan Wenfeng's inquiry, Fu Pinglan responded without hesitation, coldly speaking, completely exterminate Xingqiu's divine kingdom, kill all his followers. Eliminate the possibility of him reappearing through the body of incense spirituality. Speaking to this point, Fu Pinglan took a deep breath, his gaze icy. If there's a next opportunity, I won't miss again. If he had gone all out from the beginning, with a thunderous strike, directly crushing Xingqiu's incense god's avatar, perhaps wouldn't be so passive now. Heavenly punishment might not have been trapped in spacetime. In the end, he hesitated, wanting to solve some doubts in his mind, and ended up making a grave error. In a corner of the Chaos Sea, Chu Zheng transformed into an inconspicuous gray stone, curled up behind a meteor, looking at the terrifying battlefield around him, not daring to move an inch. He could see everywhere living creatures who had crossed into the spacetime domain battling each other. Even a slight leak of his chi could possibly be detected. Suddenly, Chu Zheng felt a hint of change surrounding his body. After careful sensing, he was stunned. Since he embarked on the path of chi refining, the tribulation chi that had always enveloped him completely disappeared. Chapter 578-417, Choice, Retreat, Double Combo. In the past, even when Chu Zheng had crossed a great tribulation, or he wore down the tribulation chi with his avatar, a trace of tribulation chi would always remain. As his cultivation progressed, this trace of tribulation chi would eventually brew into another tribulation. But now, this last trace of tribulation chi had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. For a moment, Chu Zheng was not quite sure if this meant he would no longer be affected by tribulation chi in the future. It wasn't until several days had passed in the Chaos Sea, with no tribulation chi reappearing around his main body or avatar, that Zheng was finally certain. The tribulation chi surrounding him had truly dissipated without a trace. To further dismantle the foundation of Daoist ancestor Zheng's followers, the news of Zheng's demise had long spread throughout the Chaos Sea. Upon hearing this news, Zheng couldn't help but connect the death of Daoist ancestor Zheng with the disappearance of his own tribulation chi. Zheng may have shielded him from this tribulation. Perhaps the fall of the ancestral realm, which gathered heavenly fate, caused the heavenly fate of the great universe to sense that he had already faced the tribulation and died, resulting in his current situation. Tribulation chi was the heaviest shackle of the chi refining lineage, with natural disasters and human catastrophes being unavoidable. Now without the shackles of tribulation chi, the path of chi refining was a smooth road for Zheng, with no more obstacles, only awaiting the natural outcome. However, the loss of tribulation chi might not entirely be good news for him. The existence of tribulation chi might inherently carry certain risks, but by undergoing tribulations with an avatar, it could still be kept within a certain range. In other words, as long as the tribulation chi was under control, the chances of encountering great danger were very low or even non-existent. With the loss of tribulation chi, Zheng also lost his previous ability to foresee danger, and once in peril, it was uncertain if there would be a way out. Without the reference of tribulation chi, he would lose some of his ability to anticipate and avoid disasters in advance. But in the long run, he could cultivate in peace, no longer needing to consider using avatars to undergo tribulations, saving considerable energy, which was ultimately a good thing. As for the unknown dangers ahead, he could only take them one step at a time. The slaughter within the chaos still raged on, and the news of the passing of Daoist ancestor Zheng had undoubtedly shattered the psychological defenses of many followers. Except for a few fanatical believers who still held their ground, even some true followers began to waver, and the living creatures who had not reached the 10th order started to flee outside the Chaos Sea. Some even changed allegiances, directly defecting, choosing to be absorbed by the martial hall. In this situation, Zheng moved somewhat boldly, directly seeking a corpse as the host for an armor demon, beginning to seize the treasures left behind in the battlefield. At this moment in the Chaos Sea, many and extremely powerful living creatures had fallen, far beyond any battlefield Zheng had experienced before. The living creatures of the space-time domain, even just a trace of blood, once converted with the returning to the origin technique, were a great tonic for his main body. The laws of space-time surged endlessly within the Chaos Sea, and the battle grew even fiercer. Even without delving into the core of the battlefield, the corpse controlled by Zheng was inevitably affected, getting repeatedly blown apart. Fortunately, the armor demon's golden cicada shedding technique still worked, allowing easy escape without causing too much trouble for Zheng. He needed to preserve this avatar of the armor demon well, to transfer these stored resources safely to the main body once he found an opportunity to leave the Chaos Sea, otherwise, it would indeed be a huge loss. In a flick of the fingers, several months passed. Under the command of the Martial Hall, the situation within the Chaos Sea changed, turning into a dispute between great realms. The wreckage of collapsed great realms was ubiquitous. Within the ruined continent, mountains hung upside down, engulfed by half in blazing magma and fire. The vitality of the great realm was completely exhausted, corpses and bones littered the ground, with the bloody fiendish aura permeating the heavens and the earth. Zheng traversed the sea of blood, collecting all usable fragments, and in the heart of a dilapidated village, he came to a stop. Amidst the fields, charred corpses were huddled everywhere, some still emanating faint energy fluctuations, the nature's spiritual energy not yet dissipated. The strongest among them had barely stepped into the first order in their past life, with limited cultivation, they had no resistance against calamities as massive as landslides, turning to ashes in an instant. The fire in the village had not yet extinguished, still burning slowly. Beneath the fallen eaves curled a skeleton, with flesh and skin having long turned to charcoal, its jagged spine prominently arched up, shielding a child in its embrace. The child held within had long turned to a pile of charcoal, the longevity lock hung around its chest half melted, deeply embedded into the flesh. In the battles among higher living creatures, the masses were akin to weeds by the roadside. If a Dao war were to begin, hellscapes like this would spread throughout the great universe until a new master of heavenly fate emerged. By that time, the dead would vastly outnumber those now. Zheng slowly walked to the center of the village, coming to a halt. On a dirt-constructed divine platform stood a shattered clay mold, half collapsed, with only half a face remaining. He raised his head slightly, as if looking into a mirror, staring at the remaining half-faced divine statue, silent for a long time. If not for the existence of Daoist Venerable Zheng, the living creatures before him might have peacefully lived their lives, free from such great tribulations. When will the struggles of the Dao come to an end? After a while, he took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, sorted out some usable resources, and left the remnants of the continent. Just as he entered the starry sky, waves began to ripple in the nearby star sea, causing a wave of space-time laws, and an incomplete crystal fragment fell from an unknown spatial layer. The crystal spanned thousands of miles, nearly half the size of the stars, making it hard not to attract attention. In a flash, the crystal fragment passed by Zheng, condensed with moonlight like heavenly dew. He glanced at it and casually captured it in his palm. Heavenly Mirror, 10th Order. Once the treasure of the Star Moon ancient clan, it slumbered in the Chaos Sea for billions of years, baptized by the long laws of spacetime, and ascended to an Ancestor weapon, recently shattered by the martial Dao Ancestor soldier. With your current ability, it cannot be repaired. Ancestor weapon? Seeing the information returned by the spiritual eye, a trace of horror flashed in Zheng's eyes. Recently shattered by the martial Dao Ancestor soldier, he didn't even have to think to know to whom this heavenly mirror previously belonged. Having slumbered in the Chaos Sea for billions of years, it at least belonged to the primordial era in the great universe. Zheng had never heard of the Star Moon ancient clan, but the loss of their clan's treasure foreshadowed a dire fate. Even though this level of supreme treasure is just a fragment, Zheng can hardly shake it now, but in the future, there must be a chance to use it. After storing the fragments of the heavenly mirror, Zheng continued to wander in the Chaos Sea. Within a few months, he encountered more than 10 fragments of the heavenly mirror again. However, of these fragments, only a small portion fell into Zheng's hands. The rest were either taken by powerful living creatures within the Chaos Sea or occupied by people from the Martial Hall, forcing him to give up reluctantly. During this period, he also saw many immortal kings and immortal venerables roaming the Chaos Sea, not involving themselves in battles but clearly reconnoitering. As time passed, the situation in the Chaos Sea gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Zheng called it a day and quietly exited the Chaos Sea, preparing to head for the Immortal Domain. Once he reached the Immortal Domain, this avatar would have accomplished its mission and could retire. However, trouble awaited him just as he left the Chaos Sea. The outer perimeter of the Chaos Sea had already been completely sealed off by the Immortal Alliance, dotted with the presence of the Punishment Authority cultivators. For those who fled from the Chaos Sea, the Punishment Authority executed them without any room for leniency, regardless of their reasons. The dramatic changes within the Chaos Sea were known to the Immortal Alliance to a great extent. Allowing any living creature from the Chaos Sea to escape could risk giving the Daoist ancestor Zheng a chance to make a comeback. These incensed spiritualities corrode the lower-level cultivators at an alarming speed, threatening the very roots of any Taoist orthodoxy. Though anxious, Zheng hid at the periphery of the Chaos Sea, stealthily entering a great realm fully controlled by the Martial Hall, using the Earth Escape skill to deepen into the earth and lay dormant. The avatar couldn't leave, but his main body could come for assistance, and with the identity of an inspector, it shouldn't be difficult. In just 10 months, the Chaos Sea was completely purged, and the glorious divine kingdom of the Daoist ancestor Zheng collapsed overnight, leaving not a trace. The Martial Hall left only one initial realm Martial Emperor and 6 Martial Monarchs to guard the Chaos Sea, while the rest followed Fu Pinglan and Wan Wenfeng, traversing the vast universe and retreating along the boundary back to the great universe. The Martial Emperor left to guard the Chaos Sea was quite old, and once the dissipated heavenly fate gradually consolidated, he would use it to enter the Ancestor realm and bring the Chaos Sea fully under Martial Hall's control. this martial emperor was still some distance from reaching the perfect martial emperor realm, but the hundredfold time disparity of the Chaos Sea was enough for him to use. However, this half of heaven's fortune would have no impact on the impending Dao War. The Ancestor realm couldn't leave the Chaos Sea, making it essentially a cage. Any martial emperor with ambition would not be willing to stay here, awaiting the opening of the Dao War, where there would be plenty of opportunities in the great universe. Fu Pinglan's journey was also aimed at Jingqiu, and this half of heaven's fortune was merely a side benefit. Moreover, in his entanglement with Jingqiu, a martial emperor and 4 martial monarchs among the divine martial heavenly generals perished, which was already a significant loss. Upon returning to the martial hall, Fu Pinglan could barely contain the heavy injuries within him. He casually sent the Tao Tribulation stick into the void, then dispersed the divine martial heavenly generals, leaving only Wan Wenfeng. I must seclude myself for healing for a period of time, as short as 100 years, as long as 1,000. Some matters require your assistance. Saying that, Fu Pinglan felt a bit helpless. If the one trapped in the long river of time wasn't the heavenly punishment but Wan Wenfeng, he wouldn't be so restricted in his actions, and these matters wouldn't be his to delegate. Compared to the heavenly punishment, his relationship with Wan Wenfeng was distant, as the latter hadn't received much favor from him, naturally leaving a barrier between them. Moreover, Wan Wenfeng had extended a helping hand in the long river of time, saving him from heavier injuries, which was yet another favor. Feel free to speak, Wan Wenfeng nodded calmly. Jingqiu is definitely not dead, you need to continue the investigation, Fu Pinglan rasped, suppressing surging blood in his throat. Immediately spread Jingqiu's portrait throughout the martial hall and all heavens. His appearance hasn't changed much since the ancient times. If you find any trace, there's no need for you to act, just inform me. You can count on me, Wan Wenfeng agreed without hesitation. Thank you. With those words, Fu Pinglan turned and left straight away, returning to his residence to begin a long recovery. Wan Wenfeng pondered for a while, then stepped into the core area of the martial hall, arriving before Ji Zhouyin. Martial Ancestor. After bowing and greeting, Wan Wenfeng recounted the entirety of the matters concerning Chu Zheng and Daoist ancestor Jingqiu. The news that Chu Zheng might be the Daoist ancestor pertained to the safety of the martial path, and he couldn't make the decision alone. Ji Zhouyin and Fu Pinglan were different. The former acted with consideration and took into account the larger picture, likely finding a more appropriate way to handle the situation. After a long silence, Ji Zhouyin finally spoke. Release the portrait normally. Previously, the boundary breach summoned a lot of battle power to the cosmic edge, so many people within the martial hall should have seen Chu Zheng. Once the portrait is out, information will soon be reported. You must suppress it until Fu Pinglan finishes his seclusion. And the news? Wan Wenfeng cautiously asked. After Fu Pinglan exits seclusion, you can tell him it was my suggestion not to bother him during his recovery. With that, Ji Zhouyin flipped his hand to reveal a massive purple-red heart and a robust, scaly claw. This is the heart and arm of the beast ancestor Yu Xian, left by the previous martial ancestor. Take it to Fu Pinglan, it should help him recover his Yuan Qi faster. Merging the arm will take a considerable amount of time, at least 300 to 500 years, delay it if you can. Understood. Wan Wenfeng nodded slightly, exhaling in relief. He didn't want to provoke Fu Pinglan's extreme temperament unnecessarily. With Ji Zhouyin backing him, it was naturally much better. With a conclusion reached, Wan Wenfeng went directly to the execution department. Before spreading the portrait and orders, he paused to send a message to Songling Xue. Fu Pinglan is severely injured and in seclusion, but he still wants the martial hall to search for Daoist ancestor Jingqiu with full force. Chu Zheng's appearance is identical to the Daoist ancestor. I can only suppress the news until Fu Pinglan finishes his seclusion, which will take at most 300 to 500 years, plan accordingly. If this task needed doing, he might as well gain another favor, as there would be no difference either way. Regarding Chu Zheng, Wan Wenfeng didn't know how much insight Songling Xue had, but given her rapid growth in such a short time, it surely spoke to her exceptional nature. coupled with her prior request for assistance, which led Ji Zhouyin to grant him the chance to enter the Ancestor realm, offering her news was justifiable. Not long after, Song Lingshua's response came back, brief and to the point. "Thank you." Seeing the aura mixed in the message, Wan Wenfeng's expression subtly changed, with a flash of horror in his eyes. Martial Emperor? Chapter 580-418, Immortal Venerable, Great Immortal Realm. Regarding the years spent in the Chaos Sea, the cultivation time of Song Lingxue is still less than 3,000 years. A martial emperor of 3,000 years, even considering the ancient times, when the martial path was at its peak, could not possibly have such a prodigy. This speed of cultivation can no longer be explained by talent. If he were not also a martial cultivator, Wan Wenfeng would even suspect Song Lingxue was the true ancestral Dao, possessing that 25% of heaven's fortune for protection. Otherwise, it's truly hard to explain the speed of her cultivation progress. Although Chu Zheng's current cultivation speed is fast, it is due to the qi refining technique and cannot be judged by common logic, and he has yet to enter the space-time domain, so the future speed of cultivation is still unknown. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wan Wenfeng took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh softly again. However, this should be Song Lingshua's end. Yan Feng, the former martial ancestor, once evaluated Song Lingshua's fate, saying she had no chance of entering the ancestral realm. Few people are aware of this, only a small portion of the martial hall's upper echelon knows. No one would doubt Yan Feng's judgment. This living fossil, who has survived since the ancient times, has such understanding of the space-time law that it has reached the transformation realm, and past and future are all within his sight. He can see many futures that ordinary people cannot, and knows numerous ancient secrets. If not limited by longevity, Yan Feng would still have the opportunity to lead the martial path to an unprecedented peak in the Dao War. Unfortunately, time is merciless. As a descendant of the Erosion Sun clan, Wan Wenfeng is aware of many secrets that ordinary people can't touch. In the ancient times, Yan Feng's master was expected to succeed as the martial ancestor, and his master had close relations with the ancestral Dao. However, due to the upheaval of heaven's fate at that time, the heavenly destiny true spirit of the martial path chose the ancient martial ancestor for self-preservation, thus leading to numerous subsequent conflicts. If Yan Feng's master had succeeded to the martial ancestor's position, the martial path might not have clashed so much with the ancestral Dao, and the current great universe's structure would be different, a different scenario altogether. After sorting through his thoughts, Wan Wenfeng turned and entered the execution department, sending out the image of Chu Zheng. As Ji Zhouyin had previously speculated, during the Cosmic Edge period, many martial saints had seen Chu Zheng's true face. As soon as the image was sent out, many martial saints reported successively. Heavenly punishment was not in the martial hall, Fu Pinglan was closed off for healing, and all messages were intercepted by Wan Wenfeng. Even though the current relationship between the Immortal Alliance and the martial hall is fiery, Wan Wenfeng is uncertain whether this information about Chu Zheng will reach the Immortal Alliance. At least for the short term, the situation can still maintain surface stability. As for what will happen to Chu Zheng, it is not within his consideration. In the grand scheme of Dao War, he has already done his utmost by giving a message to Song Lingxue. Immortal Domain. Sword Lion Star Domain, Songyun Realm. Within the Grotto Heaven world, Chu Zheng closed his eyes, rapidly assimilating the inheritance within the ancestor blood. The Immortal Dao technique he had previously cultivated mainly relied on the Taishan Divine Fire scripture, but now it had long been unable to keep up with his cultivation progress, requiring replacement. And within the immortal ancestor's inheritance, there happened to be such an immortal scripture. Mystic Sky Immortal Scroll. This immortal scripture, like the eternal Calamity treasure record he obtained earlier, is ranked as 10th order, with cultivation methods that directly lead to ancestral realm, fully sufficient. Chu Zheng's mind slightly stirred, and a scroll of purple jade heavenly book manifested deep in his consciousness, the cover imprinted with 4 ancient immortal seal characters, Mystic Sky Immortal Scroll. With a thought from Zheng, the purple jade heavenly book slowly unfolded, accompanied by majestic immortal sounds revealing true techniques, each character an ancient immortal seal script, akin to the sun, moon, and stars, scattered throughout the sea of consciousness, faintly fitting the image of all heaven stars. Dao gives birth to mystic sky, immortal sect manifests, immortal root hidden within purple palace, heart sword cuts mortal ties, cloud sea gathers pure chi, riding the wind to knock on jade mystic. Zheng glanced through the opening chapter, comprehended most of it smoothly, without feeling any obscurity, even surprisingly simple. Perhaps it's due to being an internalized inheritance within the ancestor blood, not needing additional effort to research. The Mystic Sky Immortal Scroll demands high foundational requirements for cultivators, requiring the condensation of immortal root, otherwise even ninth layer celestial foundation is useless, but Zheng's foundation is sufficiently robust, thus this limitation to him is negligible. The cultivation methods between immortal Dao and Qi refining lineage are very similar, especially in later stages, apart from significant differences in divine secret skills. Merely cultivating and circulating Qi bears almost no difference. The greatest disparity should be in the description of heaven's fate. In the Mystic Sky Immortal Scroll, at the crucial point of ancestral realm ascension, it explicitly mentions the need for half of heaven's fortune and provides some information about heavenly fate. Within the Taoist orthodoxy, the flow of heaven's fortune is allocated by the ancestral Dao, determining the allocation of names for ancestral realm living creatures under the orthodoxy. And the ancestral Dao is chosen by the heavenly destiny true spirit, not a position that living creatures can vie for through means. Only those acknowledged by immortal fortune are true immortal ancestors, and the same applies to martial ancestors, requiring recognition from the martial arts heavenly fortune. In other words, an ancestral Dao is a representative of the heavenly destiny true spirit of Taoist orthodoxy, and some matters may not be autonomously controlled. The information about heavenly fate is not mentioned in the eternal calamity treasure record, it only explains the methods of tribulation, the key to advancing Daoist golden immortal, and clashes with contemporary cultivation methods. Chapter 581-418, Immortal Venerable, Great Immortal Realm _2. The Qi refining technique ultimately does not belong to this era. It's just unknown how the heritage of that lineage of Qi cultivators in the myriad realms originated. After making some adjustments to the circuit of Qi within his body, Zheng began to examine the immortal path's secret techniques contained within the ancestor blood inheritance and those cultivation experiences. The detours that predecessors have walked need not be repeated by those who come after. This is the true value of inheritance. The immortal sect secret techniques cannot detach from these 8 schools: pill, talisman, array, artifact, spell, law, heaven, spirit control. After carefully reviewing each one, they are nothing more than alchemy, fu lu, array, artifact refining and spirit communication, spells, laws, deducing celestial secret, and spirit control. These 8 paths, any one of which could establish a Taoist orthodoxy in the myriad realms, combined together form immortal. The reason the immortal path can thrive enduringly is that it itself is the culmination of various paths. Many of the orthodoxies in the myriad realms carry some aspects of the immortal path. Zheng gained some basic understanding of these side door secret techniques, mainly regarding their drawbacks and weaknesses. These things, in case he ever stands opposed to the immortal path, can certainly be useful, better to be safe than sorry. After thoroughly digesting the inheritance on the cultivation side, Zheng focused on those incomplete memory fragments. These images are mostly tattered and barely discernible in terms of specific content. The clearest is a scroll he saw before. The last segment of memory before Shang was beheaded. The boy who clamored to kill the Sun-Eroding Cry is still unknown in identity, but from addressing Shang as grandpa, he presumably is some descendant of the immortal ancestor. Zheng meticulously sifted through these images, hoping to find some clues, as these are truly invaluable historical records from ancient times. Perhaps among them lies some little truth of the ancient battle of the primordial era. After sifting back and forth for a long time, Zheng indeed discovered some traces, a preserved part of memory of Shang as a young man reading ancient texts in an old building. Though the memory is very blurred, only some vague information is discernible. Zheng still caught a glimpse of a corner of the scenery from the primordial era. Amongst them, he saw a very familiar name. Star Moon Ancient Clan, the former master of the Heavenly Mirror. In the primordial era, the Star Moon Ancient Clan, with one lineage and 2 ancestors, was among the top 3 of the 10 great ancient clans and stood as one of the prime forces in the great universe before the upheaval of heavenly fate. Before the rise of the second full immortal martial, the great universe was governed by numerous ancient clans, with bloodlines serving as a bond, holding a significant place in the intricate structural relationships. Among the myriad of ancient clans, only 1/3 were of the human race. These ancient clans were the precursors to the immortal path, whose bloodlines even passed through the Great War of ancient times, continuing to this day. These are known as immortal descendants. Essentially, immortal blood is ancient clan blood. The ancient clans monopolize a portion of heavenly fate, holding the immortal ascension foundation above the 9th order, and the path of entry can only be achieved by merging immortal blood, making one part of the ancient clan. Zhao Tingxian once told him, the immortal descendant families are eternally unyielding. Because bloodlines will always persist. For a long time, Zheng dispersed the chaotic memories in his mind, falling into contemplation. Before the rise of the second full immortal martial, there must have been some major upheavals, and fierce conflicts between the ancestral Dao and these ancient clans, leading subsequently to the upheaval of heavenly fate. There may still be some unknown intricacies within it. After fully merging Xing's ancestor blood, Zheng's immortal path cultivation underwent an extreme transformation, directly surpassing the immortal Venerable barrier, becoming an initial realm immortal Venerable. The laws within his cave heaven world have become complete, transforming into a complete great realm, with the sun rising and the moon setting, day and night rotating, seasons cycling, indistinguishable from a normal great realm. He has entirely become the heavenly Tao of the cave heaven world, with all laws at his command. However, compared to the cultivation of qi refining, it is still somewhat inferior. After losing the disturbance of tribulation qi, the growth speed of qi refining's cultivation was unhindered, far exceeding the immortal path several times over, now having traveled a certain distance within the mystic immortal domain. Zheng had just opened his eyes when the monitoring jade order at his waist shone with an immortal light, sending out a transmission, as if waiting for a long time. Come to the great immortal realm. Seeing the transmission's content, Zheng slightly frowned. This transmission came from the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. The timing of this transmission is so fitting that it can't just be a coincidence. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor might have been watching him all along. Then Xing's ancestor blood, as well as Zhao Tingxian's previous visit, might have already been known to the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. After pondering for a moment, Zheng calmed himself, left the cave heaven world, and headed directly toward the location of the boundary gate. He initially planned to go to the great immortal realm to resign, then proceed to the Chaos Sea, now simply following the flow. Currently, his duty is to oversee Cangyun and tend to the spirits on behalf of the heavens. If he wants to leave, he must go to the great immortal realm to follow the process, otherwise, leaving without permission, especially heading to a crucial area like the Chaos Sea, would cause great trouble. Now with the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's sudden transmission, Zheng can only suppress his subsequent thoughts of heading to the Chaos Sea. His transformation can wait, there's no need to rush. The resources he currently has can sustain him for a long time. Now that he has stepped into the immortal Venerable domain, according to his previous agreement, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor will assist him until he becomes an immortal emperor, waiting for the opportunity in the Dao War. This sudden summons from the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor certainly isn't unrelated. However, Zheng doesn't hold much hope for this agreement. Pinning too much hope on others won't end well. Before departing, Zheng recalled Song Lingshua's previous words, and after some contemplation, used the shape-shifting divine power to slightly alter his appearance, making it dramatically different from his original looks at a glance. In the Cosmic Edge, many people had seen him, but compared to the entire Immortal Alliance, these numbers are quite few, especially the qualified few who could stay in the Great Immortal Realm, are countable on one's fingers. The monitoring Jade Order is enough to verify his identity, appearance is secondary. After some time, Zheng finally arrived at the true core of the immortal domain. The Great Immortal Realm. Looking at the sight before him, Zheng instinctively lowered his breath. Above the stellar dome, 99 red-gold immortal locks spanned the Star River, each chain formed by the condensation of immortal flames, brilliant suns connecting together, casting dazzling seven-colored rays of light. These suns are vastly different from ordinary ones, their size billions of times greater. A few glances allowed Zheng to grasp some information. These suns are all fearsome creatures sealed here, the Golden Crow ancient clan, whose entire clan was suppressed at this place, could only thrive on these suns, sealed by immortal locks, unable to take a step away. In Shumishing's memory, the Golden Crow ancient clan was once an ancient clan producing the demon Ancestor, rampant for an era, unexpected to have fallen into such plight today, its entire clan imprisoned. 99 great suns circled the great immortal realm, exuding millions of gold rays, dyeing this whole star domain into a molten gold ocean. The vast essence is continually drawn from these suns, endlessly transferred into the great immortal realm. Zheng took a deep breath, passing through the sky curtain, crossing into the world barrier of the great immortal realm. Upon crossing the world barrier, intense immortal chi surged in from all directions, without delay, pouring down from the heavenly spirit, infusing his body. First arrival to the great immortal realm requires undergoing a baptism, which for immortal path cultivators, is a rare opportunity. However, for Zheng, his physique has been cleansed many times through the chi refining technique, already free from defects. This so-called immortal chi infusion is merely icing on the cake, dispensable. After a brief moment, the divine baptism withdrew. Zheng's immortal path cultivation advanced a notch, saving more than a decade of arduous cultivation, better than nothing. Zheng had just steadied his breath when a figure approached, standing before him, paying respect. May I dare ask, are you Zheng, Chu Xianzuan? The newcomer wore a purple palace gown, appearing around 30, her jade-like face surrounded by a gentle glow, her figure voluptuous yet graceful. My surname is Fong, given name Lingchuan, Chu Xianzuan. I am here under the orders of the immortal Ancestor, to welcome you. Zheng glanced at the woman before him, discerning her nature, a pure-blooded immortal descendant with the cultivation of a sixth tribulation true immortal, trained under an immortal monarch. Thank you. Zheng nodded, thinking that since the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had summoned him to the great immortal realm, some arrangements had likely been made, and he would simply follow along. Fong Lingchuan bowed and softly said, the immortal Ancestor wants me to bring you to him tomorrow. For today, I will help you get acquainted with the area, making it convenient for your future travels. Zheng furrowed his brow, pondering the implication that the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor intended for him to remain in the great immortal realm. As he contemplated, Fong Lingchuan turned to lead the way. Zheng followed closely, taking a moment to glance at the repair panel, where the daily refresh count for repairs had already increased to over 30 times. This was the repair count of the Ninth Order, which was more than enough for repairing ordinary Ninth Order spiritual objects, given the astonishingly dense heaven and earth essence chi of the great immortal realm. Searching the great universe far and wide, it would be difficult to find another cultivation holy land like this. Immortal path cultivators greatly depend on the heavenly environment, as many immortal laws and divine skills require ample heaven and earth primordial chi to maintain their potency. Conversely, if there is abundant heaven and earth primordial chi, the combat strength of immortal path cultivators is not inferior to that of martial cultivators. Under such a specific environment in the great immortal realm, Zheng even suspected that martial cultivators might be outmatched. After a short while, Fong Lingchuan led Zheng into an immortal city suspended in the sky. The city stood atop a peak of thousands of clouds, its outlines hidden amidst radiant light and auspicious colors, with immortal arrays all around, and before the city gates lay 12 jade steps spanning 100 li, with spiritual fish swimming beneath the semi-transparent stairs. Ascending the jade steps, Zheng felt a faint pressure akin to the weight of a star beside his shoulders. If one did not possess the cultivation of the immortal tribulation realm, stepping onto the jade steps would crush their body into a bloody pulp. Even immortal tribulation cultivators required spiritual treasures for protection, otherwise, they would find it impossible to proceed. The Great Immortal Realm is divided into upper and lower realms. Without cultivation above the Immortal Tribulation Secret Realm, entry to the upper realm is forbidden. Cloud Immortal City is the entry point to the upper realm, crossed only by immortals. Feng Lingchuan stated, stepping across the jade steps into the city. The area before the city gates was unguarded and vast, with desolate streets inside the city, almost devoid of people. Occasional Immortal Path cultivators hurried past without stopping. The Cloud Immortal City encircled a celestial river with a riverbed filled with immortal jade, yet untouched by anyone, evidently due to certain prohibitions. Cloud Immortal City is typically a place where few cultivators linger. Feng Lingchuan briefly introduced the environment of Cloud Immortal City to Zheng, about to lead him away when two true immortals quietly arrived before the city gates, a man and a woman, their movements somewhat stealthy. Their cultivation levels were similar, both having entered the realm of 8th Tribulation True Immortal, their auras almost unified, evidently proficient in dual cultivation secret technique. Soon, the two noticed Zheng and Feng Lingchuan standing not far from the city gates. When their gaze fell on Zheng, their expressions changed dramatically, more accurately, when they saw the monitoring jade order hanging from Zheng's waist. Zheng's eyes shifted subtly, detecting a peculiar sensation from the direction of the jade steps. Turning around, he saw several middle-aged cultivators, all with cultivation in the Immortal Tribulation Secret Realm, with a 16 or 17-year-old girl protected amongst them, exuding treasure aura and immortal light. The girl's bone age was not yet 20, but her cultivation had reached the divine infant, which, in terms of the Great Immortal Realm, was merely ordinary and could scarcely be considered exceptional talent. In the advantageous heavenly environment of the Great Immortal Realm, once a cultivator is pregnant, using secret techniques to nurture the spiritual embryo, the newborn immediately possesses an open spiritual spring, and may even form the Tao foundation. Many prodigiously talented individuals, upon birth, have already entered the three realms of Immortal Tao. Cultivation in the Immortal Tao fourth realm falls doubtlessly into the lower strata in the Great Immortal Realm. Immortal rules are strict, but occasionally there can be some mishaps. Feng Lingchuan remained expressionless, explaining gently, the cultivation environment in the lower realm is far inferior to the upper realm. Not all immortal descendants are willing to send their descendants to the lower realm for trials. Some true immortals take risks and secretly bring their progeny back. The girl beneath the jade steps noticed the figures at the city gate, and excitedly called, "Father, Mother." At the girl's shout, the couple's faces grew pale, yet they did not dare respond, standing still, gazing expectantly at Zheng. Strict immortal rules mean that even speaking to plead for mercy is a transgression. Xianzuan, what are your intentions? Feng Lingchuan looked at Zheng, reminding him, you are the inspector, you have the right to impose punishment according to immortal law on these individuals. Let's leave. Zheng seemed unmoved, withdrawing his gaze and turning to exit Cloud Immortal City. He had just arrived in the Great Immortal Realm, there was no need to cause trouble without reason. Cloud Immortal City, as the upper realm's entry point, without any guards, evidently tacitly allowed such occurrences in the Great Immortal Realm, so why should he trouble himself? As for being an inspector, only time would tell how long that lasted. He and the Immortal Alliance were destined to be strangers. However, for now, having left the Immortal Alliance, he had no place to settle and could only stay here. Moreover, Feng Lingchuan merely mentioned that he had the authority to punish according to the law. Feng Lingchuan's expression showed no change, following closely behind, her demeanor as gentle as before, softly saying, I will take you to see the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet. Originally there were few people around, but thanks to you, there are now many true immortals staying nearby. Oh? Because of me? Why? Zheng asked, slightly puzzled. Feng Lingchuan's eyes sparkled with a light laugh. Your cultivation talent is incredibly brilliant, unmatched. Those people are probably using you as a benchmark to motivate their own cultivation. Once the pair left, the couple at the city gate heaved a long sigh of relief, sweat covering their brows. We're very grateful to Xianzuan for sparing us. The woman's eyes reflected the relief of surviving a disaster. If we landed under the punishment authority, it would be a fate worse than death. that kindness can't be forgotten, later you must inquire and have Grandpa prepare a modest gift as thanks. This must not be publicized. The man spoke sternly, I will handle it discreetly. Such affairs are of varying significance. On a minor scale, it's merely bringing someone to the upper realm, a common occurrence among many great families, as long as they stay hidden and don't flaunt it. But on a major scale, it violates Immortal Alliance law, disregard the ban between upper and lower realms, subject to heavy penalties, at least 40 lashes, and henceforth separated from kin forever. A great favor indeed. The Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet stood at the center of the great immortal realm, the convergence point of heaven and earth's myriad Tao laws, carrying the immortal Tao heavenly destiny. The Immortal Tablet bore inscriptions of brief information about all true immortals above, known as the Immortal List. True immortal cultivation reaching the 8th order affects a small part of the flow of heavenly fate. When a cultivator steps into the true immortal domain, the immortal Tao Chi fortune senses it, and their name appears on the Immortal List. At this moment, the vicinity of the Immortal Tablet was filled with figures, gathering numerous true immortals, even immortal venerables and immortal kings. The last time Chu Zheng's name caused an uproar in the great immortal realm was a century ago. Then, at 42 years of bone age, he became the youngest true immortal in the history of immortal Tao, shattering the mythical cultivation of the ancestor of ancient immortals favored by heavenly fate. Now, at the age of 176, he became an immortal venerable, once again setting an unbreakable record. Chapter 583-420, Opportunity, Calling. An immortal venerable under 200 years old, when the ancestor of ancient immortals was the same age as Chu Zheng, he was still lingering at the third tribulation true immortal. This is a genuine immortal path cultivation, already recognized by the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit, without any involvement with the chi refining technique. The most crucial point is, Chu Zheng was born in Cangyun, belonging to the burial realm, yet he still overcame the bloodline chains set by the ancestor of ancient immortals to become an immortal venerable. This is a qualitative leap. This means Chu Zheng has the potential to become an immortal king, possibly even an immortal monarch or immortal emperor. His nature is entirely different from before. Chu Zheng stood among many true immortals and didn't particularly stand out. He looked up at the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet before him, his gaze slightly squinted. Immortal Fate Steel, 10th Order, the manifestation of the immortal Tao true spirit, nurturing a great realm, imbued with 13 innate blood patterns. The Immortal Tablet connects past and future. If the tablet shatters, the heavenly fate collapses. The information provided by the spiritual eye was simple. This tablet is the concretization of the immortal Tao heavenly destiny. If the Immortal Tablet were to fracture, the immortal Tao heavenly destiny would naturally dissipate. The 13 innate blood patterns within should, if he guessed correctly, be the bloodlines of 13 ancient tribes from the primordial era. These 13 ancient tribes founded the predecessor of the immortal Tao, and after enduring the turbulence before the primordial era, evolved into what we see today. In other words, the present Immortal Alliance is still dominated by the descendants of these 13 ancient tribes. All mixed blood immortals are branches of these 13 ancient tribes. Chu Zheng gazed at the Immortal Tablet, suddenly feeling a stirring deep within him, originating from the ancestor blood of Shimi Sheng. Among those 13 bloodlines, there should be one called Void. This is what is meant by a pure-blooded immortal descendant. Seeing Chu Zheng silent for a long time, Fang Lingchuan smiled slightly. Within the great immortal realm, there is a legend that if your talents are extraordinary, touching the Immortal Tablet may grant you the blessing of ancient immortals, or a transmission of a cultivation technique. Would Chu Shenzuan like to try? No need. Chu Zheng came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. I've just not long ago made a breakthrough realm, and I'm feeling somewhat fatigued from the journey. If it's convenient, I'd like to rest for a moment. The immortal ancestor's legacy was long imprinted in his mind, and he had no use for any other legacy. Moreover, as a towering tree attracts the wind, he didn't wish to meddle in the affairs of the great immortal realm. For now, he was only concerned with one matter: what did Moonlight Immortal Ancestor wish to accomplish by summoning him to the great immortal realm? Given his identity as a Qi cultivator, logically speaking, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor would not allow him to remain in the Great Immortal Realm indefinitely. The disappearance of the Tribulation Qi by his side is something Moonlight Immortal Ancestor cannot possibly know. The Tribulation Qi is formless and intangible, perceivable only to the Qi cultivators themselves. But from Feng Lingchuan's earlier words, it seems Moonlight Immortal Ancestor intends for him to adapt to the environment of the Great Immortal Realm, with no intention of letting him leave shortly. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Firstly, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor is not afraid of the threat posed by his Tribulation Qi. Secondly, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor wants him to enter the immortal path. If, on this trip, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor forces him to choose and makes him cut the Tao, then he would indeed be in quite a predicament. Without the Tribulation Qi as a warning, Zheng didn't know whether he should flee. Very well, I will arrange it for you, please follow me. Feng Lingchuan gave a slight nod, did not say much, bowed slightly, and then led Zheng away from the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet, entering a fairy palace to settle in temporarily. In the upper realm, there is no day and night cycle. Under the illumination of 99 suns, it remains eternally bright. After Zheng rested with his eyes closed for several hours, Feng Lingchuan visited again. The Immortal Ancestor summoned him. The magnificent fairy palace, suspended in the sky, looked like a brilliant moon, emitting a gentle glow. Feng Lingchuan brought Zheng to the front of the fairy palace, stopped, and gestured with his hand. Zheng gathered all his thoughts and stepped boldly into the fairy palace. In the hall, there was only one figure seated cross-legged, surrounded by dense moonlight. Zheng pays respects to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Zheng bowed, as this was his greatest protector within the great universe. This little bit of sanctuary was under the protection of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, but after today, that might no longer be the case. Looking at the change in Zheng's appearance, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor nodded. It's good to disguise your appearance a bit. Currently, the situation at the Martial Hall is rather tense, and your portraits have been circulated widely. You ventured into the Chaos Sea with your incarnate experiencing tribulation. You might know the situation there better than I do, so I'll get straight to the point. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor spoke frankly, without beating around the bush. The insensate spirituality of the ancestral Tao has been exterminated by the Martial Hall and will never rise again. Your appearance is indistinguishable from that of Zheng, accompanied by a Tao seed within you, leading me to suspect that you might be the reincarnation of Zheng, or perhaps one of his avatars meant for tribulation. Do you have any insights on this? Zheng shook his head silently, as this was also the greatest mystery in his heart. His memories from the previous life were still clear, without any traces of the ancestral Tao. Logically, if memories of the past life could be preserved, then the memories related to the ancestral Tao should also remain. But his mind was blank. The last time at the cosmic edge, when he first touched the boundary, he seemed to recall fragments of memory, but it was abruptly cut off due to the appearance of martial ancestor Yan Feng. What he saw then, he could hardly remember clearly now. I observe that your aura is pure immortal Qi, much stronger than before. You must have replaced your immortal scripture with one of high quality stemming from that ancestor blood's legacy? The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor examined closely, with a tone tinged with probing. This ancestor blood originates from the Martial Hall. I assume Song Lingshui gave it to you. Where did she obtain it from? Zheng lowered his eyes, his expression unchanged. This immortal blood was obtained by a stroke of luck. Chapter 584-420, Opportunity, Calling _2. This inquiry has already exposed that the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor is not very clear about the matters regarding Xumi Sheng, and he doesn't wish to involve Song Lingshui. If he can muddle through, it would be best. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor did not press further. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, his tone extremely light. If today I force you to sever your path and abandon the path of Qi refining, how would you respond? Zheng did not hesitate in the slightest. Then I would naturally sever my path. This was the worst plan he had already prepared, for he must first find stability to secure his existence. After severing his path, he could equally start anew, free from the Tribulation Qi's entanglement. With his cultivation speed, recultivating the Qi refining path would not take much time. He could not possibly abandon the Qi refining path, especially now that it was free from the tribulation Qi's disturbance. The upper limit of this path is far higher than that of the immortal path. The ancestral Tao that monopolizes 2.5 of the heavenly fate serves as the best example, regardless of what entanglements exist between them. As for the upper limit of the immortal path, he could already see it. Immortal Ancestor Shumi Zheng, the source of ancestor blood within his body, was still decapitated by martial ancestor erosion Sunday. However, the situation is pressing, and sometimes one needs to temporarily lower their head. There is no need to sever your path, but you cannot linger long in the immortal domain practicing Qi refining technique. I can't protect you. With your current rise, soon someone will connect you to the ancestral Tao, complicating matters. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor shifted the topic, laying Chu Zheng's path bare. Once matters here are settled, go to the boundary, and stay there for some time. I respectfully heed the Immortal Ancestor's decree. Chu Zheng bowed deeply, understanding the intention of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. The tribulation of Qi cultivators has already brought bitter fruit to the Immortal Alliance. Naturally, they wouldn't take risks. Even the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor cannot bear the sudden descent of the vast universe's risks. Especially with the Tao War approaching, there is no time left for the Immortal Alliance to replenish its bloodline. If a few more Immortal Emperors fell in battle, the ensuing Tao War situation would be considerably disadvantageous. If Chu Zheng remained near the boundary, the situation would be entirely different. If genuine problems arose, even if the boundary fell again, it would be a matter of the entire great universe, where no Taoist orthodoxy could remain unaffected. Understanding the plan of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, Chu Zheng breathed a small sigh of relief, and turned to ask, Immortal Ancestor, have you called me to the great immortal realm for any particular instruction? He couldn't quite fathom what the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor would need him for assistance. Indeed, there are some matters that require you to undertake personally. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor nodded, speaking somewhat casually, the words I spoke back then will not go unfulfilled. Since you have broken free from the bloodline chains and entered the immortal Venerable realm, I will ensure you enter the immortal Emperor realm, wait quietly for the opportune moment, and contest for the place of ancestor entry. You'll stay in the great immortal realm for some time, as some opportunities need you to seize yourself, which will be of considerable assistance. Opportunities? Chu Zheng grew increasingly perplexed. Within the various realms of the Immortal Alliance, cultivators with remarkable talent are first brought into the minor immortal realm to cultivate. Only after crossing into the Tongxian secret realm do they enter the great immortal realm. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor began explaining directly, you did not grow step by step out of the minor immortal realm, entering the great immortal realm as cultivators do. During this time, you missed the gifts the Immortal Alliance has given to prodigies since ancient times. Many rewards are set by the ancestor of ancient immortals, and are linked to the immortal Tao heavenly destiny, which we have no right to interfere with. Not to mention the minor immortal realm, now your cultivation is too high. Those foundational opportunities, you no longer need, but within the great immortal realm, there are still many useful things. Speaking to this point, she gave a few examples. In 2 years, the immortal crossing ceremony that occurs every century in the lower realm, those with less than 200 bone age can participate. The champion of the immortal crossing ceremony can receive the washing of immortal Tao heavenly destiny, purging the divine soul, and enhancing perception. With your dual pursuit of 2 paths, your primordial spirit is divided into 2 sides of yin-yang, perhaps you'll gain even more. In 9 years, there is the Tao Inquiry Grand Competition that occurs every 10,000 years, where cultivators under 10,000 years of bone age, or those with a particular skill, can participate. Although you are an immortal venerable, your bone age qualifies you to participate. The Tao Inquiry Grand Competition assesses the paths of battle, technique, and method. In terms of combat strength, you are without a doubt the first. You can at least select 1 treasure from the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablets treasury. What you can choose depends entirely on personal opportunity. Someone has previously taken out the Immortal Ancestor Battle Soldier. In 12 years, there is the once every 5,000 years, cutting illusion and inquiring heart. The ancestor of ancient immortals left a heart-burning corridor, measuring 330 zheng. It opens once every 5,000 years with no cultivation restrictions. An immortal path cultivator can walk through it once in a lifetime, which can help you cut heart demons and rid delusions, possibly providing new insights. After providing these examples, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, "Nothing else is of importance." Various great clans also privately hold some gatherings. If you have interest, you may participate, though. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor glanced at Zheng with a somewhat peculiar tone. Given your current bone age and cultivation, no matter what gathering you partake, there is no doubt you will dominate, potentially offending some. Zheng is extremely young, indeed a junior among juniors to many true immortals. Many trials with bone age restrictions are effortless for Zheng to pass. Compared to his age, the cultivation of an immortal Venerable is extraordinarily strong. He could nearly walk casually, easily taking away opportunities others have anticipated for many years. Junior understands, thank you Immortal Ancestor. Zheng fully comprehended, bowing in thanks. There is no reason not to accept opportunities presented gratuitously, though he has sufficient resources now, certainly more is better. Moreover, such opportunities as the washing of heavenly fate cannot be replaced with any amount of resources. As for offending people mentioned by the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, it is entirely beyond his consideration. Other than the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, there is no one in the current Immortal Alliance he cannot offend. In the Immortal Alliance, those who desire his demise are not few. The Dao War is right before him, without striving, he will only be trampled by others. At this point, if he hesitated and feared at every step, he might as well waste his cultivation and find a place to bury himself prematurely, rather than struggle. After seizing the opportunities in the great immortal realm, he can just as well retreat to the boundary to digest for a while. While it may be a bitter cold place for many cultivators, with evil chi corroding flesh and bone, for Zheng, there's no such concern. In the cosmic edge, even within the vast universe, he can equally cultivate, the only need is to regard the living creatures within the vast universe. Subsequently organizing his thoughts, Zheng's gaze flickered slightly, he spoke, Immortal Ancestor, I have a request. Speak. I desire that Cangyun realm. Zheng was straightforward, this great realm could expedite his cultivation in the short term, advancing into the great immortal Venerable realm. Cangyun? The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor contemplated for several breaths and shook her head, it's just a great realm. It's not that I won't give it to you, it's because this Cangyun realm carries slight peculiarities, bearing the bloodline chains left behind by the ancestor of ancient immortals. Should you absorb it, it may also draw invisible chains into your body, which is nothing but detrimental for the development of your cave heaven world. Zheng was slightly stunned, he had indeed not considered this point previously. The chains left by the ancestor of ancient immortals are naturally different from ordinary ones. Absorbing them into the body might incite unpredictable changes. It's my oversight and consideration. Zheng could only suppress this idea. I'll select a suitable great realm for you to refine, focus on your cultivation. If you have any queries, feel free to ask Ling Chuan. You may leave now. Saying this, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised her hand, her sleeves gently waved, directly sending Zheng out of the fairy palace. Feng Lingchuan was still waiting outside. Seeing Zheng emerge, he approached with a cheerful smile, greeting, Immortal Venerable Chu. Zheng pondered for a moment, nodding, I would ask Daoist Feng to accompany me to the lower realm. In 2 years, it would be the Immortal Crossing ceremony, and already it was time to make some preliminary understandings. I am unworthy of the title Daoist, Immortal Venerable can call me Ling Chuan. Please follow me. Feng Lingchuan spoke no more, turned, and led Zheng towards the lower realm. Passing through the curtain intercepted by the array, the heavens abruptly dimmed, plunging into night. A silver moon hung high, silver frost covered the ground. In an instant, the two descended into a mountainous region. Upon setting foot on the earth, a vague whisper abruptly resounded in the depths of Zheng's mind. Upon discerning clearly the content of the whisper, his gaze instantly tightened, his lids lowered. Who are you? Shumi Sheng, Ancestor blood, why is it within you? Chapter 585-421, Secret News. The suddenly heard whispering voice was extremely low and filled with exhaustion, as if it had expended all its strength with a single sentence. Zheng looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but found nothing. His brow slightly furrowed, thoughts rapidly turning in his mind, considering all possibilities. The matter of Shumi Sheng was unknown even to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, and cultivators below the ancestral realm could not possibly know it, so how could that person who spoke know? Moreover, the transmitted voice left no trace, indicating cultivation clearly far above his own. Thinking of this, a terrifying suspicion surged in Zheng's heart. Anyone related to Shumi Sheng were none other than the ancestor of ancient immortals and Sun-Eroding Cry. As far as he knew, Shumi Sheng was killed by Sun-Eroding Cry back then, and his head was severed. Then the ancestor of ancient immortals slew Sun-Eroding Cry and brought his bones back to the immortal domain, suppressing them beneath the great immortal realm. The ancestor of ancient immortals has been dead for many years, and given that person directly naming Shumi Sheng, they can clearly be ruled out. Sun-Eroding Cry is still alive? Thinking of this possibility, Zheng was slightly astonished. Such a possibility is not impossible. Martial cultivators have shorter lifespans, a condition based on a normal living environment. Warring and killing, even daily activities, would put a load on the body. In circumstances of suppression, the body's consumption of yuan qi is naturally very low. If the cultivation has reached the realm of the martial ancestor, and the divine soul and flesh body are bound by an array, with a constant supply of spiritual energy, perhaps a different kind of immortality can be achieved. If Sun-Eroding Cry is really still alive, then why didn't the ancestor of ancient immortals kill him? In an instant, the moon hung westward, the world enshrouded in darkness, dawn approaching. Zheng waited for a long time, but that voice never sounded again. Zhu Xianzuan, what is unusual about this place? Seeing Zheng stand motionless, a hint of doubt flashed in Fang Lingchuan's eyes. Nothing. Zheng slightly shook his head, stepped forward, and left the mountain range, arriving in front of a city. The heaven and earth essence chi of the lower realm is dozens of times thinner compared to the upper realm, yet still 100 times more abundant than that of a typical great realm. Zheng glanced at the repair panel, roughly estimating the refresh count, accumulating only 2 to 3 times a day. Originally, he thought that in the lower realm, the number of living creatures should be thousands of times more than the upper realm. But after releasing his divine sense, he found it was not so. The number of cultivators in the lower realm was not many. The city he was currently in spanned 100 miles, and cultivators numbered less than 10,000. Within a billion miles radius, it was already considered a leading major city. The long street was somewhat desolate, shops open for business were deserted, with only occasional glimpses of a few figures. Logically, just through the reproduction of descendants, there could not only be such a population. Zheng swept his gaze around, voicing the doubt in his heart. After Fang Lingchuan's explanation, he finally understood the reason. Children born in the Great Immortal Realm with mid-Great Immortal Bone or below are immediately sent to other Great Realms. Top Great Immortal Bone can remain in the Great Immortal Realm, but before entering the Immortal Tribulation Realm, they do not have the right to marry and reproduce. If unauthorized offspring are discovered, 3 clans will be involved and directly exiled. The stronger the cultivation, the more perfect the body becomes, unwilling to easily let its essence yuan leak out, nor willing to use its essence yuan to nourish a fetus. No matter the path of cultivation, it essentially involves stealing creation from the heavens. The living creature's flesh body inherently possesses spirituality, and after achieving strong cultivation, it instinctively resists anything that might damage the body. The cost of reproduction grows greater and greater, and reproducing offspring at the Immortal Tribulation secret realm is undoubtedly a bit late. Especially for women, upon successfully pregnant with great effort, they also need to halt their cultivation progress, even suppress their cultivation, while nourishing their bodies with many spiritual objects to barely allow their flesh body to accept the growth of the fetus within. If there's any minor negligence, the fetus will be killed by the body or even directly consumed and absorbed. Moreover, after coming of age, top-grade immortal bone needs to regularly pay a portion of resources as the cost of cultivation in the great immortal realm. If unable to pay, they will still be sent down. Only superior immortal bone can normally live and cultivate in the great immortal realm, with the Immortal Alliance periodically providing resources for cultivation. Superior immortal bone might be rare talents in other great realms, but in the great immortal realm, they're merely somewhat stronger than ordinary people. The true prodigies of the great immortal realm most possesses unique spiritual bodies, complementing immortal bones, cultivating rapidly, achieving immortal tribulation at 100 years, and reaching true immortal by 300 years, it's not mere legend. And the matters of regulating these affairs and controlling the population of the great immortal realm issue are managed by the 13 clans. The entire lower realm is also divided into 13 immortal domains. Upon reaching this point, Feng Lingchuan revealed some previously hidden rumors. I heard that when the great immortal realm was first established, it was divided into 16 immortal domains, but after the construction of the great realm, only 13 were left, seemingly related to Cangyun. Related to Cangyun? Chu Zheng's expression shifted slightly, recalling some messages previously learned from the heavenly Dao core of the Cangyun realm. Cangyun realm originally also had immortal descendant families, and during ancient times, it was even a leading great realm of the Immortal Alliance, sufficient to nurture immortal emperors, but later, for reasons unknown, the ancestor of ancient immortals severed Cangyun immortal fate, implicating several families. Many immortal descendant families exhausted their ancestor blood, thereafter declining irreversibly, and even a great realm subsequently dwindled, its heavenly origin greatly harmed. Chapter 586-421, Secret News _2. There should be many secrets involved here. Cangyun was previously known as Near Immortal Realm and it was once glorious during ancient times. It was one of the few great realms in the immortal domain, considered a strong foundation. At this point, Feng Lingchuan realized and smiled apologetically. You, Chu Xianzuan, know more about the Cangyun realm than I do. My apologies for misspeaking. No worries, if there are other ancient tales or secrets, feel free to share. I have some interest as a newcomer. Chu Zheng waved his hand nonchalantly and continued to ask, let's start with the Immortal Crossing ceremony in 2 years. The Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, and the heart-burning corridor left by the ancestor of ancient immortals. Daoist Feng, please tell me about them. The Immortal Crossing ceremony is set by the ancestor of ancient martial using the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet. It directly connects to the Immortal Dao Heavenly Destiny, held every 200 years. Those under 200 bone age can participate, and it only considers cultivation realm and profound mana, without the need for fighting. The champion can receive the Baptism of Destiny. Those who receive the Baptism of Destiny soar to great heights after the Immortal Crossing ceremony, progressing rapidly in their cultivation. It has always been this way, and I've heard that the deeper the primordial spirit's foundation, the more benefits one will receive. A trace of anticipation appeared in Feng Lingchuan's expression. With your current cultivation realm, you might achieve great fortune. What kind of gift the Immortal Dao Heavenly Destiny would give to an immortal Venerable under 200, perhaps even the Immortal Ancestor couldn't guess. As for the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, there's not much to say. In terms of combat power, no one can match you. What treasures can be obtained completely depends on your fortune. As for the heart-burning corridor, a trace of fear flickered in Feng Lingchuan's eyes. The heart-burning corridor lives up to its name. Due to diverse personal experiences, the trials faced differ greatly. I was once trapped in there, as if enduring endless years, ultimately only penetrating 100 yards before retreating. The heart-burning corridor is divided into 3 sections. The first, called Burning Memory, shrouds all your memories within this distance, digging out the most regretful events of your life for you to relive repeatedly until you see through your heart demon. The second section is Burning Desire, which constructs an illusion that corresponds with your obsessions based on your 7 emotions and 6 desires, thoughts, and feelings. What you desire most in the illusion is inevitably realized, and 9 out of 10 who experience the heart-burning corridor fall here. The third section is Burning Heart, where everything you fear is materialized. You will find yourself in an endless purgatory, seemingly frozen in eternal time and space, unable to seek life or death. Upon hearing this, Zheng showed some interest. Given it's so challenging, how many have passed through the heart-burning corridor? To my knowledge, the last person to completely pass through the heart-burning corridor is the current Immortal Ancestor. Fang Lingchuan thought for a moment, slightly shook his head. Besides the Immortal Ancestor, no others. Zheng mused, with only one person, the Immortal Ancestor, completely clearing it, which proves the difficulty of crossing the heart-burning corridor. The first and second sections can still be dealt with easily. His life seemingly has no great regrets. As for obsession, he once had the thought of leaving a mark for eternity before leaving Cangyun. Now he only wishes to have enough strength to protect himself when contending for the Tao. As for the Burning Heart section, it remains profoundly mysterious, perhaps only by experiencing it. Personally, can one understand the key to it? It's said that beneath the heart-burning corridor, the head of the Sun-Eroding Cry is suppressed, and someone has witnessed it. A lingering fear remained on Fang Lingchuan's face. Some have entered during the Burning Heart stage and found themselves on the ancient battlefield during the Primordial War, being killed countless times within it, unable to escape, with their divine soul nearly collapsing. Hearing this, Zheng's spirit was lifted. Who exactly is this Sun-Eroding Cry? Fang Lingchuan hesitated briefly, then slowly spoke. This is recorded in the secret chronicles of my family. Whether true or false, you, Chu Xianzuan, may just hear it out. Sun-Eroding Cry was once the ancestor of martial arts, an ancient martial ancestor in the Great War of ancient times, and his direct disciple. Zheng showed a trace of surprise. Why would his head be here? Fang Lingchuan didn't say any more but conveyed in a low voice, our clan's secret records state that the ancestor of ancient immortals set himself as bait, inviting 3 ancestral realm masters to assist in capturing Sun-Eroding Cry, tricking him into the vast universe Great Realm. With the power of many ancient ancestors in the vast universe Great Realm, Sun-Eroding Cry was suppressed, his head severed, and his remains were taken back to the immortal domain, suppressed beneath the Great Immortal Realm. It seems that Daoist Ancestor also participated in this matter. Daoist Ancestor again? Zheng frowned, puzzled as to how this was linked to the Daoist Ancestor. I don't really know the specific details, my apologies. Fang Lingchuan smiled apologetically, changing the topic. There are still 2 years until the Immortal Crossing ceremony. How about I take you around for a while? No need, Daoist Fang, you may return to the upper realm first. After the Immortal Crossing ceremony, I will return to the upper realm myself. Zheng shook his head slightly, intending to send Fang Lingchuan away first, finding it somewhat inconvenient to have someone following him around. That's not possible. By the decree of Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, I must not leave your side during your stay in the Great Immortal Realm. Fang Lingchuan shook his head, his expression solemn. The Immortal Ancestor has made it clear, there's no negotiation on this. Zheng was momentarily stunned, then realized, and said no more. The Great Immortal Realm, to him, was not completely safe either. If an ancestral realm master were to directly strike, even Moonlight Immortal Ancestor might not be able to save him in time in a hurry. Fang Lingchuan by his side was more like a protective amulet. Only by staying alive can one have value. Once dead, everything becomes void. Zheng calmed his emotions, found a place within the city to settle down, and devoted himself to closed-door cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it has been 2 years. Even in the lower realm of the Great Immortal Realm, Zheng's cultivation had still progressed substantially, with his Immortal Path cultivation stepping into the mid-stage of Immortal Venerable, surpassing over 100 years spent in Cangyun. This was greatly related to his fusion with the Ancestor blood. If not for Shumixing's Ancestor blood, he wouldn't have advanced this quickly. The speed of qi refining cultivation remained faster than that of Immortal Path, becoming more smooth after the death of Daoist Ancestor Zheng, with early-stage Mysterious Immortal nearing perfection. If he steps into mid-stage Mysterious Immortal, his cultivation could rival a Great Immortal Venerable, second only to an Immortal King. During this time, through the repair panel, he also repaired several Immortal Venerable artifact fragments he had obtained before. He didn't pay much heed to these immortal venerable artifacts, as they could only accompany him for so long, just to have several more trump cards for protection. Crossing the boundary, obtaining a cultivation environment like the Great Immortal Realm again would be challenging. On the eve of the Immortal Crossing ceremony, Zheng emerged from seclusion. Feng Lingchuan was waiting outside the door, and she had been sitting there for 2 years as well. Seeing Zheng emerge, she immediately rose to greet him, and upon sensing the increasingly profound immortal charm emanating from him, her face bloomed with a wide smile, bowing in respect. "Congratulations to Chu Xianzuan on your great progress in cultivation." "Thank you, Daoist Feng, for standing guard." After a few pleasantries, Zheng said no more, raising his hand to pierce the void, and in an instant, he arrived at the venue of the Immortal Crossing ceremony. This chapter might require some modification. Refresh after 20 minutes. At this moment, the venue was already packed with people. Today, the ranking opens, and the leader ascends the Immortal Crossing platform, waiting. During the observation, everyone, please show some restraint. Seeing Zheng's name appearing at the top, the multitude of cultivators turned green with envy. Asking them to compete for fortune with an immortal venerable? What a joke! If Zheng didn't restrain his presence, even a glance could harm their divine souls. If he harbored murderous intent, they would be dead in an instant. At this moment, the venue was already packed with people. Today, the ranking opens, and the leader ascends the Immortal Crossing platform, waiting. During the observation, everyone, please show some restraint. Seeing Zheng's name appearing at the top, the multitude of cultivators turned green with envy. Asking them to compete for fortune with an immortal venerable? What a joke! If Zheng didn't restrain his presence, even a glance could harm their divine souls. If he harbored murderous intent, they would be dead in an instant. Chapter 587-422, Luck-Stealing Skill, Heavenly Fate Trembles. The Immortal Crossing ceremony, as per usual practice, had little suspense regarding who would be at the top of the list before it was revealed. In the past 200 years, the most talented young cultivator in the Great Immortal Realm was Lu Yunfeng from the Lu family lineage. With the yin-yang immortal bone and the innate psychic mysterious body, Lu Yunfeng, at merely 157 years old, had already entered the Immortal Tribulation secret realm, enduring 4 heavenly tribulations, marking him as a mid-stage Immortal Tribulation cultivator. He was a peerless prodigy expected to enter the true immortal domain before the age of 300, destined to potentially become an immortal emperor, perhaps even making a name in the Dao War. Currently, within the venue, almost every member of the 13 clans was present, especially the Lu family, whose elders from the lower realm branches nearly all attended. Decades ago, Lu Yunfeng had already ascended to the upper realm, residing there for cultivation. Today, he specially descended to this place to seize the reward for topping the Immortal Crossing list. As soon as the name at the top of the Immortal Crossing list was announced, Lu Yunfeng would receive the Heavenly Fate baptism, boosting the prestige of the Lu family lineage. Beyond Lu Yunfeng receiving the Heavenly Fate baptism, the Lu family and other clans also aimed to absorb fresh blood, arranging marriages, recruiting new sons-in-law. Under the influence of the 13 clans, bloodline was considered supreme in the eyes of cultivators in the Great Immortal Realm. Pure-blooded immortal descendants could no longer guarantee extraordinary talent, but cultivators ranked high on the Immortal Crossing list invariably possessed worthwhile offspring. With such an outstanding descendant as Lu Yunfeng, other cultivators considering marriage alliances would primarily seek to wed daughters of the Lu family or marry into it. But now, all preparation was shattered with the announcement of the top name on the Immortal Crossing list. Immortal Crossing list first, Zheng? Who on earth is this? The surname Chu, not part of the clans? The deathly silent venue instantly erupted into chaotic chatter, filling the space with noise as the middle-aged man holding the Immortal Crossing list paused in shock. The lower realm was unlike the upper realm. Despite Zheng's growing fame across the great universe, few in the lower realm had heard of him. Only some elders from the 13 clans, faces grave, knew better. With cultivation already in the Immortal Tribulation realm, they had visited the upper realm and heard whispers of Zheng. Within the Lu family, Lu Yunfeng turned pale, his meticulously selected immortal robe losing luster in an instant. Having descended from the upper realm not long ago, he had heard rumors of Chu Zheng breaking into the immortal Venerable, but paid little heed. The immortal crossing list differed from the immortal list, reaching only within the great immortal realm and nearby great realms at most. Otherwise, Chu Zheng's name would have long ascended, and Lu Yunfeng would have had no expectations for this immortal crossing ceremony. At this moment, only one question occupied his mind. When exactly did Chu Zheng arrive in the great immortal realm? Numerous cultivators, oblivious to the truth, began searching the venue for Chu Zheng's figure, with varying intentions. Ranking first in the immortal crossing list and not from the 13 clans made such an individual immensely valuable, a true hidden dragon. If they could recruit him into their clan, it would greatly benefit their family's future. The middle-aged man, regaining his senses, unfolded the immortal crossing list again, revealing more detailed information about Chu Zheng. Bone age, 178, cultivation, mid-stage immortal venerable realm. In an instant, the boisterous venue fell into silence again, leaving many cultivators shocked and immobilized, daring not to look around. Immortal venerable. Even tallying the main branches of the 13 clans in the upper realm, the number of immortal venerables was countable. Moreover, an immortal venerable not yet 200 years old. In the grave silence, Chu Zheng walked out from the crowd to the middle-aged man, took the immortal crossing list from his hands, and directly unfurled it. Immortal crossing list second, Lu Yunfeng, bone age, 157, cultivation, 5th level of immortal tribulation realm. Immortal crossing list third, Fang Tingxing, bone age, 166, cultivation, immortal tribulation realm second layer. Lu Yunfeng's cultivation, compared to the rumors, had progressed further, stepping into the 5th level of the immortal tribulation realm. But now, no one paid attention to the immortal crossing list anymore. The focus of all cultivators was solely on Chu Zheng. Soon after, elders from the 13 clans walked slowly out from the crowd, bowing in reverence, speaking in unison, "Greetings to Chu Xianzuan, may you easily overcome 100 tribulations, with auspicious clouds following your path." The middle-aged cultivator who previously held the list also bowed and lowered his head in respect. No matter what mysteries enveloped Chu Zheng, or his standing in the Immortal Alliance, he was currently the chief of the punishment department of the Immortal Alliance, having fought valiantly on the cosmic edge, with illustrious achievements. These were undeniable. Born in the great immortal realm, their stable life owed much to the bloodshed of many emissaries from the punishment department beyond their borders, deserving respect and reverence. Furthermore, before them stood an immortal venerable. Chu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, turned, and cast the immortal crossing list into the projection of the Heavenly Fortune immortal tablet. In an instant, the sky and earth changed, plunging into night as the waves of immortal Tao heavenly destiny stirred. The surrounding cultivators instinctively retreated 100 miles, leaving Chu Zheng alone before the immortal tablet's projection to receive the heavenly fate baptism. Chu Zheng sat cross-legged, clearing his mind. The Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet was the pillar of the immortal Tao, the manifestation of the heavenly destiny true spirit, containing endless immortal charm. As the tremendous tremors of heavenly fate subsided, the projection of the tablet gradually faded, quickly transforming into a brilliant immortal light rushing toward Chu Zheng's spirit platform by Hui. Chapter 588-422, Luck Stealing Skill, Heavenly Fate Trembles _2. When the first ray of immortal light touched the divine soul, Chu Zheng felt not pleasure, but an intense pain akin to a furnace. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. The long-dormant luck-stealing skill autonomously began to operate, absorbing the immortal Tao heavenly destiny. Noticing the operation of the luck-stealing skill, Chu Zheng inwardly thought something was amiss. In the core of the great immortal realm of the immortal Tao, to devour the immortal Tao heavenly destiny, even the martial ancestor might not be able to leave. But at this moment, he had no time to be distracted by other matters, and couldn't even stop it. The primordial spirit seemed to be undergoing refinement by immortal flame, nearly melting. The young god's surface emitted a brilliant golden glow, gradually transforming into a blazing white, while the Yin god emitted black light, instantly becoming shapeless. A moment later, the spirit platform was melted by immortal light, with the primordial spirit seated above the sea of consciousness, transformed into two streams of black and white flowing fire, constantly colliding and interweaving. Under the continuous scour of the immortal Tao heavenly destiny, the yin-yang primordial spirit within him began to gradually fuse, becoming one. A vast amount of immortal Tao cultivation insights flooded his mind, previously blocked parts suddenly connected. Immortal light enveloped Chu Zheng's body, burning intensely. On the ruins of the spirit platform, the primordial spirit completely fused and reformed, suffused with chaotic light. The quality of the divine soul underwent a fundamental change, becoming as clear as immortal jade glaze, exceptionally transparent, with all impurities washed away. Under the dramatic changes in the primordial spirit, the ancestor blood within Chu Zheng also experienced intense reactions. His entire body's root bone, limbs, and bones underwent a shocking transformation, transforming toward a pure immortal body. Chu Zheng awakened, wanting to forcibly stop the luck-stealing skill. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. The luck-stealing skill still operated frantically, swallowing sea and drinking vast amounts, devouring the heavenly destiny of the immortal Tao. As the heavenly destiny around him deepened, various anomalies appeared in the surrounding world. Above clouds of 10,000 fathoms, heavenly dew formed by immortal chi poured down like a torrential rain, tearing apart the dark sky's curtain and pouring down. The earth within a radius of 10,000 miles surged with layers of earth waves. Crystal and strange grass sprouted from the ground, fiercely growing toward the direction of Chu Zheng. Many cultivators bathed in heavenly dew experienced rapid growth in cultivation, with countless breaking through the realm on the spot. One person gained enlightenment, these cultivators benefited by association, receiving great advantages. Boom, across the sky, a sudden bolt of blood lightning flashed. The violent loss of immortal Tao heavenly destiny awakened the heavenly Tao true spirit. The heavenly destiny true spirit revived, crimson thunder exploded one after another, attempting to forcibly sever the heavenly destiny converging toward Chu Zheng but to no avail. Chu Zheng was also an immortal Tao cultivator, similarly under the protection of the immortal Tao heavenly destiny. At the moment of the heavenly destiny's anomaly, the entire great immortal realm fell into turmoil. In the upper realm, all true immortals, immortal venerables, immortal kings, as well as immortal monarchs, immortal emperors, and even immortal ancestors were summoned by the heavenly destiny. The immortal Tao's heavenly destiny was rapidly dissipating, and the immortal Tao's heavenly destiny true spirit was calling for help. Boom, numerous rifts appeared across the sky, as if in a cataclysm, figures emerged one after another. From the rifts in the sky, what shone through was not blazing sunlight and starlight, but solidified spacetime. The entire world was completely frozen, and the descending heavenly dew stopped in midair. Chu Zheng slowly opened his eyes, surveyed all directions, and his heart sank to the bottom. The first to arrive at the scene were those at least at the realm of immortal monarch. He saw no less than 10 immortal emperors walking into the spacetime domain. The anomaly of the luck-stealing skill truly exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined that this time in the great immortal realm, he would create such a massive problem. In just this short period, the amount of heavenly destiny absorbed by the luck-stealing skill was beyond calculation for him. Today, it seems difficult to resolve peacefully. As numerous figures appeared, many spectating cultivators prostrated to the ground, not daring to raise their heads, hearts pounding like drums. Just a casual glance revealed the legendary immortal Path Emperor to them. Most of these powerful beings in the sky were ones they had no chance to encounter in their lifetime, now all drawn by Chu Zheng's anomaly. Lu Yunfeng with his forehead against the ground, feelings increasingly complex. Chu Zheng was just 20 years older than him, yet both their cultivation, identity, and status were worlds apart. If nothing unexpected happens, he may never match his prowess in this lifetime. However, from another perspective, even without receiving the heavenly destiny baptism, it was merely because he was second to Chu Zheng. Losing to Chu Zheng was no disgrace. This second position perhaps is more impressive than previous immortal crossing lists number ones. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor quickly walked out from the void, standing atop the 9 heavens. After scanning all directions, she raised her hand and tore open the void, sending Zheng to the upper realm, her tone slightly heavy. I will report this matter to the Immortal Ancestor for judgment, you all may leave. Before her words fell, her figure vanished without a trace. Upon hearing, the numerous immortal monarchs and immortal emperors did not linger much longer, turning and dispersing one after another. Suddenly, an immortal emperor standing on a red lotus slowly raised his hand, taking the immortal crossing list from the ground into his hand, glanced at it, then lowered his head to overlook all directions. Where is Lu Yunfeng? Lu Yunfeng heard and nervously rose, greeting as he spoke. This humble one is Lu Yunfeng, of the Lu family, greeting esteemed senior. Without knowing his cultivation, he could only address him as senior. I am Qi Ming, with your cultivation, you should have been to the upper realm, perhaps heard my name. I intend to accept you as my direct disciple, willing to join my sect? Lu Yunfeng's heart thundered, nearly falling into a daze. Qi Ming, deputy director of the Punishment Authority, already stepped into the perfection realm of Immortal Emperor, a great immortal emperor. Coming to his senses, he dared not neglect, kneeling to pay great respect. Junior is willing. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. First on the immortal crossing list occurs once every 200 years, but those truly entering the Immortal Emperor's sight are rare. Even if cultivation is achieved, who knows how many trials must be endured to stand out among numerous true immortals. Now, due to Zheng, he prematurely entered the sight of numerous powerful figures, even being accepted by a great immortal emperor as a direct disciple, which is an enviable great opportunity. For a moment, regarding Zheng, Lu Yunfeng couldn't help but feel some gratitude. Receiving the heavenly destiny baptism is still somewhat inferior compared to becoming a direct disciple of an immortal emperor. Moreover, this opportunity, fundamentally, did not belong to him but was meant for the most promising immortal Dao new talent within these 200 years. Zheng is the one. Upper realm. Inside the immortal palace. Zheng sat cross-legged on the ground. The surrounding void was completely sealed, thoroughly suppressing him, unable to move a finger. Not far away, Immortal Ancestor and Moonlight Immortal Ancestor sat facing each other, both with solemn expressions. Just now, at least a tenth of heavenly destiny was stirred, plunged into chaos, nearly a sixth of it completely disappeared. The Immortal Ancestor furrowed his brow, heart disorderly. Heavenly destiny is fundamental, yet now he doesn't know how it vanished. Heavenly destiny disappeared? Where to? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was also shocked. A sixth of a tenth of heavenly destiny, translating, means nearly a third of an ancestral realm. This loss is quite heavy. According to the indication from the heavenly Dao True Spirit, it was swallowed by Zheng. Immortal Ancestor's eyes were filled with doubt, speaking in a low voice, but on Zheng's body, there's absolutely no trace of heavenly destiny present. If this part of heavenly destiny was truly absorbed by Zheng as the heavenly Dao True Spirit said, it's too dangerous. The Immortal Ancestor pondered for a while, then said slowly, I think it's best to execute Zheng now. No. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor immediately shook her head. Did any ancestral realm get affected and result in a decline in realm? Not waiting for the Immortal Ancestor's reply, she continued speaking, since no, then the impact is not significant. Even if these heavenly destiny were indeed devoured by Zheng, he has an opportunity to devour the heavenly destiny of other Taoist orthodoxy. He is now our immortal Dao's cultivator, recognized by the heavenly destiny True Spirit. Isn't this a good thing for our immortal Dao? I just fear you might foster another ancestral Dao and suffer repercussions today. The Immortal Ancestor sighed deeply. If that day truly comes, I'll go into martyrdom first. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor showed no hesitation. Is my life as guarantor enough? For one Zheng, you are willing to bet your life. Immortal Ancestor furrowed his brow slightly. Is there such need? I am merely gambling on a possibility. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor shook her head slightly, with an indifferent expression. The immortal Dao is not necessarily the correct path. I am just trying multiple possibilities. Zheng seems the most hopeful now. Chapter 589-423, Sun-Eroding Cry. I fear your destiny is too burdened by the entire immortal path. Previously, I aided Tai Ching in becoming an ancestor, and the heavenly fate he possessed, I could still feel it, but even with only half of heaven's fortune upon him, he barely withstood it and was seriously injured, not yet recovered. The face of the immortal ancestor was stern, his narrow eyes seeping with a faint blue light. However, Chu Zheng's cultivation is only that of a mysterious immortal now, yet after absorbing so much heavenly fate, not a trace of anomaly emerged, and even now, I can't sense the presence of heavenly fate. You know what this means. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was silent, she was all too well aware of the implication. This means that if Chu Zheng accumulates half of heaven's fortune on his own, he could become an ancestor without anyone's consent. The implication of this is terrifying beyond measure. Once Chu Zheng steps into the ancestral realm, it would be as hard as scaling the sky to kill him. After the Dao War begins, the immortal path will have no strength left to balance against Chu Zheng, and if the situation spirals out of control, the fall of the immortal path is imminent. The example of the ancestral Dao is here before us, a true Daoist golden immortal. The strength they wield, the ancestral Dao has already demonstrated in the battle of ancient times. This path, not belonging to this era, once reaching the utmost pinnacle, its power is indescribable, and even the martial path cannot withstand it. Even as a fellow Qi cultivator to Tai Ching, who has now become an ancestor, the true combat strength indeed differs significantly compared to that of the ancestral Dao. The key lies in the amount of heavenly fate one can bear. Half of heaven's fortune is a credential for entering the ancestral realm, but in reality, besides the newly ascended Tai Ching Daozu, no other ancestral realm possesses even half of heaven's fortune upon them. Heavenly fate has spirit, it may protect the living creatures within the Taoist orthodoxy but will not allow any creature to replace it. When one's Qi fortune is insufficiently strong to suppress heavenly fate, various external interferences like divine retribution or disasters will occur. This is akin to the tribulation of Qi cultivators. Fundamentally, these ancestral realm living creatures cannot bear so much heavenly fate, causing backlash. Even an ancestor can only temporarily utilize the fortune held by the Taoist orthodoxy to enhance combat capability. Half of heaven's fortune has already strained Tai Ching, indicating that the gap between him and other ancestral realms is not very large, far from reaching the realm of the ancestral Dao. The ability to bear more heavenly fate is the true terror of the ancestral Dao. Now, Chu Zheng already exhibits this trait, undoubtedly quite dangerous. Chu Zheng's life and death now, implicitly, even concerns the foundation of the Taoist orthodoxy that has been passed down for countless ages, and the bloodline continuation of 13 ancient clans. As the ancestor of the immortal path, he cannot let such a threat continue to grow unchecked. As long as he doesn't have the chance to contact the immortal Dao heavenly destiny, there naturally is no threat to the immortal path. This time was merely an accident. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor seemed resolute. Before the Dao War begins, if Chu Zheng can steal enough heavenly fate from other Taoist orthodoxies, it would only be beneficial for the immortal path. In her view, Chu Zheng is undoubtedly a new hope, at least capable of breaking the current deadlock. As long as the immortal path's heavenly fate doesn't flow out, the strength of other Taoist orthodoxies will naturally be weakened invisibly by Chu Zheng. Currently, the ancestral Dao's heavenly fate is untraceable. Immortal Alliance, Martial Hall, Myriad Realms, a triumvirate, each occupies 25% of heavenly fate. The Dao War hasn't sparked yet because each side's power is too well balanced. The balance was previously broken by the martial ancestor, but now no second martial ancestor is willing to step forward. Now, if only Chu Zheng could obtain a small portion of heavenly fate by himself, it would at least give the immortal path an advantage. Chu Zheng is a live piece, possibly revitalizing the deadlock of the entire great universe. You've checked him over countless times. Have you ever noticed any clues about heavenly fate? Seeing the immortal ancestor silent, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor continued, even if you killed Chu Zheng, what use would it be? His ability to devour heavenly fate is likely related to his Dao seed, and if you can't integrate his Dao seed, what can you gain from his corpse? Moreover, can you be sure that the part of heavenly fate that Chu Zheng swallowed will return to the immortal path after his death? Is there any possibility it could end up like the 25% heavenly fate on the ancestral Dao, untraceable? Since ancient times, many have sought to emulate the ancestral Dao, bearing heavenly fate, only to ultimately fail. Surely, there's an unknown key among them. Showing favor to Zheng will certainly yield more than what a corpse could. I've said all I could. As the immortal ancestor, you make the decision yourself. Upon finishing, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor closed her eyes, choosing not to speak further. Exhausting verbal exchanges, the ultimate decision lies with the Immortal Ancestor. He is the spokesperson of the Immortal Tao Heavenly Fate True Spirit. I understand your point. After silently contemplating for a long time, the Immortal Ancestor nodded, spare his life, but he cannot remain in the great immortal realm. The tribulations of Qi refining are completely uncontrollable, you understand this all too well. It was your suggestion last time that led the Immortal Alliance to cultivate Qi cultivators, and we cannot repeat past mistakes. Finishing his words, the Immortal Ancestor paused briefly. Besides, he won't participate in the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition. I can't let him into the treasure vault of the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet, potential accidents might happen. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor opened her eyes and calmly spoke, there's no need to worry about this, when entering the treasure vault, I will accompany him. Those items remaining inside, placed high on the shelf, are of no use, now they have the chance to serve some purpose. Without waiting for the Immortal Ancestor to speak, she added, should there be any incident again, I will personally slay him, to eliminate future threats. Chapter 590-423, Sun-Eroding Cry _2. The heavenly fate is turbulent, I need to suit the true spirit, you handle it yourself. The Immortal Ancestor said nothing more, glanced at Zheng, and got up to leave. As the Immortal Ancestor departed, the solidified time and space around Zheng instantly dissolved, and he gasped for air, looking at the immortal palace before him, unable to recover for a long time. His thoughts still lingered in the lower realm. From the moment the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor appeared, his mind was entirely halted, completely unaware of what had transpired. Looking at the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor not far away, Zheng calmed his breath, suppressed various thoughts in his heart, stood up, and bowed, thank you Moonlight Immortal Ancestor for your assistance. You devoured quite a bit of immortal fortune, just now the Immortal Ancestor wanted to kill you. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor gazed at Zheng, her eyes piercing through his flesh, seeing Zheng's flawless primordial spirit, she made no concealment, stating frankly, I also considered that option. Zheng took a deep breath and offered another grand salute, thank you Moonlight Immortal Ancestor for this great favor. Today, Zheng owes you a life. In the future, if given the chance, I shall repay tenfold. At the moment the luck-stealing skill was activated, Zheng was already prepared to face death. Stealing immortal Tao heavenly destiny in the great immortal realm, such an act, no matter who, even if it's an ancestral realm, ends in certain death. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor must have exerted great effort to protect him. Now that he is alive, this is already the best outcome. Whether you have a future remains uncertain. How long you live depends entirely on your fortune. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor shook her head slightly, you wouldn't have the courage to do such a thing in the great immortal realm, and likely cannot control yourself. The Immortal Ancestor couldn't see the heavenly fate on you, probably because of the Tao seed within you, am I right? The Immortal Ancestor's wisdom is insightful, indeed it is so. Zheng sighed lowly, heavenly fate is indeed beyond my control. The reason the Immortal Ancestor and Moonlight Immortal Ancestor couldn't see the heavenly fate on him must be due to the heavenly flaw technique. Moreover, this time, unlike the previous encounter at the boundary with evil demons, he clearly felt a massive immortal Tao heavenly destiny enter his body, accelerating his cultivation progress. His cultivation speed soared once again, making him feel somewhat startled. At this moment, if he hadn't intentionally suppressed the speed of spiritual energy entering his body, anomalies would have already appeared around him. Having the heavenly fate is what truly makes one a prodigy. Let me ask you something, don't hide anything from me. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's expression became much more serious. Are the 2.5 portions of heavenly fate from the Tao Ancestor on you? No, absolutely impossible. Zheng shook his head without the slightest hesitation. I can sense the immortal Tao heavenly destiny I previously swallowed, but beyond that, nothing else. If those 2.5 portions of heavenly fate were truly on him, his cultivation speed would definitely not be just this. Moreover, heavenly fate is tied to tribulations. If he truly possessed such abundant heavenly fate, previous small tribulations would have been suppressed by heavenly fate directly. He wouldn't need to consider anything else and could naturally transform misfortune into fortune. Go now, focus on your cultivation, and patiently await the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition 7 years from now. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor said no more, waved her hand, signaling Zheng to leave. Zheng hesitated for a moment, tempted to inquire about the Sun-Eroding Cry because of the voice he'd heard earlier. Ultimately, he suppressed this thought. It's better not to incur complications for now. Originally, he intended to leave the Great Immortal Realm directly, forsaking any so-called rewards, but now the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor likely wouldn't let him go. Not until Zheng exited the Great Hall did the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor look toward the adjacent void. Is there anything you are still concerned about? From the void came a low sigh from the Immortal Ancestor. 2.5 portions of heavenly fate, compared to what Zheng devoured, are fundamentally different tiers, completely unable to be concealed. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor remained silent for a long time, slowly took out a thin booklet, opened the cover, and lines of text appeared before her eyes. Dao Ancestor walks the world, heavenly chi shines brilliantly, the heavens resound, body entwined with purple lightning, bearing the light of heavenly fate. Everywhere he goes, thousands of paths scatter, starry seas rise in reverse, all beings bow, many immortals avoid, none dare challenge him. The sun and moon hide from his sharpness, concealed behind starry clouds, ghosts and gods fear his might, submitted to the abyss of the universe. Heavenly fate is like a shackle, binding all beings irredeemably. Dao Ancestor bears the yoke, fearing the universe, and with it, subdues heaven and earth. After experiencing the ancient battle of the Dao Ancestor, he is practically one step away from supremacy over 2 realms. The Dao Ancestor of old likewise bore visible traces of heavenly fate, which was clearly documented in ancient texts. Even the Dao Ancestor couldn't hide the aura of heavenly fate. How did Zheng manage it? After contemplating for a long while, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor whispered, ultimately, it still revolves around the Dao Ancestor. After leaving the fairy palace, Zheng did not linger in the upper realm, but went straight to the lower realm. First, because the spiritual energy in the upper realm is too abundant. If he unleashes his cultivation, it would inevitably cause numerous anomalies, attracting too much attention. He currently has sufficient cultivation resources, not lacking the aid of environmental factors, so any place would suffice. Second, he wanted to try whether he could hear the voice he heard previously in the lower realm once more. This clearly concerns the secrets of the Great Immortal Realm. He cannot stay here long, learning more secrets will surely be helpful in the future. Information is always crucial at any time, even seemingly insignificant information is far better than knowing nothing. Finding a random cave, after setting up an array, Zheng prepared to start his closed-door training. Before seclusion, he took out the blood jade used for communication with Song Lingxue, considered for a moment, and sent a message. Since he arrived in the Great Immortal Realm, Song Lingxue hadn't sent him any messages, with no news at all, inevitably causing some concern. A few days later, Song Lingxue finally replied. The message was lengthy, reporting her safety and saying she was well in recent days, along with some situations in the Martial Hall. During this period, the Martial Hall had become much more stable due to Fu Pinglan's seclusion and the disappearance of heavenly punishment, likely won't see any war for hundreds of years. Though she said so, Zheng still sensed some unusual aura. Song Lingxue's words appeared quite anxious, distinctly different from before, mentioning several times in the message about changes in circumstances after Fu Pinglan emerged from seclusion, advising him to make preparations and even urging him to focus on cultivation, which had never happened before. The hundreds of years seem not quite enough for her, as she evidently harbors fear towards Fu Pinglan. Separated by the Star Sea, beyond reach, Zheng could only suppress his doubts for now and speak when he leaves the Great Immortal Realm. After over 3 years in seclusion, the voice previously heard in Zheng's mind finally resounded again. The words were somewhat fragmented, but this time the content was much more than before. Qi cultivator. Zheng Chu's disciple, How to cultivate, melt void and rebirth ancestor blood? How is the erosion sun lineage? Let Jingchu come, he promised me. After just 2 short sentences, the voice fell silent again. After probing around, Chuzheng confirmed the voice came from beneath the earth. Adding these 2 statements, it can now mostly be certain of this person's identity. It must undoubtedly be Martial Ancestor Erosion Sunday. This colossus, who slew a generation of immortal ancestor and rose during ancient times, still lives today. Chuzheng pondered for a moment, closed his eyes again, refrained from taking unnecessary actions, and continued his cultivation in seclusion. 3 more years passed in no time. The once-in-a-millennium Dao Inquiry Grand Competition is far grander than the previous Immortal Crossing ceremony. Although cultivators with a bone age under 10,000 years can participate, those who actually do are mostly true immortals. Many true immortals from other great realms also come here. This is one of the rare occasions in the Great Immortal Realm when the Great Boundary Walls are opened, allowing cultivator access freely. The Dao Inquiry Grand Competition doesn't have fixed duration, but generally lasts over 3 to 5 years, as previously, true immortals dueled undiscussed Dao, needing recovery time, thus often extending the period. But Chuzheng doesn't intend to delay that long. On the day of the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, Chuzheng ascended directly onto the Dao Inquiry platform. The Dao Inquiry platform is the ultimate place to determine the champion. However, if one has sufficient confidence in their battle capability, they can directly ascend the platform, face challenges from thousands of immortals, and if they can endure till the end, naturally become the champion. Looking at Chuzheng standing on the Dao Inquiry platform, the faces of all true immortals below turned green. Are they to contend with an immortal Venerable? Chapter 591-424, Heavenly Luck Treasure Vault. What nonsense. Many true immortals couldn't help but curse inwardly. The Immortal Venerable is a qualitative change, with immortal marks condensed within the body, fully controlling the laws of the universe, capable of creating a complete Great Thousand World, and even amplifying battle strength for a short time with the power of heavenly fate. The heavenly fate has already left certain imprints upon ninth-order living creatures, far beyond what the eighth order can compare. The disparity in strength between true immortal and immortal venerable is not something talent can bridge. Chuzheng just glancing at them could inflict damage on their divine souls, and if he harbored killing intent, they would perish in an instant. This is precisely because in nearly 10,000 years, none of our great immortal realm have produced any extraordinary genius, otherwise, how could we let this Chuzheng run so rampant? Not speaking of far times, just 10,000 years ago, the current heavenly judge, the prodigy of the Xiong family, Xiong Longhai, at just over 9,600 years, had already reached the late-stage immortal venerable, certainly capable of contending with him. The champion of my generation, Wu Jinyang, the direct blood descendant of the alliance leader, was born with an immortal seed, reaching great immortal venerable at just over 8,400 years. No matter how monstrous Chuzheng is, he could never be his match. Back then Shang Tsongyun from the burial realm also took the championship. Why is this Tsongyun realm producing so many prodigies these recent years? Among the older true immortals who came to observe due to exceeding bone age, there were many with a tinge of bitterness in their secret voice transmissions. In their hearts, they all knew very well that even those they mentioned, if in the same era, their victory or defeat against Chuzheng would be 50-50, and Chuzheng is still less than 200 years old, far too young. On the Dao Inquiry platform, Chuzheng sat cross-legged, quietly waiting for the challengers. The Dao Inquiry Grand Competition is divided into 3 parts, mainly testing the paths of battle, skill, and law. He only participated in testing battle power because the other 2 paths would require a lot of unnecessary time. The heart-burning corridor would open in less than 3 years, and after passing through, he intended to leave the great immortal realm as quickly as possible, first to the edge of the Chaos Sea to retrieve his avatar, then head to the boundary. In the current turbulent situation, the area near the boundary might actually be a relatively peaceful place. The immortal ancestor had harbored killing intent towards him, so to prevent a sudden change of heart, it was best to extricate himself quickly. As for the Sun-Eroding Cry suppressed beneath the earth, it would have to wait to see if there might be an opportunity to make contact later. The Sun-Eroding Cry was from the same era as Daoist ancestor Zheng, surely knowing many secrets, and it could possibly provide answers to many of his current doubts. The host of the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition was an immortal monarch from the Qing family named Yunzhe, serving as a heavenly judge in the punishment authority. Looking at Zheng upon the Dao Inquiry platform, he felt quite at ease. Originally, he thought this Dao Inquiry Grand Competition would consume a lot of his time, requiring careful attention to avoid any mortal injuries. Unexpectedly, Zheng saved him considerable effort. Qingyunza glanced around the venue, seeing no one step forward for a long time, and prepared to announce the end of the competition. However, before he could speak, a figure appeared on the Dao Inquiry platform, wearing a black immortal robe, tall and straight, appearing about 20 years old, with an unsheathed ancient bronze sword hanging at his side, ringing with a sound like a dragon's cry. The sword was 3 feet 7 inches long, its entire body a profound blue, with fine cracks covering its surface, within which flowed dark golden light veins, like molten lava from a cracked earth. Zheng lifted his eyes for a glance, golden light surging, his expression slightly shifting. Xing Chuj, 9th Order Bone Age 9436, Immortal Venerable Realm Initial Stage Cultivation, direct disciple of the sect leader of Black Vortex Realm's Mystic Sky Sword sect, specializing in Evil Sword, blessed with the immortal Dao heavenly destiny in childhood, with signs of ancestral return in his bloodline. Being an immortal venerable under 1,000 years old can be considered extraordinarily gifted. In the entire immortal path, only 1 or 2 emerge every 10,000 years. Moreover, not being someone native born to the great immortal realm makes it all the more rare, with bloodline already showing signs of ancestral return, signaling limitless future achievements. However, Zheng wasn't concerned about Xing Chuj, as an immortal venerable initial stage cultivation posed no challenge. With 7 years of seclusion and the aid of heavenly fate, his immortal path cultivation had made great strides, reaching the late stage immortal venerable, with Qi refining achieving heavenly immortal perfection. This rate of progress was even faster than the shortcut of the incense fire divine path he used before. If they were to fight, he could claim victory in an instant. The focus was on the ancient sword hanging at Xing Chuj's side. This was an emperor weapon. Mountain and River Sword, 10th Order Immortal Dao Emperor weapon, once tainted with ancestor blood, with immortal veins open, containing 72 pieces of Emperor's blood essence, capable of fully unleashing its power 72 times, has recognized its master. An immortal Dao Emperor sword with Emperor's blood, if fully wielded, it would be akin to the resurrection of an immortal emperor. Such a formidable weapon even made Zheng's eyes burn with desire. With the Mountain and River Sword in hand, anywhere in the great universe could be traversed, except for the Ancestor Realm Gate. Yet another young immortal venerable? From the Black Vortex Great Realm, surprisingly not one of our great immortal realms populace, remarkable. All around, many true immortals were astounded. On the Dao Inquiry platform, Zheng withdrew his thoughts, looking up at the host Qingyunza, with a questioning gaze. Such an emperor weapon, clearly could not be used in the competition, otherwise there would be no need to compete. Qingyunza had long been observing the Mountain and River Sword, and with a solemn expression, he raised his hand, intending to draw the ancient sword into his palm. Unexpectedly, as he raised his hand, the immortal veins on the Mountain and River Sword slowly lit up, casting waves of space-time law, with the sharpness of the sword's edge soaring, the pressure of the emperor pervasive, as if ready to strike at any moment. Seeing this, Qingyunza frowned deeply, lowered his hand, and looked at Xing Chuj, speaking in a deep voice. Chapter 592-424, Heavenly Luck Treasure Vault _2. During the competition, you cannot wield this sword. Let it slumber temporarily and hand it over to my supervision. It will be returned to you after the competition. Xing Chuj grinned, gently stroking the long sword by his side, and said loudly, Yunza Immortal Monarch, don't worry. The Mountain and River Sword will not take action, please allow it to watch the battle. This, Qingyunza's expression turned serious, facing such an emperor sword directly would pose no small danger to him. With such an emperor sword hanging on the Dao Inquiry platform, it was as if Zheng had a blade at his neck. If any mishap occurred during the encounter and the mountain and river sword acted unexpectedly, Zheng could very well lose his life outright. He wasn't entirely confident he could save Zheng, which was absolutely unacceptable. Before Cangyun could continue, another figure appeared on the Dao Inquiry platform. The moonlight diffused, overshadowing the brilliance of 99 suns in the sky. Buzz, the mountain and river sword, which was suspended in midair, was stepped onto the Dao Inquiry platform by a boot embroidered with gold-threaded moon patterns. The Emperor sword, which had been stained with ancestor blood, buzzed incessantly, its immortal veins lit up, igniting blood light, struggling ceaselessly but ultimately failing to break free. A woman in her 20s stood atop the Dao Inquiry platform, her skin like new snow reflecting the dawn. The surrounding moonlight cast a thin frost on her porcelain-white skin, her brows as sharp as a sword, adorned at their tips with blood-like vermilion birthmarks, while her phoenix-like eyes seemed imbued with icy coldness, and her amber pupils were filled with fierce killing intent. Gazing at the side profile that glowed like jade before him, Zheng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It seemed to be the first time he clearly saw the true visage of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor stepped on the sword and lowered her eyes, casting a glance at Zheng with an indifferent expression. "Who do you think you are? By sheer luck you glimpsed the path of your predecessors and obtained an Emperor sword. Do you dare disregard the rules of the Immortal Alliance? Disdain the punishment authority? Who gave you such courage?" Her tone wasn't high, her voice was quite calm, yet everyone present couldn't help but break out in cold sweat from behind their backs. "Subordinate pays respects to master." Cangyun's complexion slightly changed, bowing deeply. Among those present, besides Cangyun, no one was qualified to meet the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. Upon hearing Cangyun's words, the true immortals surrounding all suddenly came to their senses, faces drastically changing as they bowed in unison. "Greetings to the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor." Zheng remained speechless in a daze, his face pale, losing his earlier exuberance, staring at the mountain and river sword beneath the foot of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, bowing his head without a word. As the mountain and river sword was stepped upon, it was as though something shattered within his heart, almost completely collapsing. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, chief of the Punishment Department, the strongest combatant in the Immortal Alliance apart from the Immortal Ancestor, was someone he had only heard rumors about. In his eyes, the nearly omnipotent mountain and river sword, at this moment, under the foot of the woman before him, could only struggle feebly as if in its death throes. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor looked down at the ever-struggling mountain and river sword, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. Under Zheng's gaze, she slowly moved her foot and gently pressed the sword's spine. Crack, the blood light entwining the Emperor sword extinguished abruptly, accompanied by a soft sound, splitting into two halves, with the immortal veins on the sword's body dimming to complete darkness, like molten gold. Zheng glanced at it, slightly startled. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had held nothing back, directly severing the immortal veins, extinguishing all life in the mountain and river sword. The 72 fragments of Emperor's blood essence contained within the sword had nearly half burned away in that fleeting moment. "The competition continues." Moonlight Immortal Ancestor said lightly and left the Dao Inquiry platform. Gazing at the broken sword on the ground, Cangyun was secretly startled. After composing himself, he turned to Zheng. "Do you still wish to continue?" Zheng stared at the broken sword on the ground, blood veining his eyes, but he didn't answer. He raised his hand and pulled a pitch-black long sword from the void. A murderous intent surged skywards, the blade yet unmoving. The surrounding void had already filled with pitch-black cracks. Taking a deep breath, his gaze fixed deadly on Zheng, his killing intent intense, he spun upwards, the blade sweeping across, the bloody glow traversing the sky, aiming straight for Zheng's throat. Zheng glanced at the pitch-black long sword in Zheng's hand, disappointment flashing in his eyes, then his expression remained calm as he raised a hand to unleash a ray of immortal light. The crystal immortal glow, though released later, arrived first, like the first ray of dawn piercing the long night, tearing through the ominous blood mist in the void, striking directly at Zheng's chest. Faced with the piercing immortal light, Zheng's pupils contracted, raising his sword to change tactics and block horizontally. Clang! A piercing noise like metal rending stone erupted. Many true immortals around saw only a blurred figure being thrown out, and the next moment, they had already witnessed Xingqiu being hurled off the Dao Inquiry platform. Xingqiu trampled through dozens of green jade floor tiles before stabilizing himself. His immortal robe was torn, tattered and ragged, the pitch-black long sword in his hand humming incessantly, his organs quivering. He tried to forcefully suppress the relentless blood rising in his throat, but ultimately couldn't hold back. His body softened, and he knelt on one knee, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt somewhat numb as he stood up, looking around at the true immortals, his mind still somewhat unable to process everything. Just one strike, and he was defeated? Qingyunzi furrowed his brow slightly and said loudly, "Xingqiu, if you're dissatisfied, you can step up to the platform and fight again. The Dao Inquiry Grand Competition does not have a rule where one automatically loses if they don't step up. As long as you wish to continue, you can challenge again." Xingqiu looked at Zheng on the Dao Inquiry platform, his gaze dim, his expression wooden as he turned around and spoke in a voice so low it was almost inaudible, "I concede." Having reached this level of cultivation, an exchange reveals the depth. He had already sensed the gap between himself and Zheng. Earlier, Zheng must have held back, otherwise, the injuries on his body would have been far worse than they were now. Going up onto the Dao Inquiry platform again would just be asking for humiliation. Moreover, at this moment, he no longer had the spirit to fight again. "Hold on." Zheng called to Xingqiu, who was about to leave the platform, and raised the broken mountain and river sword in his hand. "Do you still want this? What use do I have for a broken sword?" Xingqiu's voice was slightly hoarse as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked away without looking back. After asking out of courtesy, Zheng casually tucked the mountain and river sword into his sleeve, thus effortlessly gaining an emperor weapon, which left him with a somewhat subtle feeling. Watching Xingqiu's slightly hunched figure leaving, the surrounding true immortals couldn't help but sigh. An immortal path cultivator on the verge of rising was almost crippled just like that. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's step not only broke that Emperor sword but also Xingqiu's spine. Coupled with his defeat at the hands of Zheng, such a series of heavy blows could very possibly leave him never recovering. If it weren't for the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's interference, Xingqiu might not have ended up in this situation, but ultimately, it came down to his arrogance. Challenging the rules of the Immortal Alliance brought misfortune upon himself. Qingyunzi glanced at the platform, confirming no second. Xingqiu jumped out, then solemnly announced the result: this Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, the victor of the martial path, Zheng. Once in a millennium Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, just this match was held, and it ended hastily, taking no more than an hour. The many true immortals observing did not disperse but still gathered around, for the victor still had a reward yet to be granted. Entering the treasure vault of the Heavenly Fate Immortal Tablet to choose any one item was an opportunity many cultivators found hard to come by. Moreover, what one could ultimately take out depended entirely on luck. On the Dao Inquiry platform, a light gate gradually unfolded, with an immense surge of immortal qi reflecting a magnificent great realm. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor stepped onto the Dao Inquiry platform again and was the first to step into the light gate. "Follow me." Zheng closely followed. After stepping through the light gate, the concentration of immortal qi surged dramatically, manifesting as visible immortal dew. With each breath, Zheng could feel his cultivation growing. If he could enter seclusion here, it wouldn't take long for him to become an immortal king through his own cultivation and thereby touch upon the space-time domain. He took a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, looked at the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor ahead, and spoke softly, "Immortal Ancestor, forgive this junior for presuming, but was that intentional?" The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor couldn't be so petty as to crush the mountain and river sword over a slight disagreement. His path of cultivation was too smooth, just like the former mountain and river sword master, rising all the way without defeat, eventually attempting to kill the Ancestor with the Emperor's might. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor halted, did not turn around, and spoke in an even tone. In his lifetime, he was defeated only that once, but that once cost him his life. It seems even the mountain and river sword hasn't learned any lesson from it. Zheng shook his head slightly. From this battle, finding his way out on his own would be tremendously difficult. If he can't find his way out, he'll naturally be discarded. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor wasn't concerned, speaking calmly, the immortal domain is vast, and there will be a second, or even 100th Xing Chuj walking the path of predecessors, he's not the only one. At this point, she turned to look at Zheng, her words suddenly shifting, with a slight expectancy hidden in her Danfeng eyes. Can you now sense the heavenly fate? Can you assimilate it? Chapter 593-425, Time and Space Intertwined. Upon hearing these words from the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, Zheng was somewhat stunned. After understanding the meaning behind her words, he didn't ask further, focused his mind to sense for a moment, then shook his head. This junior cannot sense the existence of the heavenly fate. The luck-stealing skill showed no reaction, perhaps due to the lack of a medium, or the immortal Dao heavenly destiny had already become aware and taken precautions. Then let it be. Hearing this, there was noticeable disappointment in the eyes of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. She turned and continued forward. If Zheng truly could devour more heavenly fate, she might even consider trying a more extreme approach. If Zheng could indeed become a second ancestral Dao, it wouldn't be unacceptable to her either. After all, Zheng now was half immortal path cultivator, completely different from the situation with the previous ancestral Dao. The great limit of her destiny was approaching closer. Without seeking change, she could only go to the vast universe, and by then, even if she could regain part of her memory, she would no longer be herself. Zheng followed behind the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, subtly sensing a premonition that she seemed pleased to see him absorb the heavenly fate. For a moment, he was somewhat unclear about the true thoughts of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, but it was also not good to ask too many questions. His current situation was like walking on thin ice. Speaking less meant making fewer mistakes. If he misinterpreted anything, it would only bring trouble to himself. After a while, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor stopped, revealing a jade pool ahead. Within the pool emanated a 7-colored glow. The immortal liquid formed from the vast immortal chi was crystal clear, encapsulating reflections of countless treasures. Immortal soldier and treasure suspended within bubbles, occasionally trembled, emitting clear sounds, as if calling for someone destined. The air was filled with a rich medicinal aroma, countless immortal herbs rooted in the pool, their leaves stretching, with immortal dew condensed on top, thick to the point of almost crystallizing. By the pool, a peach tree as thick as 3 people could embrace, caught Zheng's attention. This was a 10th order spirit wood, no less than the Ancestor blood Parasol in the Chaos Sea. On the branches and leaves of the peach tree, 9 immortal peaches were growing, exhibiting a greenish-red hue, about to mature. According to the information returned by the spiritual eye, each of these immortal peaches could increase longevity by 30,000 years, directly elevating cultivation by a major realm below the 10th realm, and additionally, contained the space-time law, greatly beneficial for breaking into the 10th realm. With Zheng's current late-stage immortal Venerable cultivation, consuming one could directly advance into the great immortal Venerable late stage, akin to ascending to the heavens in a single step. Even though Zheng considered himself experienced, he was still dazzled by the treasure-filled scene before him, causing his eyes to heat up. In this pool, immortal elixirs not inferior to this peach tree were at least a dozen. This is the core treasury of the immortal Dao heavenly destiny, where most of the top wondrous treasures of the great universe could be seen. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised her hand, indicating for Zheng to step forward. Enter the pool. What you can bring out will depend entirely on your fortune. Zheng took a deep breath and stepped into the pool. The pool water was colder than he imagined, piercingly chilling, causing Zheng, despite his current cultivation, to shiver uncontrollably. The pool was bottomless, and Zheng's divine sense was suppressed within, unable to extend beyond, making his body involuntarily sink. All around, within each crystal-clear sphere, rare external treasures were sealed. The information returned by the spiritual eye was extremely complex, impossible to decipher clearly. Moments later, a sphere rolled into Zheng's arms, and at that instant, his body stopped sinking, the pool water disappearing without a trace. He opened his eyes to see the reflection of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, and was taken aback to find himself hanging upside down above the pool, his hair still soaked in the water. In this jade pool, his perception was twisted, unable to distinguish between heaven and earth. Looking at the sphere in his arms, Zheng exited the jade pool. Crack, upon reaching the shore, with a soft sound, the sphere in his arms shattered, revealing a bronze ancient lamp. The ancient lamp hung quietly in mid-air, the wick flickering with a chaotic colored flame, the mottled lamp body densely covered with innate immortal patterns, extremely archaic. Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp, 10th Order contains an immortal seed, body conceals spacetime, capable of illuminating the ancient Tao transmission road. The wick is a chaos fire seed, capable of burning and refining all laws. With this, one can grasp part of the immortal Tao heavenly destiny, manifesting divine skills, though with your current cultivation, it's impossible to control it. Reading the information from the spiritual eye, Zheng's heart trembled slightly. This was indeed a complete ancestor weapon, containing an immortal seed. However, there seemed to be no true spirit within. Zheng felt no vibrations, as if it was a lifeless object. Without the aid of a true spirit, with his current cultivation, attempting to wield such a supreme treasure was wishful thinking. You actually obtained something left by the ancestor of ancient immortals. Looking at the bronze ancient lamp in Zheng's hands, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's expression turned a bit peculiar. I only heard rumors of this item possibly being in the heavenly pool, never thought it would be true. As she spoke, she reached out and drew the bronze ancient lamp into her palm, and after examining it for a while, nodded, "There's no mistake, it is indeed the Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp, connected to the Immortal Dao's ancient Dao transmission road." Ancient Dao transmission road? Zheng's heart stirred. He had previously heard from Song Ling Xue about the martial path's ancient Dao transmission road. The martial arts scripture she cultivated came from the future. Now it seemed that the immortal Dao had a similar means. Only because this lamp was within the heavenly pool, it was lost to history. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor gently stroked the ancient lamp in her hands, a complex look flashing in her eyes. In ancient times, this was almost the object of immortal Dao transmission, only held by the immortal ancestors. And the ancestor of ancient immortals, before his end, did not hand this item to the current immortal ancestors. Instead, he threw it into the heavenly pool. When the Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp was buried in the heavenly pool, the ancestor of ancient immortals left only a single prophecy. This object is ominous, the root of eternal catastrophe. Now, this root of eternal catastrophe has once again been taken out by Zheng. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor glanced at Zheng, their eyes growing deeper. Could this be a warning from the ancestor of ancient immortals? With your cultivation, you are completely unable to control this treasure. Perhaps there will be a chance in the future to master it. Suppressing their thoughts, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor casually asked, "You are now half an immortal path cultivator. Do you wish to enter the ancient Dao transmission road for a look?" Upon hearing this, Zheng did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded, "Thank you, Immortal Ancestor. The ancient Dao transmission road is like a river of time and space. Without the help of the ancestral realm, who knows when he would be able to see it on his own." The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor said no more, a faint glint flashing in their eyes as they unveiled the ancient lamp, and the fire seed that had been dormant for millions of years began to leap again. The intense heat made Zheng instinctively take a few steps back. Whoosh, amidst the flickering firelight, Zheng's thoughts paused slightly, and the world spun before his eyes. When he regained his senses, he was already standing on a misty path of light. On the path of light, at intervals stood azure pillars of light from which emanated a terrifying immortal charm, with hints of the ancestral realm's aura. This road connects the ancient and present, upstream is the past, downstream is the future. What you can see are the paragons of the immortal path from various eras. By connecting with them, you may receive their teachings. Listening to the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's voice transmission, Zheng gazed at the road before him, and suddenly, his eyes blurred. In his vision, the ancient Dao transmission road began to diverge, forming a vast long river. Layer upon layer of human figures walked upon the river, traversing between past and future, seemingly unaware of each other, not in the same spacetime. Suddenly, a blinding immortal light emerged from downstream of the river, treading the ancient Dao transmission road from the future, heading upstream. The aura emitted from the immortal light was so powerful it was terrifying, even far surpassing the ancestral realm, freezing Zheng's divine soul almost entirely. This was an immortal of unimaginable strength. Zheng widened his eyes, not daring to miss any details, staring intently at this immortal light. In the blur, he saw a vague figure within the immortal light. The figure's face was indistinct, with the left hand slightly raised, and a divine soul resting on the palm. As Zheng looked towards it, the divine soul seemed to also become aware, turning to look back, noticing his presence. In the instant their gazes met, both their expressions subtly changed. At that moment, Zheng clearly saw the face of the divine soul. His mind shook violently. Ling Xue? No. It's not. He immediately denied it, though the face was very similar, yet somehow a bit different, or perhaps a bit like Song Ling Qing. In an instant, the overlapping illusions in front of Zheng vanished, the long river disappeared, leaving only the ancient Dao transmission road. But that immortal light traversing space-time did not disappear, it still existed, continuing upstream along the ancient Dao transmission road. In a flash, a sudden change occurred, numerous azure jade pillars upon the space-time ancient road lit up with immortal light, and figures emerged one after another. These were the ancient ancestors of the immortal path. The moment the numerous ancient ancestors of the immortal path appeared, they took action without hesitation, intertwining chaotic immortal light, joining forces to suppress the strand of immortal light. Those who disrupt the ancient history shall be executed. The roaring sound tore through the eternity of time and space. The numerous ancient ancestors appeared, forming an array upon the river of time and space, collectively taking action to suppress the immortal light, attempting to halt its steps. Boom, in just an instant, the immortal array was torn apart, lofty jade pillars collapsed consecutively, shattered piece by piece. The dazzling immortal light scorched Zheng's eyes. He could vaguely see the numerous ancient ancestors being pushed back, retreating repeatedly. The unseen lines of cause and effect burned intensely, some were erased, buried in the torrent of time, never to be seen again. In the intense space-time turmoil, he could no longer focus his mind and was directly squeezed out of the space-time ancient road. What just happened? The moonlight immortal ancestor furrowed her brow, looking at Zheng's bleeding eyes, full of incomprehension. Her cultivation was too strong to be ignored. At the instant the immortal light appeared, she was forced out of the space-time ancient road ahead of time, unable to see what happened. Zheng repaired his eyes and informed the moonlight immortal ancestor of some scenes he witnessed on the ancient road but did not mention that divine soul. No matter who that divine soul was, he could not divert the moonlight immortal ancestor's attention to Song Ling Xue. Hearing of the numerous ancient ancestors' defeat, the moonlight immortal ancestor's gaze instantly became intense, as if she understood something, muttering to herself, the root of eternal catastrophe, so that's it. Returning to her senses, she casually tossed the immortal destiny sky lamp to Zheng, solemnly instructing, regarding this lamp, under no circumstances shall you mention it to anyone, including the immortal ancestors, only you and I know of it in the world, keep it in mind. With that, she suddenly reached out towards the edge of the heavenly pool. The peach tree standing by the pool reacted, its branches and leaves contracting to shield the nearly ripe immortal peach while lit by immortal light, forming a barrier, attempting to block the moonlight immortal ancestor's hand. Crack, the immortal light barrier failed to obstruct it all, shattering in an instant, the slender jade-like hand reaching directly into the lush foliage, groping around. A few breaths later, the moonlight immortal ancestor grasped an immortal peach, along with a section of its branch, breaking it off together and tossing it into Zheng's arms. Take this with you, claim it's what you picked as a reward for the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition. This peach is not yet ripe and needs more time to grow. There's no need to rush to consume it. When you become a perfect immortal venerable, consuming it will allow you to become an immortal king, advancing to the realm of an immortal monarch. Only then will it not be wasted. This. Gazing at the immortal peach in his hand, Zheng stood there blankly for a moment. This immortal peach tree, nurtured in the heavenly pool, likely takes endless years to bear fruit once. This gift is indeed weighty. Along with the immortal destiny sky lamp, his gains this time were immense. The expression on Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's face was unusually solemn, once more emphasizing, "Remember my words, regarding this lamp, tell no one, or you will face mortal danger immediately, even I cannot protect you." She seemed to have uncovered some great secret, her brows filled with barely contained excitement, murmuring like she comprehended something immense. Once Zheng had secured the sky lamp, she turned directly, opening the door to the heavenly luck treasure vault, sending Zheng out. As Zheng emerged from the Dao Inquiry platform, holding the immortal peach in his arms, a gasp sounded as its origins were recognized. "It's the longevity immortal fruit. It extends life by 30,000 years, we're going to have an immortal king who's less than 200 years old in our immortal path." Gazing at the immortal peach in Zheng's hand, Cangyun was also momentarily stunned in place. This single immortal peach tree nourished in the heavenly pool was yielding too much for him. Ignoring the curious glances from around, he put away the immortal peach, feeling little joy. What he saw on the ancient Dao transmission road left him with many questions. Recalling the events, his memory seemed veiled in a light haze, almost blurred and hard to remember. With the immortal peach on hand, he finally glimpsed the door to the space-time domain, realizing that quickly enhancing his cultivation is the most urgent matter. He ignored the inquisitive stares around him, stored the immortal peach in the warmth of the cave heaven world to await its ripening, and then slowly descended from the Dao Inquiry platform. The heart-burning corridor only opens once every 5,000 years, but not all cultivators participate at the same time. Only after reaching the level of the true immortal, or when their cultivation becomes even stronger, do cultivators choose to enter. The numbers won't be too many, and progress will be quicker. Chapter 595-426, Immortal Path, Heart-Burning Corridor. The outcome of the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition once again set off a storm in the upper realm. The matter involving the longevity immortal fruit also spread with the news of Zheng's victory, eliciting mixed reactions from all sides. Within the various clans, some have already begun to secretly search for Zheng's whereabouts, and most of their thoughts are similar in nature. The current Zheng is now on the brink of becoming an immortal king, a situation wholly incomparable to when he had just become a true immortal. With the talent Zheng has always displayed, once he becomes an immortal king, the realm of the immortal monarch would also be within easy reach. Once Zheng becomes an immortal monarch or even an immortal emperor, it would mean he has the potential to ascend to the ancestral realm in the upcoming Dao War. The ancestral realm is enough to establish an immortal descendant family on one's own, fundamentally different from an immortal emperor. The elders of the 13 clans in the upper realm started pondering and began to inquire about Zheng's preferences everywhere. The noble women of the clans, who had long stayed away from worldly matters, received secret orders, emerging one after another, beginning to wander in the great immortal realm, searching for traces of Zheng. The purpose of these elders is very simple, all for the bloodline of Zheng. Zheng's talent is undoubted and heaven-defying, and even if his offspring are not as exceptional as the father, they wouldn't fall short by much. This inherent cultivation talent is enough to entice many clans in the great immortal realm who value bloodlines above all else. As for what might happen to Zheng in the future, they do not care, nor do they consider how long he will live. While Zheng has not fully matured and while he is still alive, finding a way to secure his progeny is what matters most. Compared to directly recruiting Zheng, a child raised from a young age is evidently much easier to control. Inside the bright white immortal palace, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor sat cross-legged on the ground, eyelids drooping. The Immortal Ancestor stood before her, with a solemn expression. What exactly did Zheng take from the heavenly pool? Speak the truth to me. Just an immature immortal fruit of longevity, what's the fuss about? The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's expression remained indifferent, with not the slightest ripple in her gaze. I just visited the treasure vault, and longevity claims that you forcibly took an unripe fruit, not Zheng. Are you covering for him? The Immortal Ancestor directly exposed the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's lie, his brow furrowing. Moonlight, by now, can we not speak a word of truth to each other? If you don't believe what I say, why bother asking? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor slowly opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting a bright moon, showing a few more traces of gentleness than before. The immortal ancestor was momentarily stunned, his gaze slightly concentrated. What have you discovered? I have realized many things, and now I finally know of a path once unnoticed. At this point, the Moonlight immortal ancestor paused, a hint of joy concealed in her eyes. Moreover, those who follow the immortal path now surpass their predecessors. This being who came from the future, sweeping across ancient and present times, is an immortal of unmatched strength. For her, knowing this was enough. Perhaps the great ancient war ended hastily because of the involvement of this individual. No wonder, over the years, many ancestral realms in the great universe entered the river of time, sitting in meditation, laying their nets, searching across ancient and future times yet never finding a trace of aid from that ancestral Tao. That ancient Tao transmission road buried by the ancestor of ancient immortals might have become the sole safe path to the ancient battlefield, all obstacles on this path cleared by that person. Moonlight. By now, I fear you will no longer heed my words, but there is one thing open to no negotiation. The immortal ancestor's gaze grew slightly cold. The immortal path must not be buried by our hands. If you wish to take risks, I won't stop you, but you cannot gamble the immortal path. At this, his tone grew heavier, with no hint of jest. If necessary, relinquish your place in the ancestral realm early, and do as you wish thereafter. I will not interfere. Moonlight's recent actions exuded an exceedingly dangerous aura. If allowed to continue this way, the immortal path may face the threat of falling apart. With the punishment authority in Moonlight's hands, and nearly 70% of the top combat forces of the Immortal Alliance being nurtured and promoted by her, if she harbors any other thoughts, the consequences would be unimaginable. The safest course is to reclaim the half of heaven's fortune, causing Moonlight to retreat to the half-ancestor realm. Feng Ting, did you just enter the heavenly pool, and water enter your brain? Upon hearing this, Moonlight immortal ancestor's gaze sharpened, no longer showing mercy, outright tearing the facade, her eyes flashing with a tint of ridicule. I gave face to the heavenly destiny true spirit, calling you immortal ancestor, and you truly think you can command me? Much of the current immortal path's heavenly fate was gained by my own hands and is unrelated to the immortal path, nor intertwined with the 13 clans in any way. For this meager heavenly fate, I've long lost count of how many living creatures I've slain. You, lineage of the Feng family, think yourselves capable of stepping upon me to ascend to the ancestral realm? Maybe check how many lives you have first. Moonlight immortal ancestor's tone grew ever colder, with her phoenix-shaped eyes exuding murderous intent, the cinnabar mole on her brow, red as blood. The ancestral tomb of the ancient Skywind clan was blasted by that ancestral Tao figure. Yet you, the Feng clan, still cling to bloodlines, daydreaming of ancestral glory, treading the old path of predecessors, stubborn and obstinate. What's the use of preserving such an immortal path? If I must choose, I'd rather give this half of heaven's fortune to Zheng. I know your heart is dissatisfied, but when the heavenly destiny true spirit chose me as an ancestor back then, there was reason enough. Sitting in this position now feels like sitting on needles. Chapter 596-426, Immortal Path, Heart-Burning Corridor _2. The immortal ancestor's brow slightly furrowed, yet he did not express anger, only gave a light sigh. Regarding the matter of ancestral realm quotas, we shall discuss it later, do not act in haste. Handing over the heavenly fate to Zheng might sound impulsive, but Moonlight would certainly do so, making it unwise to argue further. Once the heavenly fate enters Zheng's body, with the precedent of the ancestral Tao, it's uncertain if it can be reclaimed even by killing him, hence there is no need to take such a risk. The immortal ancestor relented with his words, but Moonlight immortal ancestor was not inclined to let the matter slide. Rising tall, her words rang out with thunderous clarity. Even now the immortal path binds itself with the tether of root bone and bloodline, confining all spiritual energy of the immortal path, and nets over peerless talents from the four seas with clan golden books. Are you really unaware? In the beginning of chaos, there was no distinction of noble or humble, only the separation of pure and impure chi. All things are born without regard for blood lineage. The great Tao is impartial. How can it be stratified by lineage? But now the shackles of the immortal path, clans as prisons, bloodlines as chains, dragons trapped in a cold pond, phoenix wings locked in the mire, the path to azure immortal severed at infancy, the pathway to heaven sealed in the womb. Is this in alignment with heavenly principles? Shang Tsongyun and Zhao Tingxian, originally prodigious talents, if not for bloodline chains, would they willingly take risks and choose the path of the unconventional sword? You, the ancestor of the immortal path, are even more aware than I am. The concept of bloodline clans is the greatest shackle to the development of the immortal path. Using bloodline as chains buries countless capable individuals. To save the immortal path now, we must break these bloodline chains, traverse the heavenly chasm, burn ancestral records to forge a new immortal path, so that the world's heroes can demonstrate their abilities, and the immortal path will then have a roadway. At this point, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor let out a sarcastic laugh, shook her head slightly, and a trace of sadness lingered in her eyes. If I could walk through this path, why would I exhaust my mind to try another? The roots of the 13 clans are deeply entrenched within the immortal path. The 13 innate blood patterns within the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet have extinguished hope for all spirits within the great universe's immortal path. To ascend to immortality, one must merge with immortal blood, ultimately returning to the confines of the 13 clans, perpetually revolving within a circle, unable to break and establish anew, to resurrect from ruin. Years ago, she entered the immortal Venerable domain by merging with the immortal blood of predecessors. Even through her own exploration, she became an immortal ancestor from a so-called mixed-blood descendant, yet she never escaped this prison. Feng Ting remained silent for a long while, then turned and left. He did not lack knowledge of what Moonlight said, but the original purpose of the immortal path was simply the product of ancient clans intermarrying in times of heavenly turmoil for self-preservation. To uproot the 13 clans is exceedingly difficult, destroying the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet and erasing innate blood patterns. As the root source of ancestry for the Feng family, he would be the first to die. I see that now many clans are secretly searching for Zheng. With his talent, his bloodline should be more useful than if an immortal ancestor personally stepped forward. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor spoke loudly with even greater sarcasm in her eyes. I observe that within your Feng family, there are also many unmarried girls. Why not join those clans in seeking out Zheng, and offer themselves as consorts? Perhaps they might luckily give birth to a prodigious son, bringing glory to your Feng lineage. Feng Ting paused slightly, turned back to glance at Moonlight, his gaze filled with dark turbulence. Zheng now is already half a member of the Su family. With these words, he turned and did not look back, disappearing without a trace. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor let out a long breath, her expression weary, as she sat down slowly, murmuring to herself, Su family, how could she not know this? Zheng now counts as part of the 13 clans. If he were to act and threaten the immortal path, the first thing would be self-severance, otherwise, the chains of the innate blood pattern would always bind him. This is one of the key reasons Feng Ting chose to let him go for now. The marks of the immortal path on Zheng can no longer be erased. If he truly severs the path, he might die at any moment, posing no greater threat to the immortal path. For a while, she gathered her thoughts without thinking further. She now only needs to remember, the future of the immortal path will surpass its origins, and this is sufficient. At least it suggests that what she is doing now is correct, and she only needs to continue onward. As for Zheng's future, time will tell. The great immortal realm was in long-absent turmoil. Rumors arose and spread wildly. Zheng was oblivious to all of this. He had already arrived at the heart-burning corridor in the lower realm. Near the corridor, many cultivators had already gathered, including a familiar face to Zheng. Fu Zixuan, with whom he had interacted during the 10,000 Realms battlefield. The Fu family is also one of the 13 clans, ranking among the top, having produced an ancestral realm cultivator in the past, and still upheld by a great immortal emperor. Pure-blooded immortal descendant, a prominent clan, it's no surprise she entered the great immortal emperor's tutelage. Zheng did not step forward to greet her. After all, they were merely acquaintances without deep ties. He found a favorable spot nearby, made some simple arrangements, and began his quiet retreat. In the cave heaven world, the transplanted longevity immortal fruit was growing well, already absorbing the spiritual energy of nature, seemingly rejuvenating the entire cave heaven world. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's actions were measured, and the energy within the piece of branch she provided was sufficient to support the smooth growth of the immortal fruit. Unfortunately, the quality of the longevity peach tree is exceedingly high, almost comparable to the other kind of ancient myths. Even as a solitary fruit, it contains the space-time laws, having reached the 10th order, which Zheng currently cannot repair due to his rank. Once the fruit is secure, he could keep the remaining branch for future repair attempts once his rank advances to the 10th order. Traveling across the whole great universe, it's unlikely many immortal elixirs can compare to the longevity peach tree. After cultivating for several days, Zheng again heard whispers in his ears, "Zheng, where is it?" Compared to before, this time the voice was much stronger and clearer. Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, responding for the first time, asking to confirm the identity. "Who are you?" "Sun-Eroding Cry? Since you know my name, why don't you procure Zheng for rescue?" Could it really be Sun-Eroding Cry? Zheng's expression shifted subtly, immediately responding in a low voice, "Zheng is dead, afraid he can't save you. If you can say something useful, I might help you." Upon hearing this, Sun-Eroding Cry sneered. How could Zheng be dead? Absolutely impossible. After the words ended, the surroundings fell silent again, though Zheng attempted several inquiries yielding no further response. Seeing this, he wasn't anxious, and continued his cultivation in peace. In a mere blink, over 2 years had passed swiftly. The opening of Heartburning Corridor was near. Zheng emerged from his retreat. His cultivation had made significant progress once again. The immortal Venerable realm had reached perfection, with Qi refining advancing further, breaking through initial stage Xianxian perfection and entering mid-stage Xianxian, comparable to the great immortal Venerable. His combat strength had explosively increased, with 2 Dao marks in his body, stepping closer to the 3 flowers gathering at the top's realm of perfect Xianxian. Zheng adjusted his appearance slightly. Fu Zhishuan at first glance did not recognize him. She glanced with some doubt, but did not approach to converse. "It's Zheng." Those who had seen Zheng's current appearance were already numerous, and upon seeing him arrive, they were inevitably surprised. "Zheng?" As Zheng approached in her direction, Fu Zhishuan was somewhat incredulous and bowed in salute. "Fu Zhishuan, greets Zhu Xianzuan." She was hesitant to believe. At their first meeting during the 10,000 Realms battlefield, Zheng had just entered True Immortal, not yet her equal, even requiring her help to intervene. It's been over 100 years now, and her cultivation had only advanced by 1 step, becoming a 3 Calamities True Immortal, but Zheng had become the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition champion. His cultivation had reached Great Immortal Venerable. It's almost an insurmountable difference. "Mr. Fu, long time no see." Zheng nodded, glancing at the nearby Heartburning Corridor. The Heartburning Corridor stretches 330 zhang. Previously, Feng Lingchuan mentioned some details. The corridor is divided into 3 segments. The first segment, named Burning Memory, aids in overcoming heart demons. The second segment, called Burning Desire, caters to people's preferences, constructing illusions based on 7 emotions and 6 desires, their thoughts and perceptions, to temper the mind. It is only in the third segment, the Heartburning, where all the fears and worries become tangible, and one undergoes the true suffering of heartburning. Today, it is uncertain how far he can go. Chapter 597-427, Cutting Illusion and Inquiring Heart, Plans from Various Parties. According to what Feng Lingchuan said, since the Ancestor of Ancient Immortals, only the Immortal Ancestor has passed through the corridor. As time went on, an unwritten rumor spread in the Great Immortal Realm. This is said to be the true test left by the Ancestor of Ancient Immortals, and those who can walk through completely will have the opportunity to become Qingzu, with the potential to oversee the immortal path. This rumor is naturally unverifiable, but there is always a group of people who believe it. The news of Zheng appearing at the Heartburning Corridor quickly spread, drawing the attention of many. In less than half a day's time, many cultivators had gathered around the Heartburning Corridor, half of whom were women accompanied by clan elders. Cultivators who had been preparing near the Heartburning Corridor for a long time were not very aware of the many changes in the outside world, and they were quite puzzled to see batch after batch of cultivators arriving. Why have so many people come for the cutting illusion and inquiring heart this time? That's the former steward of the Fong family, retired for many years. I had heard news of his death years ago. What's he doing here at his age? The Tai clan, who has avoided the world for so long, actually has people coming as well. And the Fong family, the people from the Immortal Ancestors line, are all here? Many clan elders, who had mingled in the great immortal realm for a long time, were already familiar faces, naturally attracting a lot of attention. What's the reason? Why have so many big figures come today? The surroundings gradually became a bit noisy, but Zheng paid no attention, walking straight to the front of the heart-burning corridor, sitting cross-legged, quietly waiting for the opening opportunity. The entrance to the heart-burning corridor is an ancient bronze gate nearly 10 zhang tall. In 5 more hours, this gate will open, and behind the gate, the entrance to the corridor contains the space array, capable of accommodating 100 cultivators at once without interfering with each other. The time it takes to pass through the corridor is very uncertain. Some are forced out in less than a day, while others have stayed for years, yet still haven't walked through, and ironically, their distance covered may be less than those who spent just 2 or 3 days. Every time the heart-burning corridor opens, it lasts no more than 10 years, and after 10 years, all cultivators inside, regardless of the outcome, will be expelled and will never have a second chance. Though there is no threat to life, some have gone mentally unstable because of it, becoming deranged. Fu Zhishuan, after greeting Zheng, silently stepped aside, no longer disturbing him. It is important to know one's place. She and Zheng did not have any profound friendship, and just saying hello was her limit. Saying more would inevitably seem like currying favor, and it really wasn't worth it. After retreating some distance, she looked around at the various clan elders and suddenly found herself a bit bewildered, especially when she saw some familiar faces in the crowd, and she swiftly walked over. A woman in blue about 25 or 6 stood by the edge of the field, with an elder nearing 60 years old beside her, clad in a black robe with golden patterns, calm as an abyss. "Aunt? You haven't been out for a long time, why are you here today? You clearly said to wait for the next time when I invited you before." Fu Zhishuan, unable to conceal her surprise, glanced several times at the elder beside her before uncertainly greeting him, "Sixth grandfather? It's rare you still remember me, girl." Fu Mingxiu nodded slightly, his expression considerably softened. Seeing Fu Mingxiu, Fu Zhishuan was even more astonished. This grand elder, selected for the direct line due to stepping into the immortal Venerable realm, she hadn't seen him for at least 1,000 years. "What brought you here, elder?" After asking, Fu Zhishuan looked around, observing the numerous unfamiliar noble women, gradually realizing the situation. Her gaze slowly changed as she looked at Zheng, sitting with his back to everyone. "I heard Zheng was here, so I brought Yunhe along, hoping to forge a marriage bond." Fu Mingxiu raised his hand to set up an array, isolating onlooking eyes, and with a nuanced expression, he whispered, "I heard you seem acquainted with Zheng. Could you help make an introduction? If this succeeds, you'll be well rewarded." With that, he glanced up and down at Fu Zhishuan. "If you're interested, you might as well give it a try. If it truly works out, I can report to the family head and help your family enter the main line, becoming equals with the direct lineage descendants, a privilege that only a line emerging from the ancestral realm would have." Fu Zhishuan was momentarily stunned, then immediately shook her head upon regaining her senses. "I have no close relationship with him, and Chu Shenzhuan is already married, having exchanged vows with heaven and earth alongside his wife, who came from the Cangyun realm with him. It's better not to consider this idea." Though she had once lent a hand to Zheng, ultimately she hadn't truly helped him, even costing an Immortal Alliance camp. Zheng's survival was entirely his own doing, and she dared not claim any credit. Moreover, Zheng is now vastly different from before. Using past incidents to insinuate a connection, especially for something as significant as a marriage alliance, she truly lacked the nerve. It's just marriage, what's so significant about it? Fu Mingxiu didn't mind, waving his hand carelessly. How old is Zheng this year, after all? How many storms has he seen? His wife, since she's from the Cangyun realm, likely isn't someone extraordinary and may only end up at the true immortal stage. Yunhe, being a direct line descendant of our Fu family, with an immortal ancestor in her lineage, wouldn't exactly be marrying beneath herself. In his view, not even 200 years old is merely a child, lacking maturity. Moreover, being so young and possessing such cultivation, it likely means most of his energy was spent on cultivation. How many extraordinary beauties could he have possibly seen? Chapter 598-427, Cutting Illusion and Inquiring Heart, Various Plans _2. The young men, full of vigor, always take a soft approach rather than a hard one. A beauty in their arms, offering flattery and soft words, and the matter will naturally be accomplished. What he needs to do is seize the initiative, connect with Zheng before the other clans, and insert his own people around him. After that, everything will be easier. Fu Zhishuan hesitated for a moment. She wasn't too familiar with Song Lingshua's current situation, but from what she knew, Song Lingshua was a true inheritor of the martial hall and had not insignificant talent in the martial path. Back during the 10,000 Realms battlefield, Zheng had just entered the true immortal level not long ago. She and Zheng were of similar age, not even 50, yet her cultivation was already at the mid-stage martial god realm, comparable to the immortal Dao Profound. Now, it's been over 100 years since they last met at the 10,000 Realms battlefield. By this calculation, Song Lingshua's cultivation should be at least martial half-saint, or even stepping into the martial saint realm, comparable to a true immortal in the immortal Dao. Though cultivation in martial paths progresses slightly faster, a martial saint under 200 years old still compares to a true immortal under 300. Such a figure, in the great immortal realm, appears only once in 100,000 years, absolutely not an ordinary existence. Even if Song Lingshua's talent might not match Zheng's, she still couldn't be compared with most people. Without the slightest hesitation, she shook her head. I can't make this decision. If sixth grandfather has such thoughts, you can have Aunt try it out. She saw no need to risk offending Zheng to act as a matchmaker. Sixth master, there's no need for you to handle this matter. Fu Yunhe, who hadn't spoken, suddenly piped up, slightly frowning, since he is already married and has a wife, how can I stoop to chase after him? Even if you lack shame, the Fu family still has it. How can anyone willingly become a concubine? Who said anything about you being a concubine? Fu Mingxiu slightly furrowed his brows and conveyed in a low voice, who knows how long Zheng can live? What you need to do is secretly form a bond, leave behind a bloodline. Who asks you to marry him? Do you wish to die with him? You're asking me to seduce him? Isn't that degrading myself? Fu Yunhe's face turned pale. Is this your intention, or the Fu family's intention? This matter has already been voted on at a clan meeting. You were carefully selected over a long period by several decision-makers within the clan. Do not disappoint the clan leader. Fu Mingxiu's expression turned slightly cold, his tone bearing a warning. Upon hearing the words clan leader, Fu Yunhe seemed to have her spine extracted, her back slightly bending as her voice grew hoarse. I understand. Before the interests of the entire clan, so-called personal honor and disgrace must be temporarily set aside. Do not consider this an insult. You indeed possess exceptional talent, but what sort of person is Zheng? Previously during the Dao Inquiry Grand Competition, even the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor personally stepped in for him, eradicating an immortal Venerable less than 10,000 years old. At barely 200 years old, with a perfect immortal Venerable cultivation, intersecting with the ancestral realm, throughout history, has there been a second person capable of such feats? Fu Mingxiu gave a low rebuke, sternly warning, adjust your attitude. If you feel wronged, this matter cannot be accomplished. Look around at these people, who is of lower status than you? Who is weaker in talent? Which ancestry has not produced someone from the ancestral realm? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunhe took a deep breath, her expression regained calmness. She bowed again and nodded, I understand. Seeing this, Fu Mingxiu finally halted his words and did not speak again. Fu Zhishuan's eyes flashed with a hint of sigh, but she did not say much. Her status within the Fu family was not high, merely considered a side branch, completely lacking the authority to make decisions. However, she was not optimistic about these calculations of the various clans. Though she hadn't interacted much with Zheng during their time together, she could vaguely sense some nuances. Zheng's attitude towards unrelated people, including her, was extremely cold. This coldness wasn't about his demeanor during interactions, but about his indifference towards life and death. Although Zheng spoke to her very politely and courteously, she could still faintly perceive something odd. When Zheng looked at her, sometimes it didn't feel like he was looking at a living person, but more like a book or a specific page in a book. Fu Zixuan was just a name, and perhaps there were additional tags related to her after it, but it didn't carry any real significance. The fate of the unrelated, in Zheng's eyes, held no weight whatsoever. But there was an exception for Songling Xue. She had sensed this early on during the 10,000 Realms battlefield. Perhaps Zheng himself hadn't realized it, but his gaze only carried any warmth when looking at Songling Xue. Similar scenes occurred in various places around them, where many noble women, unaware of the full story, reacted differently. Some grew angry and left, while others remained indifferent with no visible reaction. Some even cast a gaze full of interest towards Zheng not far away, beginning to scheme in their hearts. Fu Yunhe looked at Zheng, a hint of complexity in her eyes. The man sitting before the ancient bronze gate, with his back to the crowd, remained immovable like a stone facing the many scrutinizing gazes. His aura was not concealed in the slightest, sharp and exposed. Just sitting there, like a tiger at rest, the outline of his back shaped by the profound bottom immortal clothes was as solid as a mountain, with the immortal patterns picked up by golden threads on his shoulders slightly rising and falling with his breath, as if containing the hidden surge of thunder. Looking at Zheng before the gate, none of the surrounding clans advanced hastily, but instead, they patiently waited in silence. In such matters, one must slightly understand reading the room. Zheng came here naturally for the heart-burning corridor, and regardless of what the matter is, it should be addressed after he has passed through. To do otherwise, approaching now and disturbing his mind, would only invite resentment. Moreover, they were also keen to know how far Zheng could traverse this heart-burning corridor. The further he walked, the higher it would prove Zheng's insight and comprehension. If Zheng successfully passed the first phase burning memory and the second phase burning desire, entering the third phase burning heart, then many of the plans they had prepared would need to be altered. Passing the second phase burning desire at least proves that Zheng can completely control his ordinary desires at will, which means female allure would hardly shake his mind. If that turns out to be the case, they would need to find alternative methods. As for passing through the heart-burning corridor, no one believed Zheng could reach this step, as Zheng was too young. Although his cultivation was strong enough, his experiences were not plentiful, making it hard to avoid wavering in such heart trials. Even the present-day immortal Ancestor, upon passing the heart-burning corridor, was over 10,000 years old, having undergone numerous tribulations. Quickly, silence enveloped the front of the heart-burning corridor once more. In a blink, 5 hours flashed by like an instant. The ancient bronze gate glimmered softly, and the immortal beast patterns etched on its face opened their eyes, their beast pupils sparking to life. Boom, accompanied by a deep rumble, the ancient bronze gate that had laid dormant for 5,000 years gradually opened, revealing a deep, broad path ahead, over 10 meters wide and a little over 300 meters long, visible from end to end at a glance. The end was the other side of the heart-burning corridor. This 330 meters had trapped all immortal path cultivators in the great immortal realm throughout endless ages. Only Fengting the immortal ancestor had set foot on that land. Zheng hesitated not at all and strode into the gate, charging headlong towards the corridor's end. Watching Zheng enter the gate, some cultivators who initially came here to cut through illusions and inquire their hearts successively crossed into the gate, initiating this trial. Some women of the various clans, who hadn't intended to participate, also stepped in. Within their hearts, most harbored a sense of unwillingness. In terms of cultivation and combat strength, they could no longer rival Zheng, but in this trial within the heart-burning corridor, they might have the chance to surpass him. Competing on the same stage as Zheng, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Within the corridor, Zheng moved continuously forward, striding deeper into the pathway. After walking more than 30 meters, murmuring whispers constantly echoed around his ears. When he listened closely, he couldn't discern the words, leaving him feeling agitated. Zheng slightly furrowed his brow, continuing to move forward without stopping. He wanted to see what kind of memory the heart-burning corridor would make him relive. He couldn't quite recall any events worth regretting, those that could become heart demons, worthy of being replayed over and over. Chapter 599-428, Memories of Eternity, Meeting. Zheng walked on with his head down. Suddenly his expression became somewhat dazed, as the world before him flipped and transformed. The grand hall suspended in the air, the nine heavens gang-wined condensed into a glass-like barrier around it, jade columns glowed with a soft light, spiritual mist like gauze, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing like fog and clouds. This, Zheng, amazed, looked around, quickly stepped forward, gently stroking the dragon patterns on the columns. This architecture style of which dynasty exactly? I don't think I've seen it before. For a long time, he came back to his senses, recalling the memories in his mind, somewhat hesitant. Everything before his eyes seemed dreamlike in its beauty. Regarding previous memories, he felt somewhat unclear, vaguely remembering only that after he repaired a piece of porcelain from the previous dynasty, he went home as usual and then immediately fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was here. After pondering for a long time, Zheng couldn't recall any clues, shook his head, and continued toward the depths of the hall. The hall was quite empty. In the center, there were two figures, a middle-aged Daoist, and a woman in black clothing, sitting opposite each other across a jade table. Seeing the man's appearance, Zheng was stunned. This person looked almost identical to him, not the slightest difference, only seeming older, in his 30s, wearing a Daoist robe, with a Daoist bun. The woman sitting opposite, about 30 years old, dressed in black combat attire, red cloth binding her hair, her spine like a green pine, straight and upright, slightly upturned eyes akin to an unsheathed thin blade, blood-hued skin under immortal light showing a honeyed hue, a shallow scar across her face adds a touch of ominousness. Zheng wanted to step forward but suddenly felt an invisible force pressing him in place, unable to move, only able to watch. Zheng, I'm here today, merely for an answer from you. The woman spoke calmly, her expression solemn. Can you let go? Surrender heavenly fate, maybe there's a turn for the better. Martial arts heavenly fortune warns, has issued a death decree, wants your life, it offers me the position of martial ancestor, wants me to act, but I refused, can only delay a moment, cannot delay forever, it will inevitably choose a new martial ancestor, likely to be Zheng, immortal path on that side, I'm afraid Yun Tianji will personally act. Zheng previously had a decent relationship with you, but that's because the struggle over fate hadn't yet involved him. Yun Tianji is close to you, but that was also before the situation changed. Now, various ancient clans band together, these two control almost 70% of the heavenly fate, you only control 20%, how can you compete? Even if I let go of heavenly fate, they wouldn't spare me. Moreover, to whom should the 20% heavenly fate go? To martial path, or immortal path? The man chuckled lightly, without a hint of tension in his expression. Do not worry, even if Yun Tianji and Zheng do join forces, I will definitely win this battle, then someone will assist me. Where does your confidence come from? Regarding the Daoist's inexplicable confidence, the woman's brow tightened. Previously you blew up graves, decimated ancestors, stole treasures and fortune, you've offended every ancient clan to the point that everyone wants to strike you down. Apart from me, who would be willing to help you now? Zheng, since Qingzu, you've changed too much, sometimes I barely recognize you. I've told you many times about Zheng, someone with a wolf's ambition, cannot be trusted. There's also Yun Tianji, although you two emerged from the Heaven Burial Palace dead piles as life and death comrades. But how much weight does this relationship hold in his eyes? Do you truly think they will hold back? Xueqing, there are some things I can't explicitly tell you, you only need to know, I will win this battle because it is a destined future. The Daoist lightly shook his head, spoke in a deep voice, a raging heavenly waterfall, once laid, is merely a small river. A small stream manifesting atop the star river. The world merely sees it as a star sea. The altitude you're at determines your image in others' eyes, but me, I've never changed. With that murderous intent reflected in the Taoist's eyes, now, you only need to sit quietly, do not intervene, calmly await the change of heaven. When this battle ends, it won't be long, I'll conclude the struggle over fate, uproot all ancient clans, completely end Dao war, reopen Yin Yang, and sweep away all the perpetual shortcomings. Hearing this, the woman took a deep breath, abruptly stood, turning to leave. She suddenly turned back, deeply gazed at the Taoist, softly said, "Zheng, I'll ask you one last time, why did you help me so much initially?" The Taoist faintly smiled, lightly shook his head. "I've said it many times, owed you a life, must repay." "Then why when I asked you to marry me, did you not agree?" Xueqing pursued again. The Taoist was stunned. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I've already married, I have a wife, how to marry again?" "The same old excuse." Xueqing sneered coldly. "I knew you at 7, how could I not know if you are married or not?" After speaking, the woman tore apart the raging aura wind, flicked her sleeve and left, disappearing in an instant. The Taoist, sitting cross-legged on the spot, slightly lowered his head, sighed deeply. After a while, he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with indescribable astonishment. He slowly moved his gaze, looked in the direction of Zheng, his eyes empty, without focus, seemingly lost in thoughts. In an instant, blood veins filled the Taoist's eyes, black mist surged deep within his pupils, terrifying to the extreme. Zheng, completely bewildered, looked at the Taoist before him, utterly unable to fathom what was happening. Crack, the scene before his eyes shattered like a spider web, a tide of memories surged, pulling him abruptly from the illusion realm. Chapter 600-428, Memories of Eternity, Meeting _2. Zheng took half a step back, panting heavily, and after a long while, he finally understood what had just happened. It seemed that the heart-burning corridor had pulled him back into his past memories, forcing him to confront his heart demon. Zheng glanced back, unconsciously realizing that he had traversed over 100 zhang. Now that he was out of the illusion, it seemed the heart-burning corridor believed this matter could no longer affect his mind, allowing him to pass. Recollecting the added memories in his mind, Zheng frowned deeply. Does the heart-burning corridor consider this the most regrettable thing of his current life? Where exactly does this memory originate from? Could it be hidden within the Dao seed in his body? The heart-burning corridor only obscured memories of his current life, yet memories of his past life were not concealed in the least. There must be an extremely important reason hidden within. The woman sitting opposite Zheng was the same one he had seen on the ancient Dao transmission road before. Was her name Xueqing? This name, it's hard not to think more of it. The resemblance in appearance, along with the name, makes it hard to separate from Song Lingxue. Embedded within the recent memory, there are vast amounts of information, but for the moment, Zheng could not grasp the thread. Between Zheng and him, Xueqing and Song Lingxue, what exactly is the relation among them? Reincarnation or incarnation? Judging by the conversation, the time node in the illusion realm should be just before the ancient battle, shortly before the ancestral Dao was besieged by various Daoists. This Xueqing, logically speaking, should also be in the ancestral realm, might even once have been the martial ancestor, so why are there no traces of her left in the martial hall? As Zheng was pondering, a figure appeared under the corridor not far away, though he didn't know when it emerged. He looked around 60, possessing a vigorous frame, with graying hair and deep-set eyes. Sun-Eroding Cry, Zeroth order and incomplete divine sense of a half-ancestor creature, repressed for a long time, unclear consciousness. Zheng raised his gaze to take a look, his eyes slightly narrowed, and addressed him by name, Sun-Eroding Cry. Even without the information from the spiritual eye, he could recognize the elder's face before him. This face was not unfamiliar to Zheng. It was vividly imprinted in the last memory of Xumi Sheng. Compared to that time, the Sun-Eroding Cry before him seemed to have aged significantly and lost its sharpness. As to the half-ancestor status reported by the spiritual eye, it seemed to be because he lost the blessing of heavenly fate, causing his realm to decline. You recognize me? You. Who are you? Sun-Eroding Cry was somewhat surprised, speaking with evident difficulty, his figure slightly ghostly, managing to form this wisp of remnant thought must have required a great deal of effort. In Shumixing's dying memory, there is your face. Zheng explained in a deep voice, your ability to manifest a divine sense again. It seems the rumors about your head being suppressed beneath this corridor are true. Sun-Eroding Cry gave a slight nod, his words coming intermittently, my head is indeed below, only within this corridor can I barely form an incarnation, the torso is suppressed, at the center of the great immortal realm, the limbs, at the four corners of the world, now entirely beyond sensing. Listening to this, Zheng found it somewhat strenuous, he activated the repair panel, extending a wisp of primordial chi, attempting to mend this incomplete divine sense. Sun-Eroding Cry's eyes brightened slightly, his body suddenly solidifying considerably, accompanied by a light sigh, a remarkable youth, your mastery of primordial chi has reached such a level. Zheng had no interest in pleasantries, directly asking, you previously sent a message. Asking me to find Zheng, what was your intention? Upon hearing this, Sun-Eroding Cry sighed, Zheng once said that one day, he would personally release me, and I should wait. Until today, there has been no movement. I awoke sensing Shumixing's aura, thinking a descendant had come, but I never expected it to be you. His gaze fell on Zheng, carrying a hint of query. The ancestor blood of Shumixing should have been with my erosion sun lineage. I once entrusted for it to be brought to the great immortal realm should the opportunity arise. Why is it now in you? What has become of my erosion sun lineage? His expression carried a trace of tension, fearing to hear bad news from Zheng. This blood was gifted by a descendant of your erosion sun lineage, as a token of gratitude. The lineage still exists, the surname has changed, and there is now an ancestor of the ancestral realm overseeing. Zheng did not give much explanation, instead voicing his many doubts. What is your relation to Zheng? Have you heard of the names Jun Huang and Yun Tianji? From the previous conversation, it was evident that Jun Huang and Yun Tianji had extraordinary identities. Zheng was considered a junior of mine. I assisted him greatly because of Xue Qing. Jun Huang is my disciple, while Yun Tianji was Shumixing's personal disciple and succeeded the position of the Immortal Ancestor. My current suppression is due to Yun Tianji. Just as expected. A trace of understanding flashed in Zheng's eyes. These two are the ancestor of ancient immortals and ancient martial ancestor. Despite having heard their names for years, today he finally learned their full identities. After carefully examining Zheng, Sun-Eroding Cry became more puzzled. You, being a chi cultivator, how are you within the Immortal Alliance? Yun Tianji let you go? Where exactly is Zheng now? Can you reach him? At least ask him when he plans to release me. He seemed very eager to gain his freedom. Yun Tianji has been dead for many years. I've already mentioned before, Zheng is dead. You've been suppressed for so long, utterly unaware of the situation. I'm afraid no one can help you now. Zheng shook his head. Sun-Eroding Cry was far removed from the current era, still likely living in ancient times. To avoid some ineffective communication, Zheng directly imparted the current status of the great universe and some of the knowledge he possessed into Sun-Eroding Cry's mind. How could Jun Huang unite with Yun Tianji? Alliance of immortal martial arts? Betrayal of master and ancestor. Why does the vast universe still remain? After a long pause, Sun-Eroding Cry roared almost in disbelief, muttering to himself, Zheng once promised me he would rearrange yin and yang, otherwise how could I willingly enter the web, assisting him in clearing obstacles in the universe? Why does the vast universe still exist now? Only one boundary was set. What's the use? After I die, wouldn't I still have to go to the universe? Were all those promises nonsense? In an instant, Sun-Eroding Cry nearly broke down, the trust in Zheng seemingly collapsed in a snap, his eyes void of focus. So much time has passed, and the heavenly fate is still so limited, how can this succeed? After a while, he gradually calmed down, seemingly losing all strength, leaning against the edge of the corridor, his expression utterly numb. He did not doubt the authenticity of the news, the person before him had no reason to lie. After briefly pondering, Zheng revealed his true appearance, kneeling, and said, "Though Zheng is dead, maybe I can think of a way to release you." Sun-Eroding Cry raised his eyes, first shocked by Zheng's face, then plunged into thought. After a moment, he seemed to realize something and suddenly bowed his head and laughed quietly. A moment later, as if weighing something, he spoke softly, "With your cultivation, how do you propose to release me? I may have a method, though Zheng is dead." Stating this without hesitation, Zheng turned and moved forward, already anticipating the next challenge in the heart-burning corridor. "Wait!" Sun-Eroding Cry called out. Zheng turned back without a moment's hesitation and replied, "Tell me everything you know about Zheng and that Xueqing. Who exactly is she?" It would most logically be explained if the reason could be Dao Ancestor's reincarnation being himself, yet Zheng harbored a lingering suspicion that something was awry. In a correct explanation, Dao Ancestor should have completely no need to rely on the method of the incense fire god.